Well, class this dick.
Popular fiction was the Monkey King. About
I'm the
this
Monkey King.
legendary figure, this Monkey King who could
I'm a Monkey
turn
King.
the heavens upside down. So he reveled in disorder and thought
Throwing
disorder
up
was
gang
a way
signs
to improve things.
like
Xi
it's
Jinping
going out
was
of
very
style.
orderly. He's
This
very
motherfucker always
concerned
smells like
with
he's
kind of
just
stability and
whiffed on a queef.
sustainability.
Anyway,
So you can see them as very, very different.
all
that
I
way.
want for
Mao
my
also
birthday
liked to
is a
stir
big
things up
booty
like
hole.
that, people
And
on
this
the streets,
motherfucker got crumbs on his chin.
clamoring. So Xi Jinping, even though he has a
Man,
personality,
he could
it's
have used
not
a
manifesting itself. He doesn't like the idea of people on the streets in anything that
Mao
can't be
Zedong was a
controlled.
freak in the streets.
So you can. There are a lot of ways that
Was he?
they're similar.
Sure,
Others are
dog.
different. They're also different.
Hear that
in this fits with
horseshoe shit
orderliness,
going
but
on?
Xi Jinping
Dog, quit
talks
sucking the
positively about
dick.
Confucius and Confucian traditions.
Confucian. Motherfucker had a beard like everybody's favorite
Confucian traditions are
rapper.
based on kind of stable hierarchies for the most part.
All I want for my birthday is a big booty hoe.
Whereas Mao liked things to be turned upside down. He thought of Confucianism as a feudal way of thought that
Look at these moves.
kind of bad.
Throwing
So
up gang signs like a pimp.
Similar things where they're really opposites.
Why?
They both clearly
Why not?
want to see China under rule by the Communist Party. And that's been a continuity, and that connects them to the leaders in between them too as well.
So there's some degree, as you said, that Xi Jinping espouses that
Xi Jinping kissed this
and the
ass.
ideas of Confucianism.
Yo, dog. This is the
Let's
worst
go all
shit
the way back.
ever.
That in order to understand the China today, we have to study.
All I want
its
for my
past.
birthday is a big booty
So,
hoe.
the China
All I
of
want
today
for my birthday
celebrates
is a big
Confucius,
booty hoe.
the Chinese philosopher
Hurry the
who lived
fuck up.
2,500
Hurry
years
the
ago.
fuck up. Hurry the fuck up. Hurry the fuck
First
up.
of all, we don't know
Hurry
that much
the
about the
fuck
story
up.
of Confucius. He's around the same time as figures like Socrates and like
Socrates. I call that
Socrates,
motherfucker
we get a lot of
Socrates. Why?
what
See,
we know about him, I
Socrates.
think we know about him from what his followers say, things that were
Hey, Rabbi, who are your
attributed
favorite
into
philosophers?
dialogues
This
that
dick.
were written afterwards. So we have a lot of fun with these
Why?
sort of
Why not,
related
son?
thinkers that they had in common. Another thing that
This shit
connects
is the
these
worst.
thinkers is they were trying to kind of make
Dog, I got so many of these to
why
watch.
they should be
All
able
I
to
want-
educate
some of these
the
are like
next
8 hours
generation
long.
elite.
All I want for my birthday is a big booty hoe.
Philosophical ideas that help decide how you should run a polity.
How about, did Socrates ever throw up at a gang sign, son?
In a territory that lays
Socrates holding down the west side.
But what he said
Confucius
was that
holding
there
down
had
the
been
east
this
side.
period of great order
Why?
in the past.
Why not, baby?
That the lines between inferior and superior were clear, and there was a kind of synergy between.
I'll give you some
superior and
synergy,
inferior.
girl.
Everything
It's
taken
known as
on
my
really
dick
nicely.
in you.
He
Oh,
thought that
baby girl.
hierarchical
A man from the
relationships were a good
NBA.
thing.
Would you come play around
And
my
that the
way?
trick was
And let's
that
do
both
what?
sides
Hey,
in a hierarchical
I don't
relationship
need somebody.
owed something to the other. So
Uh,
the father and son
Look at this move.
relationship was a key one. The father deserved respect from the son, but owed the son care and benevolence. And things would be fine as long as both sides of the relationship held up their end. But he had a whole series of these relationships. The husband to the wife was again an unequal one of the husband being superior to the wife, but him owing the wife care and her owing him deference. And he had the same notion that then the emperor to the ministers these were all parallels. And there were no egalitarian relationships in Confucianism. Even something that in the West we often think of as a kind of quintessentially egalitarian relationship between brothers. In the Chinese tradition of Confucianism, there was only older brother and younger brother. There was no brotherhood was not an egalitarian relationship. It was one where the older brother took care of the younger brother, and the younger brother had respect for the older brother.
So stable hierarchy was at the core of everything in society. It permeated everything in politics.
Yeah, and there was even a sense that it connected the natural world to the supernatural world. So the emperor was to heaven this kind of non-personified deity, like the emperor was to the minister. So all of this had these relationships. So the emperor was the son of heaven. And, for Confucius, he said, so we should study the text. We should study how the sages of old behaved. that the society was becoming corrupted and was going away from that sort of purity of the sages when the relationships were all in order. So Confucianism was a kind of conservative or even backward looking. It wasn't arguing for progress, it was arguing for reclaiming a pure golden age of the past. So it was also kind of conservative. So in all kinds of ways, it's irreconcilable to many things about Marxism, communism, which is all about struggle and all about actually a progressive view of history, moving from one stage to the next.
So that's the interesting thing about Xi Jinping in China today. There is that tension of Confucianism and communism, where communism, Marxism is supposed to let go of history, and Confucianism, there's a real veneration of history that's happening in China today. So they're able to wear both hats and balance it.
Yeah, you could say that in many points in the 20th century, there was a kind of struggle between different competing political groups over which part of the Chinese past to connect with. Was it to the Confucian tradition or to the kind of rebellious monkey king tradition, which was now connected to Xi Jinping, and before him to some extent, Hu Jintao, we saw this a little bit at the Olympics. There was more of this kind of mix it all together. Anything that suggested greatness in the past could be something that could be fused together. So Xi Jinping says that Mao is one of his heroes or one of the people he looks at as a model, but so is Confucius. And there's really, they had so little in common, but they both, in his mind, and minds of others, suggest a kind of power and greatness of the Chinese past.
Yeah, so this Platonic notion of greatness, and that you could say connects, that's a thread that connects Xi Jinping, the great history, multi-thousand-year history of China.
Yeah, and it involves smoothing out all kinds of internal contradictions. You had, the first emperor of China, jumping forward a bit, in 221 BC, he is anti-scholars. He burns books, and he doesn't venerate these kind of rituals and things. So he's very much against the things that Confucius stood for.
Guess what? We finished all of the components. Now we're on to written.
And Mao, in a sense of having to choose between Confucius and the first emperor, he said, well, maybe the first emperor had the right idea. Scholars can be a pain. So he said, you have to choose between Confucianism and that. But Xi Jinping, I think, continually is kind of not choosing. And he wants to say, well, look at the Great Wall. Look at this wonderful, that was a symbol of kind of strength and domination related to the first emperor, who, by the way, didn't build anything like the Great Wall you see today. He built walls, and they were fine, they were good. But the Great Wall itself didn't come into being until many centuries later. But still, this idea of anything that suggests a kind of greatness is something that has in many ways, a nationalist above all else. Xi Jinping is a supporter of the single party rule. That's something he clearly believes in. And he's a nationalist. He wants to see China be great, acknowledged as great on the world stage.
Boy, so many contradictions. Oh, Stalin was communist, but also nationalist, right? That contradiction is also permeates through Mao all the way to Xi Jinping. But if you don't linger on Confucius for a little bit, you write that one of the most famous statements of Confucianism is the belief that, quote, people are pretty much alike at birth, but become differentiated via learning. So this sets the tradition that China places a high value on education and on meritocracy. Can you speak to this Confucius's idea of education, and how much does it permeate to the China of today?
Sure. So there's an optimism to this. There's an optimism in the sense of a ability that people can be good. And when exposed to exemplary figures from the past, they'll want to be like those exemplary figures. So it's a form of education through kind of emulation of models and study of past figures and past texts that were exemplary. And it did have this idea, relatively positive view of human nature and the sort of changeability of humans through education. And I think that shows through in all kinds of things, even the fact that while there were lots of killings by the Chinese Communist Party and other groups, there was often an idea that that people could be remolded potentially. And China was one of the few places where they didn't kill the last emperor. The last emperor, the idea was that he could become, anybody could be kind of turned into a citizen of this, or a subject of this, a good member of this polity through the kind of education. Often it was a very kind of forceful form of education. But I think that's a carryover from Confucian times. And over time, this Confucian idea led to the creation of one of the early great civil service exams, an idea that bureaucracy should be run not by people who were born into the right families, but ones who had shown their ability to master these really intensive kind of exams. The exams were things that could make or break your career, a bit like at some points in the American past, passing a bar exam, a really intensive thing, could set you on the road to a good career. In China, you had the civil service exam tradition. So I think this kind of emphasis on education and on valuing of scholarly pursuits, but then Chinese leaders throughout history, including up to Mao and Xi Jinping, have also found scholars to be tremendously difficult to control. So there's an ambivalence to it, or contradiction again there.
But to which degree is the idea of meritocracy that's inherent to the notion that we're all starting the same line? There's a meritocratic view of human nature there, where if you work hard and you learn things, you'll succeed. And so the reverse, if you haven't succeeded, that means you didn't work hard and therefore do not deserve the spoils of the success. Does that carry over to China today?
There's such a challenge in all these forms of meritocracy, because you had the civil service exams, but the question was if you had a really good tutor, if you could afford a really good tutor, you had a better chance of passing the exams. One thing that happened there was families would pool together resources to try to help the brightest in their group to be able to become part of the official family. This kind of pulling together resources to help as a family was an important part of that structure. But there also was a kind of there was always a tension of that. So what if you don't succeed? Some of the leaders of rebellions against emperors were failed examination candidates. You had this issue, and then it became something. Well, the system was out of whack, and it needed a new leader, and also there was something built in. It was not so much Confucius himself, but one of his main interpreters mentions, had this idea, which can be seen as a crude justification for rebellion or for kind of democracy, to say that even though the emperor rules at the will of heaven, if he doesn't act like a true emperor, if he's not morally upstanding, then heaven will remove its mandate to him, and then there's no obligation to show deference for a ruler who's not behaving like a true ruler, and there it sort of justifies rebellion. And the idea is that if rebellion isn't justified, then heaven will stop the ruler from being killed. But if heaven has removed his support, then the rebellion will succeed, and then a new ruler will be justified in taking power. So it's an interesting sense that the universe in this Confucian view has a kind of moral dimension to it, but it also it's when things actually happen that you see where the side of morality is.
Okay, so it's meritocracy with asterisks. It does seem to be the case, maybe you can speak to that in the Chinese education system, there seems to be a high value for excellence. Hopefully, I'm not generalizing too much, but from the things I've seen, there are certain cultures, certain peoples that, it's just part of the value system of the culture that you need to be a really good student. Is that the case in China today?
There's been a lot of emphasis on education, sort of working really hard and excelling at some subjects and having there isn't the civil service exam, but there is the Gaokao exam that really can determine where you get, what kind of institution you get into. And I think, getting back to this idea of meritocracy, which is strong in a lot of tradition, it also a kind of what it opens you up to is when there is a sense of unfairness in who's getting ahead and how the spoils are being divided. This leads to a kind of outrage. Some of the biggest protests in China have been about this sense of nepotism, which really seems to subvert this whole idea of kind of meritocracy. And the 1989 protest at Tiananmen, even though kind of in the Western press in particular was discussed as a movement for democracy, but a lot of the first posters that went up that got students really angry were criticisms of corruption within the Communist Party and nepotism, and the sense that people, despite all the talk, despite the fact that most people seem to be having to study really hard to pass the exams to get good positions in universities, but some of them were being handed out via the kind of back door, and that led to a kind of outrage. That's true in many places, but I think it gives a special anger against nepotism because of that. The way in which so much emphasis is put on kind of the standard exam way of getting ahead.
I hope it's okay to jump around through history a bit and find the threads that connect everything. Since you mentioned Tiananmen Square, you have studied a lot of student protests throughout China's history, throughout history in general. What happened in Tiananmen Square?
So in 1989, this massive movement took place. The story of it's largely suppressed within China and largely misunderstood in other places, in part because it happened around the same time that communism was unraveling and ending in the former Soviet bloc. So I think it's often conflated with what was going on there. And so I think one of the key things to know about the protests in 1989 was that they were an effort to get the Communist Party in China to do a better job of living up to its own stated ideals and to try to support the trend within the party toward a kind of liberalizing and opening up form that had taken shape after Mao's death. And in a sense, the student generation of 89, I was there in 86 when there were some sort of warm-up protests. There was a kind of frustration with what they felt was a half-assed version of what they were talking about. The government was saying, the party was saying, we believe in reforming and opening up. We need to liberalize. We need to give people more control of their fate. And the students felt that this was being done more effectively in the economic realm than in the political realm, and that there were a lot of sort of partial gestures that suggested the party needed to be pressed to really move in that direction. And it'll seem like a very trivial thing, but I found it fascinating in 86 when I was there in Shanghai in late 86, and students protested, and this was the first time that students had been really on the streets in significant numbers since the Cultural Revolution, or at least since 76. And the students were inspired by calls for democracy, and especially democracy by this physicist Feng Lizhi, who was a kind of a Chinese Sakharov. He was a liberalizing intellectual. But one of the things that students in Shanghai, where some of the most intense protests of that year took place, were frustrated about was a rock concert of all that Jan and Dean, the American surf rock band, which was kind of like the Beach Boys, only not as big, and they were touring China. It was the first time in Shanghai that there'd been a rock concert, and the students were really excited about this because this fit in with what they thought the Communist Party was moving towards.
Dude,
Was
you
letting
stand back and suck your bitch. I've been waiting on you. How you living, pimp? So are you negative? No, negative what? Is your dick gonna fall off? So you could be spreading cookies all over southern Australia. All right, well, what else? It's its own island. Are you ready to lose? No, now I gotta give you a second. Okay, well, I need a second as well. So just look over. I'm here, and if you leave, I'm mad. to, on a scale of 0 to 10, how badly are you going to get your ass kicked in mini golf? 100? So you have an invitation, and I mean, I'm just going to beat you, Rob, and I want you to beat me. Play it like Squid Game. See, how was the gym? Was that good work? I wasn't surprised. I didn't feel like you were up to date. I haven't seen you in college. Was leg day good? I didn't skip it. Sure, man. Whatever floats your boat. Whatever tickles your fancy. Are you proud of that shot? Did you just see my shot, though? Did you see how amazing it was? Here we go. Oh, look at that move. Now, that was sexy, folks. That was sexy. You know what? That's not in the head. I'll just make it because I'm good. The tennis player, your ball's going in the water. 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 That's a terrible shot. Dude, it went in the water. You want to know what a bad shot is? Look at that. Just in two. Dude, it's so good. Sometimes I can't even contain myself. It's just sick. Make it. Make it. That was a really good shot. Too bad you lost the hole. You're down one hole. You know that, right? Dude, you're good at this hole. And I suck at it because I have to go first. And I usually just clear the way for everybody. So I'm going to now just do something I never do. And just not. Oh, no. Oh, no. That was the very shot. I was thinking I had a good strategy, but I certainly did not. What did we do? What did you do? No, I'm in the water. Why don't you clear the trees and stuff? Oh, what a good shot. Dude, that was beautiful. Now I have to just rub this up. Oh, that is right. All right, we're tied. What are your thoughts on being tied with me? You should be open to that. I think this way. Never mind. Especially when I have a two shot like that. Oh, so you have played with somebody? I think this moment. Yeah. I learned how to play like a new strategy on the whole. And it's pretty good. But my shot sucks. No, I'm I'm at first, so my no, still incorrect. You're in screwed position for now. You're gonna screw this up. Oh, I caught it. That was good. User error. User error, dog. I already have your best friend, Rob. Look at that movie. Oh, Zoo, that's one of the greatest shots I've ever seen. Zoo, you're guaranteed to win. Wow. There's a finger there, Jim? You're not even mad. I'm proud of you. All my shit talking, and you were able to overcome it. Yeah, it's 6 o'clock in the morning. I have to wait 8 hours for you. Nevertheless, look at this shot. I'll take it. Zoo, make it. For the win. For the win, Zoo. Zoo for the win. Oh, no way. It was great. I got you, Zoo. We both won. Alright, get audio on this. Zoo, do you know who Lex Friedman is? What'd you say? Sure. Zoo, do you know who Lex Friedman is? Okay, so I've watched Uber Doug. Okay, so I've watched every Tony at least once. It took me like 2 months. Now I'm doing every Lex Friedman. Then after that, I went to another podcast with them doing a Joe Rogan experience. I don't know how long it's going to take me to go through episodes. His podcast is like makes you feel so intelligent, which is the opposite of Tony. I watch Tony and it's just like dynamic, but it's just like it's pretty hard for these people randomly coming here and be like, hey, you know, Tony? Like, oh, yeah, Tony. And sometimes they watch. With Lex Friedman, you gotta have some background knowledge. You don't have to. You don't start the podcast. What's your favorite podcast, dude? Is it called I Suck Dick at Mini Golf? The audio version? I didn't even know that you could. Oh, what is that? Yeah, I know what you're talking about. See, for once I asked you a question, what's your favorite? You watch what? You watched Elon Musk. You watched Donald Trump. All right. So is it Joe Rogan experience? Did you know? Did you know I've been listening to the Joe Rogan experience since December 24th, 2009. I've been listening. I was yeah. It was on U Ustream, but then Rabbi uploaded it to YouTube. And like, if I didn't watch it on the first day, I watched it on like at least within the first month, and then It's an interesting timeline. I say this, but like, I mean, I'm really into people who have not like huge amounts of data. He has like 300 days of data hard time within the Joe Rogan experience. Mr. Beast is actually hard. It's all edited. It sucks. I like raw content. Yo, man. Oh, I know. I know, dude. I know. I know. That was an amazing shot. I know exactly what you're saying. Now, are you ready for this shot? My friend, I saw it. I know. I never have. This one and that one ice one that has the two ponds in it that test and see. But you got a hole that goes like the only two. I think on which you did a hole one that I found. I could be wrong. I've never gotten a hole one on this one. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, if they cleared the way for you. Maybe. Never really know. All I know is I'm going to do it. Dude, I played this game. It's like, I guess it'd be like square bars or like hard to get stranded kind of on here. It was pretty fun. I played one game and I had to win, which I think when we have more people, it'll be fun to play. All right, good job. You lost. You ready, Audie, or are you going to sit another one out? Audie. All right, dude. You're not what? What did you say? Audie, what did you say?
Just said
Okay, there you go. So you ready for one of the best shots in history of mankind? Humankind? What are your thoughts on that? Scale that from 0 to 10. So, dude, oh, Audie. Apologies, I forgot. Yeah. Oh, hold on. I have to explain what I did. I sent Audie an invitation to have some people in this session, but I didn't change for how many people are playing the game. So that's on you. We'll be on the next one. Come on, be nice. Yes, sir. So you're not even outside the problem. I destroyed you. Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. I appreciate that in the same conversation you want to say I'm the best friend and you hate me. I know what the truth is. I know what the truth is. All right. Okay. Well, you're self-deprecating. Oh, dude, F you, dude. Dude, that was BS. I don't think I would be able to get it. Oh, you, dude. Yeah, fuck you, man. So you know that gave you. Yeah, you don't have anything better. There are no Americans who are willing to stay up all night to play within Australia. If not for you, sir, I would have such a better sleep schedule. Kangaroo. Kangaroo. Do they have different parts of it, like the tail? Yeah, that's interesting. Why not? Oh, that Target Zoo, this sucks. Zoo just make it. Why is it hard to Is it like a delicacy or is it considered like a bad part of the kangaroo? Zoo, I just asked you a question. Have you ever had alligators or crocodile? Oh, zoo. I don't think I like it. They're a pest. All right. Well, I sent you one previously. It's just I did not understand. How do you test temperature? You put intensity on that. You know, time I sent It's okay. Zoot. What are we going to do? It's weird. Actually, Zoot's in a pretty good position. That's good. Oh, what did 10 out of 10 shots? 10 out of 10 shots. Don't do that, Dan. That's a 10 out of 10 shot. You know it. Yeah, I know. I know. I know. No, her position is tough. She needs one of the greatest shots in her career. She needs one of the greatest shots in her career. So, a little too much of an angle. That's maybe better. That's no. Fire! Fire! Go! Go! Let go! Oh, what a 10 out of 10 shot. Look at this shot. 10 out of 10 shot. That, yeah, you did not. You get cut down on the cross. That was amazing. That was an amazing shot. Only because she had that shot. She's got to make it up that hill, though. All the way. All the way. It's, oh, hold on, hold on. I've never seen a ball stay up there. Body. No, I'm just gonna, she can make it. Way too hard. Hit that thing. Let's see you do it. Ready for one of the greatest shots in history of all time? Oh, get it. Come on, get it on the flag. Boom. Garbage. I just gonna hit the pin. Go, Tim. All right, thank you for the breakdown. Okay, man, I appreciate it. It's a good question. Probably the one that I don't know. I don't think it's popular, but it's. How did you do that? Is it? Oh, then you're saying, I'll tell you what they want you to think of it. When I say they, like a big podcast is call her daddy, but I've never heard anybody talk about that podcast. The only reason why I say it's a big deal is because Kamala Harris, who's election team, bought that a brand new studio. Yeah, I would probably say probably better. Okay, well, that would be podcast. Yeah, Ben Shapiro and I have some mutual acquaintances. But yeah, I listened to him when he was on a little bit on local LA radio. He was on AM The Answer. He did like a morning show. I don't know who that is. Rick Cooper? Alex. That's a girl? Oh, okay. Now I know who that is. I think let me make sure it's the same person. Yeah, she does look like she could be Ben Shapiro's sister. I don't think it's me. They're both good looking people. Have you seen Ben Shapiro's sister? Oh, secret hole. Already found a secret hole. Too hard. Yes, it did. Nice job. Nice job. You know what? You know who the biggest female podcaster? I can't remember this girl's name. But she's that girl on the left first. She's pretty good. I'm not good. Dude, there are not that high. To having enough content that I can because there's another one. There's another one that takes place in Boston that I think would be pretty good in the future. See what it is. What is that guy's name? This guy's definitely got head condition, like a traumatic brain disorder. Who's this guy? I'll tell you this goes. Okay, here it is. All right, first date with Lauren. Lauren Compton. I think this girl has a big career. podcast? Like you raise an excellent point. There aren't really any. Like there's no Joe Rogan, female Joe Rogan, or even like. I mean, actually, of all those people, there's probably a bigger podcaster out there. It's Christina Pete from Your Mom's House, but she's like a comedian. But she's big. Um, I was, I would say, arguably, she might be the biggest female podcaster, but her career is kind of based on. Hey, Audie, did you just? That doesn't. Dude, that's not even the same thing. No, she wasn't. She was perhaps one of the most successful talk show hosts, but that's not a podcast. She did syndicated television. A podcast is separate from that. It is independent talk show. I mean, she had like a live studio audience. It's a lot. So I think what's that? Um, I've seen a lot of Fear Factors from back in the day, and I don't know, they're just not that interesting to me. Like, I don't learn anything from them. I like things from which I learned. Now, the argument is, well, what about Kill Tony? What do you learn from Kill Tony? It's an excellent counter. I don't learn that much from Kill Tony, but I do learn something about um, humor and comedy from it. So I do learn from that. But just Fear Factor is very much like, well, what's the word? Um, systematic or um, just like almost set up in the same way. And I'm not really big into reality television, but and then on top of all of that, it's like a 20-year-old show, and I've already seen it. I don't want to say I've seen most of them, but maybe I don't know. It was on syndication in the United States for a few years, but I would watch it live or whatever when it was on during like the nuts, the 2010. If I were going to watch any strictly reality television show, it probably would be Survivor, and then maybe Big Brother. I mean, eventually, I did this thing like 2 summers ago where I was just like, look, I'm not going to have enough time to watch all of these television shows and pay attention to them, but I'm making like the biggest compilation of data that I can. So I had two of my computers that would have 6 different television shows simultaneously. So I watched like Sopranos and Sex and the City, Family Guy, and The Simpsons, and like Stranger Things, and like all these shows all at once. So that like, I mean, eventually, if you wanted to, you could watch my stream and watch them all. It would be like each cheaper, but you could if you wanted. and it's like on season 40 or something in the United States. It's just a lot of content. You don't learn anything from it. It's like, okay, what, like how they eat a snail? You're ever on a desert island?
Yeah, like how back to this actual deception. That's
I mean, really, all of it can get summarized in this. Everybody's out for themselves.
so I've heard
I mean, there aren't many of them on anymore, anyways. Yeah.
there's
Yeah. Just like a lot.
yeah, but yeah, you can get you can be really good as a doctor, but then you have to do a shit doctor. I see, right,
Or what if you try to?
very
I get that. Have a significant risk because I just don't think. I know you can say you learn a lot about human behavior. I get it. Everybody in the end is out for themselves. That's life. Oh, what a fool. Like Lex Friedman, people have topics on China, people have topics on international relations, on AI, on chess. It's just like fascinating things, and they generally like highly intelligent topics. I'm not saying it's the greatest podcast in the world, but it is one of the best podcasts I've ever seen. Plus, he gets really big guests. He gets like presidents, which is nice. And then, like a president or a prime minister isn't always that local. And so he gets to sit down with these people and really give them an idea of how they tick. So you give one of the most difficult shots that we've seen. I think we have the world is excited because he disconnected. You can tell somebody disconnected. Right next to their name, there's a little green thing. Dude, are you in the bathroom like you said you were gonna do or whatever? Zoo. Did you like Naked and Afraid? Did I disconnect? You okay? You're right. Why do you look like why do you look like everything that I did? Why did you know you tried? Okay, should we connect with you? You're right. Yeah. Sure. 6969696. What did I make? Oh, for sure. And that's like the least of other things. And they just buy you. Why would I do that? It's a really easy way to get out. Yeah, they don't push me high enough. I just got to leave with the distance. That's pretty impressive. I hate this one. It's a good question. I mean, I can tell you this. It should be more than 100,000, but it depends. I have a video that just randomly got 100,000 views. It's it's this very funny video that I have. That, okay, so here's what happened. I I would be up really late at night, and they would I would be on TikTok, and there would be people who would be doing TikTok lives, and I really got into watching news anchors get ready for the news. They would do like a get ready with me, and yeah, it's hot chicks, but it gave you like a really good insight into what these people had to do to get the news ready at like really hot hours of the morning. So this one girl from like North Carolina, she was um, getting, she was doing an AMA while like during the newscast. So basically, she'd be doing a newscast, and then when they would go to commercial break, she would take questions from the people. So what I did was I asked her, "Do you wipe with your?" I said, "Which hand do you use to wipe?" WIPE. Just being funny. Like, there's no way anybody's gonna answer that question. But let me just see what she's gonna say. And she said, "Right." And I lost it. I laughed so hard. And I was on camera when I do this. And then she had to correct herself and she says, "Oh no, I thought you said right. Oh no, don't post that," or something like that. And of course I'm gonna post that. I didn't post her, but I posted my reaction to it. And it's just a video of me laughing. That got 100,000 views. But it was very suspicious to me, 100,000 views, because usually you think if you have 100 views, it's gonna be oh, you're gonna get some comments on it. I got no comments. I mean, like a few people, but not like if you had 100,000 people do something, you're gonna get people are gonna comment on it. So anyway, I this is all for me to say. I think you need more than 100,000 views, and they have to be like real people. They can't be randomly fed from the algorithm. They have to, there has to be some. It's called social media juice in the industry, but there has to be some momentum for what you do. Um, I can tell you that for YouTube videos to be popular, like popular podcasts, usually people buy like 30 to 40,000 views to get them tracked. So, all in all, how much do I think you have to pay? Um, Probably for YouTube, you probably need like 30 to 40,000 views on a video within a quick amount of time. But something like TikTok, you need more views, maybe like a million views or something like that, for it to garner any kind of traction. Audie, what'd you say, Zoo? All right. Well, to answer your question, I think it depends on the platform. It certainly depends on the audience, but I think on YouTube, probably like somewhere 30 to 40, 30 to 50,000 views per video, and on TikTok, probably more than 100,000 views. I can tell you that. I know that there's this. There's. Welcome. How are you? Hey, hey, long time no speak. Hey, long time no speak. How you doing, Tim? Dude, you know I'm always here. I don't know. Was I sleeping? Oh, okay. Well, I'm not sure. What's new with you, Hank? Well, congratulations. It's been a long time. I know I told you you had to be 18 to be in here. So, what did you do on your 18th birthday? You drank Hennessy. You can drink Hennessy on your 18th birthday? All right. Okay, cool. Did you hang out with friends? Yeah, and a party. Oh, good job. And where do you live? Right. He's an Asian. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I don't know any Australian podcast. Is that is coming from an Australian podcast? That's a big podcast. Oh, Honeydew Melon. Apologies. the return. Hey, this could have been somebody else, but didn't you go to the Olympics? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. How was that? Yeah, it does. How was did you go to the Olympics with your family? Very cool. The they told you how to do this. You hit it at the back wall. That's it. Hit it off the back wall. I'm excited for the 2020. I like yeah, it's always looking. Very cool. They might have some events here, like I've heard of perhaps some of track and field, and they're gonna do like sailing, and not everything is getting turned out. There are some that are like that'd be cool to watch. Three, the 2021 in Tokyo, the 2022 in was it Sochi, the 2024 in Paris. The, the Winter Olympic Games. Yeah, it does. True, but the most famous Australian, well, perhaps that torpedo guy was very famous, but the most famous Australian medalist or Olympic athlete of all time, perhaps won in the winter. The guy who was on Survivor. Anyway, um, Hank, what Olympic events did you see? Basketball? Did you enjoy it? Yeah. Did you see the Olympic the opening ceremonies? Yeah, that's so. Did you feel a sense of global unity? I imagine so. That's why I'm excited for Los Angeles. we're going to have the World Cup as well in 2026, and there are going to be some things in Canada, the United States, and Mexico. But mostly, it's like going to be based out of MetLife Stadium, which is in New Jersey. So we won't get to see much here. But I watched. Go ahead. No, no, nobody cares. Nobody cares. I mean, yeah. I mean, I say that with like some uh, some attitude. It's just soccer isn't that exciting here, and even though our women's team, like, actually, I watched the Women's World Cup when it was on. It took place in Australia and in New Zealand, and I got super into it. I mean, I watched every flipping game because they were on in the middle of the night, and that's when I was awake. I watched the Men's World Cup as well, but it's just the United States team isn't that good, so we don't really get too into it. But um, I think it would be the biggest United States sporting event ever if the United States men's team ever won. It would be bigger than any Super Bowl. It would be bigger than any event. Oh, what a shot, dude! What a shot, dude! It's, it's definitely not a record, but it was one of the best shots I've ever seen. Shoot, you got it. Is that a record? No, I've gotten it on Guinness World Record. Maybe you haven't, but I know I have. And I know Riser has. Anyway, what other sports did you watch at the Olympics, Hank? Oh, cool. Did you see any other sports? So you watched Australian football? That's that's American football, but that's not in the Olympics. No, I think they have Australian rules football. What's it called? Australian rules football or something? Yeah. Well, that's cool. Did you see? Hank, did you see any of the female sports? Oh, that's cool. I like the Olympics. It's always a cool thing. Um, I don't know. It's just the sense of unity. There's like always content. Even the winter Olympics are like, yeah, it's neat. But what a shot, too. What else is there, Hank? It's been a long time since we've spoken. Oh, this is my first hole in one on that hole. No, I played this game like 1,200 times and never gotten a hole in one of these. That means with 5 holes generally the games that I play, it's like a 1 in 6,000 shot. Well, not that, but one. That's a big time. Maybe 1 in. Dude, that's just no, what just so are you saying that Chinese people are racist towards you, but Australian people are not? I got you. Are you saying with the exactly? She asked, "What do you think holding people? What do you like to do?" What are your traditional foods? Oh, you don't eat meat. What don't you eat meat? Gotcha. Do you eat seafood or fish? McDonald's Corporation eats 1% of the world every day. Yeah, I mean, pretty much. McDonald's Corporation eats 1% of the world every day. Today. Especially when you realize the McDonald's Corporation is not a food corporation, it's a real estate corporation. McDonald's makes most of its money off its real estate than off hamburgers and drinks and things. Yeah, it's quite nice. That's true. And that's how they make money, is the real estate. It's really an interesting business model. Most of their restaurants are owned by franchise, so they're owned by franchisees. And what they have to do, the franchisee has to pay the franchisor, meaning McDonald's, every month. And the price of the land is very expensive. At least the price of the land is charged at a very expensive rate. It's a very interesting thing that happened. If you've ever seen the movie The Founder, it's one of my favorite movies of the last 10 years, if not maybe my favorite. It basically tells you the structure of McDonald's. It was started in San Bernardino by the McDonald's brothers, and a milkshake machine salesman named Ray Kroc came in and basically strong-armed them into selling their, I don't want to say their shares, but their influence on the business. And basically what he said is he made franchisees sign a contract that said that it standardized everything, but it also said that you can only have McDonald's on the property that's owned by the McDonald's Corporation. And we're going to charge every month our franchisees an exorbitant amount to be a McDonald's franchise. There's a phrase that's used within the McDonald's Corporation that basically, if you are a franchisee of the business, you are the employee who never gets to go home. Meaning, you're always on call, you always have to take care of issues with employees, and it's almost, you'll make good money, but it's a lottery. Tell me anything you want to. I mean, that's not saying a lot. A lot of teachers in America don't make a lot of money. I mean, that's not saying a lot of teachers in America don't make a lot of money. But you also have to take into account, at least in America, teachers don't work 3 months out of the year. So they're only working 9 months. So it's not really a fair comparison. See, how'd you miss that shot? Take care, Hank. Don't be a stranger. It is for, not really. You work 9 months out of the year. It can't be. I mean, I'm not underappreciating what teachers have done. I've been a teacher. I can just tell you the schedule is different than your 8 to 5 job that you normally work. It can be much more stressful, and and I taught preschool through seniors in high school when I was a young man. Correct. And I really enjoyed it. The highest compliment any student ever gave me was, "You shouldn't be a teacher. You should be the boss of all the teachers." It was the best, nicest thing any student ever did. Essentially, that's what they were saying, but they were like in third grade, so they didn't really. Oh, it was so cute. It was so adorable. Well, that's why I didn't do it. I mean, I just did it. It was like during the recession, and we were just coming out of the recession, and I needed a position. And so for a year, I would work as a substitute teacher, and the students were wonderful. I really loved it. I was offered a position as a full-time employee, but it was not something that for which I had a passion. Meaning, I could go and teach and be a teacher full-time, but I'm very competitive, and very soon thereafter, I would want to win all the awards, and I eventually want to, become a principal and all the other things. And, um, that to me, and then superintendent, and that to me wasn't the track that I really wanted. I really got the enjoyment that I wanted out of being a teacher. It gave me a lot of appreciation for being a teacher, but I didn't have any of the pressure that goes along with being a full time. Okay. But no. I didn't teach for the money. I taught for the enjoyment of the money. So I would get enjoyment out of it. I mean, maybe I would, but like something like the population of the United States, 10% of people work in McDonald's, and I can tell you, I've hired hundreds of people at in organizations, and those who have worked within the McDonald's Corporation are some of the best employees I've ever hired. Even though I've never worked at McDonald's, I don't eat at McDonald's. I'm in the McDonald's subreddit because I like to learn about the corporation. I find it fascinating. It's part of America. Um, over the course of their life. And I can tell you, I've worked with, I don't know the statistic right now, but I'm just going to look. It's not as many, no, McDonald's is the first position for many young people in the United States. And it's a fascinating business case. I mean, I just have always been interested in it as a company. And what'd you say? Yeah, I mean, it depends where you eat. There are kosher McDonald's in Israel and in Argentina, and I really want them to open one in Los Angeles so I can try what kosher McDonald's tastes like. Um, I'm sure it varies, the quality varies in what country you're in, but yeah, for the most part, in the United States, it's not very. It's filled with a lot of preservatives and such. But I'd like to. I do my best not to. So, not mainly. I can tell you, sure that there are instances where something could have slipped in without my knowledge. I really think that's happened to everyone, but it's not like, yeah, I mean, like in those kinds of cases, kosher is an interesting thing. What some people consider to be kosher, what some Jews consider to be kosher, isn't kosher to other Jews. It all depends on the hechsher, which is the little label on it, and it depends. It can really get down to like your individual rabbi. You just ask your rabbi, is this something that we do within our community? And in some communities it is, in other communities it isn't. A big one, probably the biggest case of this, is Hebrew National hot dogs, which I don't eat. They're not considered kosher within most mainstream Orthodox communities. However, it would be incorrect for me to say that they're not kosher. They have a texture on them. It's triangle K. It is a reputable texture for many different other foods. It's really, it comes down to politics between like Conagra Foods, which manufactures Hebrew National, and the certain organizations that allow for the different textures. I would the answer that you're going to get is this kosher is ask your rabbi, and your rabbi generally has a list. I have a list of what is considered kosher. The main ones are Orthodox Union, which is like OU, which you see on a lot of things. Chicago Rabbinical Council. I have Rabbinical Council of California right here, like on this sriracha that I highlight. It just depends on what people consider to be kosher or not. I mean, like, it gets very political. And for the major things, like, there's no organization that it's called a Mustafa. They're not going to kosher, say, like shellfish, but some might kosher a type of cheese, and another one will not. I mean, like, that's a big one. Cheese. There's an argument to be made that at least in the United States, generally all cheese could be. There's an argument to be made that it's kosher, but most Jews, most of us will not eat those cheeses that do not have a texture. But there's an argument to be made. But then there are questionable textures. Like there might be, like there's an argument. Like some rabbi may say, I'm going to start my own koshering organization, and because it's not on the big list that you'll find within your shul or within your community, they will not consider that to be approved. But that might not necessarily mean that it's not kosher. It's just the community standards. So it becomes very political. I can tell you as well that things change. Like, for instance, Lay's potato chips. Lay's potato chips, like the yellow bag of Lay's, were koshered by a questionable organization, Triangle K. I don't necessarily consider that questionable because I know the story behind it, and I know that it just becomes very political. But, like, for instance, this Triangle K that you'll find on Hebrew National hot dogs, most Orthodox Jews did not eat that, but they were fine with eating it when it was on Lay's potato chips. That's how political we get. So, long story short, it depends what you consider as kosher. I can tell you that all the classes that I was in, we would have like little snacks, and many times it was an OU texture, many times it was a Triangle K texture, and those who use interchangeably or interchangeably, but there are some communities that might not consider the triangle pig to be as kosher as others. There's another one that comes into play when it comes to milk. So um, basically, without boring you, it comes down to uh, the process should be overseen by a Jew, and there are exceptions to this. The big one was made in the late 80s when the Food and Drug Administration started federalizing milk production. And then it was determined by one rabbi in particular, his name is Rabbi Rothschild, that all milk that was produced in the United States was considered kosher generally because it would have a federal group overseeing it, and the production of which would have some Jewish oversight. However, this has recently changed within the Trump administration because he got rid of many of those inspectors. So now there are all these questions: is regular milk that we find in the store kosher? Some say it is because it still has state inspectors. Other people are going to make the argument that it is, and it'll just take time, and eventually we'll get an overall sentiment, but it really comes down to it has to be. So that is our Kasha one. What would I tell a community when it comes to, let's say, milk? Well, we do have our own types of milk. It's Cola of Israel, and that's the kind of milk that I prefer. So if you want to be very strict, I would say to avoid regular milk production, if you want to stay as strict a form, as we call it, as possible. But do I think regular milk is necessarily trace, as we call it, non-kosher? No, I don't. It's a determination. But if I were having to give up a benefit here, I would say that to be on the safe side, to maintain Cola of Israel, which maintains Jewish inspectors within the facility. But these are questions that I have perhaps in the future, more so when I have a larger community. But for now, you guys get the point. So that's why I have my live streams. They're basically a recording of the oral history. Dude, what is that? All right, that's good. Make it. Yes, you did. Is it? It is homework, is that? Okay, well, I still want to say. All right, good job. How do you speak? Zoo. Are you going to go to the bathroom? All right. Is the island? You want to play? What is? All right. Well, just a moment.
The world. For them, that meant being more in step with pop culture around the world. And at the concert, some students got up to dance because that's what they knew you were supposed to do at a rock concert. And the security guards made them sit down. And for the students in Shanghai, this really symbolized what was, a feint toward openness that really didn't have follow through. We're going to give you rock concerts, but not let you dance. And so the protest went on for a little while in '86, and posters went up. The officials at universities said, "This is out of hand. We had chaos on the streets during the Cultural Revolution. We can't go back to that." And nobody wanted to go back to that. So there were posters I saw that said, "This is new red guardism." And the students didn't want to be associated with that. So it wound down pretty quickly. And they thought, we're not like the Red Guards. We don't want to make chaos. We also are not fervent loyalists of anybody in power. The Red Guards have been passionate about. Now,
Are we playing the island? Is it more than, can we all play, or is it just two people? Well, we don't have 7 people. Can you get other people in there? Can you play a private game? Right. So if I go, I see create a private game mode live, let's play the island. Did you send audience invitation? Well, after you. Dude, what are you doing? Dude, are you gonna invite audience? That's what I said. Okay, so why don't we stop playing the island because that game sucks, and we'll play golf again, and we'll see if you can beat me, or if I'm gonna spank you like I have in the last. Sucks. Dude, I didn't want to play the island. Waiting for players. There's strangers on a mysterious island. Even lost to survive. Can I invite people? No, this game's. Alright, go fish. That game sucks. At least we can play with people. Alright. Go fish. I want to talk to the people who run this app. I will tell them that they do a very good job, but they just need to open up some of their games to more than 2 people. Right. Go fish, 3 people, party, and 3. Alright, so you got your invitation ready? Alright, you're up. Choose a card. Another fish. Fish. Remember that time you got Are you there? Yeah. Yes. Yeah, you did. Thanks, big guy. I did. Go fish. Go fish. Hey, he is lying. Yeah, sure, yeah. It's garbage. Garbage, you know it. At 69. Big guy. Give it to me, baby. Whoa. What am I talking about? Come on. Dude, this game sucks so much more than golf. Golf is like chess. This game, checkers. That's great. Come on, dude. Come on. Oh, what's your brother? Oh. What's garbage? Oh, I don't have time. You gotta put in the middle. There we go. Maybe now. Who's high? Dude, that game sucks. Let's see if like these other games are more than 2 people. That one's not. Dude, I play bowling so much in my life. Favorite soccer? Bounce. Word box. Let's play word box. Play private game. 3 players. This will be fun. Okay, if you don't know how to play, you basically like use your finger to make words. Usually the words are like 2, 3, 4, 5 letters. You can go in any direction. And you're going to collect as many as possible. Dude, remember that time I sent you the invitation? There you go. I don't think you can make two of them. So, maybe. Thank you. Oh, it's a ventilation. That was good. I wish there was just a rematch. I don't know why you look through that. What'd you say? Okay. Wait for her. What's that? You join the game. Yeah, you can go diagonal. You can go backward, up, down, left. All right, take your time. to join the game when it's starting. So I'm focused on this. Slow sheet. I don't know. Did you smell correctly? Good, good, take care. It is fine. I need a little bit of break, so I'm going to turn this break
The analogy partly scared them, and also it meant that the government was really serious about dealing with them. So then in 1989, this protest restart, and there are a variety of reasons why they can't restart. The space for them, students are.
Welcome, Chum. How you living, kid? Dude, we don't live this close to this. How are you? Chum, how's your day going? Chum, how's your day going? We're watching podcast. Feel free to enjoy.
So thinking about doing something in 1989, it's a very resonant year, 200th anniversary of the French Revolution. People are thinking about that. But more importantly, it's the 70th anniversary of the biggest student movement in Chinese history, the May 4th movement of 1919. And the May 4th movement had helped lay the groundwork for the Chinese Communist Party. Some members, leading founders of it.
I need this body. If you want, I mean, we're going to watch this together whenever you have time. But if you can pay attention to what's going on, it's not always that exciting. By the end of these, you will be an expert in world history and international relations.
Student activist then. It was an anti-imperialist movement, but it was also
that as well. That as well. Absolutely. Lex Friedman is a AI. He has his doctorate in computer science. So yeah, probably should have said that. But he also talks about a lot of politics, but international relations, more history. But yeah, I can't find a podcast. I'm sure they're out there, but it's not like it's mainstream that talks about science as much as he does. So it's very science-based. This one is about the history of China, and it just started. It's episode 1, But we don't get into science very much. Then it gets into really cool things like chess and AI and futurism. It's fascinating.
Also, a movement against bad government. And so the students thought, the anniversary of that movement was always marked, commemorated in China. People took the history seriously. People were reminded of what students did in the past. And so there were a lot of reasons why people were itching to do something. And then a leader, Hu Yaobang, who was associated with the more kind of reformist, more liberalizing group within the Chinese Communist Party. He had been stripped of a very high office, demoted after partly taking a fairly light stance toward the 86, 87 protests. And so he was still a member of the government, but he was not as high up in power. He had been very high up. He had been sort of Deng Xiaoping's potential successor. And he dies unexpectedly. And there has to be a funeral for him because he dies still as an official. And the students take advantage of the opening of there having to be commemorations of his death. And they put up posters that basically say the wrong people are dying. Hu Yaobang was younger than some of the more conservative members. They said, so some people are dying too young, some people don't seem like they're ever going to die. And they begin these sorts of protests. This is in April of 89. And the government tries to sort of get the protests to stop quickly. They use the sort of same technique of they issue an editorial, People's Daily, that says this is creating chaos, which is a code term for take us back to the Cultural Revolution. And this time the students say, no, we're just trying to show our patriotism. We believe that there's too much corruption and nepotism. There's not enough support for the more liberalizing weight within the party, and so they keep up the protests. And there's a lot of frustration at this point. There are also economic frustrations at this point. The economy is improving because of the reforms, but it seems that people with good government connections are getting rich. And so there's a sense of unfairness. The students are also really frustrated by the kind of macro-managing of their private lives on campuses. So the protests at Tiananmen Square and in plazas all around the country and other cities as well become this mix of things. It's an anti-corruption movement. It's a call for more democracy movement. It's a call for more freedom of speech movement. But it's also a kind of has some counterculture elements that are like there are rock concerts on the square. The most popular rock musician, Sui Jian, comes to the square and is celebrated when he's there. There's a sense of kind of a variety of things rolled into one. And I brought up how it sort of gets conflated with the movements to overthrow communism in the Eastern Bloc. It was actually, in many ways, I think, more like something that happened in the Eastern Bloc 20 years earlier. It was more like Prague Spring and other 1968 protests in the Communist Bloc, which was about moving toward socialism with a human face, more like trying to get the parties in power to reform rather than necessarily doing away with it. So there was a kind of disjuncture. It happened at the same time as moves to end communism. But of course, so there was a possibility when all the protesters were on the square, it seemed that for a time that this might be seen as an acceptable kind of movement to just have a kind of course correction. But then there's also an internal struggle within the Communist Party leadership, and clearly the people who are more political conservatives, even if they believe in economic reform, are clearly getting the upper hand, and this is not going to be tolerated. And the students stay on the square when signals are given to try to get them out. Students from around the country are pouring into Beijing to join this movement. They don't want to end the movement when they've just arrived, so that's actually one thing that keeps it going is new participants are coming from the provinces. And even if some moderates want to leave the square, want to stay, and then workers start joining in the movement as well and form an independent labor union. And that really, the Chinese Communist Party, to a certain extent, they might put up with student protesters, but they know from past experience that sometimes student protests lead to members of other social classes joining them because they look up to students as sort of potential intellectual leaders of the country, and admiration for scholars is part of this. That people turn out when students protest, something very different from the American case, where there's a kind of often suspicion of student activists being necessarily on the same side as everybody else. But in China, there had been, from the history of the 20th century, a sense of students as potentially a vanguard. So once there are labor activists joining the movement, then troops are called in, and there's a massacre near Tiananmen Square on middle of the night, June 3rd and early June 4th, and the army just moves in and begins behaving much like an army of occupation, which is something the People's Liberation Army is supposed to be the one that saved China from foreign aggression, and they're acting like an invading force.
So this is where famously the tanks roll in.
The tanks roll in, and I think also we have that famous image of the man standing in front of the tank that's a banned image in China, and I really think the reason why it's considered so toxic by the regime is because it just shows the People's Liberation Army looking like an invading force, not like a stabilizing force.
Can we talk about that? Who's now called the Tank Man, the man that stood in front of the row of tanks. This was on June 5th in Tiananmen Square. What do we know about him? What do you think about him? The symbolism.
It's an amazing symbol. He's on this boulevard near the square with this long line of tanks, and it's unquestionably this act of incredible bravery. And there's some interesting things about it, some that are forgotten. One is that in the end, he climbs up on the tank, and the tank swerves. It doesn't run him over. And the Chinese Communist Party initially showed video of this and said, "Look, the Western press is talking about how vicious we were, but look at the restraint. Look at this. He wasn't mowed down." And they tried this whole story with Tiananmen initially of saying, "Look, the students were out of control. Everybody should remember what happened during the Cultural Revolution." And the army showed restraint, and there were a small number of soldiers who were actually burned alive in their tanks once the massacre began. People got outraged and they attacked the soldiers. But by selective use of footage, the Communist Party could say, "Look, actually, look at this, the heroes, the martyrs of these soldiers." And they tried for the first months after it to try to get this narrative to stick. They talk about Tiananmen a lot. They talk about these things. They show images of things. The problem with it is that lots and lots of people around Beijing had seen what happened and knew that, in fact, there had first been the firing on unarmed civilians with automatic weapons. And there have been many, many people, some students, but a lot of ordinary Beijing residents and workers who were just mown down. So lots of people knew somebody who had been killed. So that story just didn't work. And then I think the claim had to be made to try to suppress discussion of the event, and particularly to repress that visual imagery that was that image of the man from the line of tanks. Whatever the tanks did to him or not, the main takeaway from it would be this idea that there were lines of tanks in a city that was that the image was of the government as having lost the mandate to rule, and they really didn't want to have that image out there in the world.
Yeah, we're watching the video now. He's got what, like grocery bags in his hands? It's such a symbolic, "I've had enough." Like that kind of statement.
Yeah, and it's probably not a student. It's often described as a student, but he probably was a worker, and it is a powerful, powerful image of bravery. And I brought up the 1968 parallel for Central Europe. It was actually a very powerful photograph of a man bearing his chest in front of a tank in Bratislava during, I think it was Prague Spring. And that was a famous image of bravery against tanks. And in 1968, in Czechoslovakia, still Czechoslovakia. The tanks that rolled in were Soviet tanks sent down. And so, not that people would, but that was an image, what was so powerful in that was saying we're not going to put up with this invasion. Again, I think you have the People's Liberation Army looking like an invading force. And that's what the Chinese Communist Party, in a sense, can't deal with now. Even though sometimes they could tell a story about 1989, and they do tell a version of this, and some people believe this, I think, is that in 1989, China went one route of not having the Communist Party dramatically change or relinquish control, and the Soviet Union and the former Soviet states went another. And you could say, well, look, and after 1989, the Chinese economy boomed. Life got better for people in China. Life got really terrible for a lot of people in the former Soviet blocs. Maybe this was the right way to go. And you can make that kind of argument, but if you show the tanks and the man in front of the tanks, you just have a different kind of image of heroism.
It's one of my favorite photographs or snapshots ever taken, videos ever taken. So I apologize if we linger on it. Sometimes you don't understand the symbolic power of an image until afterwards. And perhaps that's what the Chinese government didn't quite understand. They lost information more, they mean more. So I have to ask, what do you think was going through that man's head? Was it a heroic statement? Was it a purely primal, guttural, like I've had enough?
It's so interesting to just speculate. I just don't know because he was never able to be interviewed afterwards. But I think your emphasis on patriotism is really important because one of the students' main demands was, then I think it might have been the thing that would have gotten them to leave the square, would have been to say, we want this to be acknowledged as a patriotic, that our goals are patriotic. We're not here to take China back into the Cultural Revolution. We're here to express our love for the country if it goes in the right way. So you mentioned about the power of the image, and I do think learned something has taken to heart the power of the image after that, because we saw this when there were protests in Hong Kong. The government on the mainland really wanted to tell a story there of crowds out of control, and initially there were 2014, and again initially in 2019 there were very orderly crowds, and it had trouble with that story. So they tried very hard to ban the protests until there were some incidents, as there almost always are, of violence by crowds. And then they would show those images over and over. They also worked very hard when Hong Kong protests began in the 2010s to try very hard to avoid any use of soldiers to repress them. It was all the police. And they tried very hard and managed to success because the Western press was often saying, will this be another Tiananmen? Will there be a massacre? Will there be soldiers on the streets? The movements in Hong Kong were suppressed without the use of shooting to kill on the streets. They were shooting to wound. There was beanbag shot. There were rubber bullets. There was enormous amounts of tear gas. There's even tear gas let fly inside subway stations in 2019. And all these things are really brutalizing, but they don't make the kind of images that sear in the mind the way something like the Tiananmen tank man image or the image of a Vietnamese woman being burned by napalm, young woman that became another of the iconic images during the Vietnam War. Those images really can have an extraordinary power. And I think the Chinese Communist Party is now aware of that. There are no really gripping, there are very few photographs allowed of the Xinjiang extra legal detention camps. There are very little photo. There is an awareness of how much power a photograph of a certain type can have.
So nobody knows what happened to the tank man.
No.
What do you think happened to the tank man?
I assume he was killed. I assume he was just disappeared. It's interesting because very often figures are made an example of in one way or another. I mean, Liu Xiaobo was imprisoned and not allowed to get medical care, so you can talk about him having died earlier than he should have. But there's been relatively few of for political crimes recently sentencing to death and things like that. It's much more just remove them, prison them. But the Tank Man, there was never a trial. There was never even a trial that was one that you knew what the result would be, which there was for Rothschild and others. Not even a hidden trial, but simply disappeared. And there's been somebody who's like another figure like this who's disappeared. A couple of years ago in Beijing, there was a lone man who put up a banner on a bridge, Sitong Bridge in Beijing, and it was extraordinary. It had denunciations of direction Xi Jinping was taking the country, denunciation of COVID policies, but also of dictatorial rule. And the banner somehow he managed to have it up and get it long enough to be filmed and to draw attention, and the film to circulate. Again, another image of the power of images. And he's disappeared. There hasn't been a show trial or even a secret trial. And again, we don't know if he's still alive. But these are cases where I think the Chinese Communist Party really doesn't want a competing story out there. They don't want somebody to be able to answer what he was thinking.
How much censorship is there in modern day China by the Chinese government?
So, there's a lot of censorship. One of my favorite books about Chinese censorship, Margaret Roberts, where she talks about there are 3 different ways that government can control the stories. And she says there's fear, which is this kind of direct censorship thing, like banning things. But there's also friction. She says she has 3 F's: fear, friction, and flooding. She says they're all important. I think this is true not just in China, but in other settings too. So what friction means is you just make it harder for people to get answers or get information that you don't want them to get. Even though you know that some people will get it, you just make it the easiest way, the first answer you'll get from the search. So a lot of tech savvy or globally minded tapped in Chinese people will use a VPN to jump over the firewall. But it's work. The internet moves slower. You have to keep updating the VPN. So you just create friction so that, some people will find this out. And then flooding. You just fill the airwaves and the media with versions of the stories that you want the people to read. So all those kind of exist in operation. And I think the fear is the easiest side of what's going on. So I'm always interested in things that you would expect to be censored that aren't censored. You can read all sorts of things in China about totalitarian. You can read Hannah Arendt's book on totalitarianism, which would be the kind of thing you're not supposed to be able to read that in a somewhat totalitarian state or a dictatorial state kind of thing. But it's not specifically about China. And so censorship is most restrictive when it's things that are actually about China. Things about leaders of the Chinese Communist Party, there's intense kind of censorship of that. And certain events in that way. But a sort of like something through allegory, something through imagining a place that looks a lot like Communist Party ruled state so that people are going to read it. Were things that were banned throughout up until the very last period of Gorbachev's rule. Things banned in the Soviet Union that are available in Chinese bookstores. You could buy 1984 in a Chinese bookstore. Been able to since 1985. You could buy, again, it's not about China. And actually for some people within China in the mid-1980s, where they focused on the part of 1984 that's like the 2 minutes of hate, these rituals of denunciation of people. For some people in China, it seemed like it was about their past, not about their present. And then by the 90s, 1984 is a very bleak culture of scarcity, a place where people just aren't having fun. And so you could read, some people would read 1984 and say, look, this is the world we're living in. It's a big brother state. But others said, well, that has some similarities to us, but he wasn't talking about a country like ours. Look, we've got supermarkets, we've got McDonald's. I mean, this is not, we got fast trains. We're living so much better in some ways than our grandparents did. This isn't like that bleak world it was imagining.
Yeah, you've actually spoken about and described China as more akin to the dystopian world, the Brave New World, the 1984. Which is really interesting to think about. I think about that a lot. Recently, we read, over the past couple of years, we read Brave New World a couple of times, and also 1984. It does seem that the 21st century might be more defined to a degree in its dystopian, any of the nations are, by Brave New World than by 1984.
There are mixed elements. I think there are moments when it can seem more one than the other, and there can be parts of the same country that seem more one than the other. I think, and if we just think about control through distraction and playing to your sense of pleasure, and one thing that people forget sometimes or don't know is that Aldous Huxley, who wrote Brave New World, taught Eric Blair, who became George Orwell when he was a student at Eton, and they were sort of rivals. And in fact, in 1949, Orwell sent his former teacher a copy of 1984 and said, "Look, I've written this." Basically, it's kind of almost a little edible, like, "I've written this book that displaces yours." He didn't say that. He just said, "I want you to have this." But he criticized Brave New World in reviews as like not having imagined a world of capitalism run wild like before realizing the kind of totalitarian threats of the middle of the 20th century. But Huxley wrote Orwell a letter in October of 1949, same month the Communist Party took control in China. Not that he mentions China. They just said, it's a great book and everything, but I think the dictators in the future will find less arduous ways to keep control over the population. Basically saying more like what was in my book than yours.
I have to say, I think Huxley might be really onto something there. Truly a visionary. Although to give points to Orwell, I do think, as far as just a philosophical work of fiction, 1984 is a better book. Because Brave New World does not quite construct the philosophical message thoroughly. Because 1984 contains many very clearly, very poetically defined elements of a totalitarian regime.
Oh, and the dissection of language is so amazing. No, I think you've got a point there, and I went back and reread Brave New World. It's fascinating, but it's very messy.
Yeah,
I think there's a clarity to Orwell's 1984. There's a clarity to Margaret Atwood's The Handmaid's Tale. Similarly, the construction of the elements, and she was a big fan of both 1984 and Brave New World. So they're just the way they go forward. But there was a kind of, it's not exactly a sequel, but Huxley did write something called Brave New World Revisited.
yes, he did.
In the 50s. And he kind of said, actually, it seems, and he mentions China there. He says that in Mao's China, they're kind of combining the two things in this. And I'm really fascinated by that because they published in China, on the Chinese mainland. It was published in Taiwan and Hong Kong too. It's called the Dystopian Trilogy. And it's a box set where Zemiatin's Lee, who inspired both Orwell and Huxley to some extent. That's one book. And then there's Animal Farm in 1984. It's the second book. And then the third volume is Huxley's Brave New World and Brave New World Revisited. And it was published in complex characters. You could buy it in Hong Kong. But I compared it to the book you can buy on the mainland. And it's all the same, except the parts in Brave New World Revisited that refer to China are scalpeled out. And this, I think, shows the subtlety of the censorship system. You could buy these books and you could read about them, but the parts that really show you how to connect the dots, that's taken out. And I do think the Brave New World side of things, I think with China, I was feeling it was definitely moving more toward Brave New World, except Tibet and Xinjiang being more the crude boot on the face 1984 style of control. But then during the COVID lockdowns, when people were being so intensely monitored and controlled, even places like Shanghai, that had seemed much more the Brave New World kind of style, had their Orwellian moment. So you have it now. I think it's, there are more 1984, more Brave New World parts of the country, and there are also more Brave New World, more 1984 moments.
I see why it could give a sense after you thoroughly internalized fear that you have complete freedom of speech. Just don't mention the government. So you can talk about totalitarianism, you can talk about the darkest aspects of human nature, just don't. You can even talk about the government in a sort of metaphorical, like poetic way that's not directly linkable. But the moment you mention the government, it's like a dumb keyword search.
And I think it's like one of these really good examples of how China's distinctive, but it's not unique. You have other settings where you have these like no-go zones that you learn. And one example is in Singapore. There was this. So National University of Singapore has a world-class history department, but no Singapore historian. Nobody who focuses on the history of Singapore, because it's incredibly wide-ranging what you can do, analyze. But when you're actually talking about the family that's been most powerful in Singapore, then it gets to be touching. In Thailand, which I've been working on recently, you have this lèse majesté laws that make it very, very dangerous to say certain kinds of things about the king. And so in all of these settings, you have to figure out ways to work around it. There's a way in which you can say at the foreign correspondence clubs in different parts of Asia, you can have an event that's about the country won over, that you can say basically anything you want, but when it gets to the things in the place where you are, you're stuck. I should give credit for that insight. Shivani Matani, who's co-wrote a very good book on Hong Kong Among the Brave, she was talking about that in Singapore, at the Foreign Correspondence Club, you could have an event on Hong Kong that could say all kinds of things that you couldn't say at the Hong Kong Foreign Correspondence Club. But at the same time, when I saw her in Singapore, she said there was a Singapore refugee, a political refugee in Hong Kong, who was giving a talk at the Hong Kong Foreign Correspondence Club, saying kinds of things that he couldn't say in Singapore. And in Thailand, I gave a talk at the Foreign Correspondence Club, and then I went to hear a talk there because I was just curious about what the culture in this Foreign Correspondence Club. And there was somebody talking about human rights abuses in different parts of Southeast Asia, saying things very directly, and then said, and there are things going on in Thailand that we're not going to talk about. And there was this kind of, self-censorship can be a very powerful thing.
One of the things I learned about all of this, which is interesting, I want to learn more, is about the human psychology, the ability of the individual mind to compartmentalize things. It does seem like you can not live in a state of fear as long as you don't mention a particular topic. My intuition would be, about the human mind, if there's anything you're afraid of talking about, that fear will permeate through everything else. You would not be able to do great science, great exploration, and that idea, I think, underpins the whole idea of freedom of speech. Why you don't want, in the United States, you don't want to censor any even dangerous speech, because that will permeate everything else. You won't be able to have great scientists, you won't be able to have great journalists, you won't be able to have, I don't know, and I'm obviously biased towards America, and I think we do need to have that full-on freedom of speech. But this is an interesting case study, and that's actually something we speak about, that Mao, if you were alive today and visiting China, would be quite surprised. You give the Nanjing bookstores an example. Can you just speak to this? If Mao visited China, let's go with that thought experiment. What would he recognize? What would he be surprised by?
So I wrote about imagining a revilified Mao, going and pondering this really cool Nanjing bookstore in the early 2000s, and just being amazed at what you could read there. What books were for sale, and I thought about how he'd be like, what's what's going on? You know, is the Communist Party not in control? I mean, he talked about how art and politics needed to, in some ways, go together. We've got all these kind of things. He'd also would have been shocked by all these books about like how to start your own cafe and bar and sort of celebrating entrepreneurship, how to get into Harvard. It's like, you know, all of these things just wouldn't compute from this time. Although I said it would actually maybe make him nostalgia for the time of his youth, 1910s. He was a participant in the May 4th movement, which was a time of reading all over the world, looking for the best ideas circulating. So you might say, well, the teenage me would have really loved this. So some of the coolest bookstores, the things that I just was amazed could exist in the early 2000s. So you can still read, you can still buy copies of 1984, you can still get some of these other things. But that was a time when more and more of those things were being translated fresh. I'm not sure you get permission to translate some of those things now. There's more of a sense of caution. And when some of those bookstores would also then hold events that would talk about the kinds of ideas that then take them to the next level and talk about the applicability to the situation in China, some of those bookstores have closed or have had to become kind of really shadows of what they were. And one of the best ones, not the one I wrote about in Nanjing, but a similar one, Shanghai one, which was literally an underground bookstore. It was in a metro station. And it had really freewheeling discussions of liberal ideas in the early 2000s and early 2010s. But then it just got less and less space to operate under Xi Jinping when things started narrowing. And it then had to close in Shanghai. And it's just been reopened in DC as JF Books. And it's becoming this really interesting cultural hub. And I'm really delighted. It's where I'm going to hold the launch for my next book when it comes out in June. This book on the Milk Tea Alliance about struggles for change across East and Southeast Asia, including in places that are worried about the kind of rising influence of Beijing. And it seems just perfect to be holding it in the kind of place that can't exist in Shanghai. So places like that, they stopped being able to exist on the mainland, then they could still exist in Hong Kong. But now in Hong Kong, one of the coolest bookstores has had to close up. It just didn't feel like it could continue operating and type control there. And it's reopened in upstate New York. So you have this phenomenon of bookstores. There's also a few bookstores called the Nowhere Bookstore that opened in Chiang Mai and Taipei and The Hague, and everyone is maybe is going to open it, of course, open in Japan too. My sometime collaborator, Amy Hopkins, who covers China for The Guardian, wrote a great piece late last year about this overseas bookstore phenomenon, sort of carrying on the conversations that people thought they might be able to have in China and then couldn't, and imagine someday being able to hold in China.
So first of all, boy, do I love America. And second of all, it makes me really sad because there's a very large number of incredible people in China, incredible minds. And maybe I'm romantic about this, but books is a catalyst for it, brilliant minds to flourish. And without that,
So I guess maybe it's a good time to mention something that I do think about, and sometimes people will think because of censorship that there's an idea of sort of brainwashing within China population control. And I periodically will get students from the mainland, and I have a lot of students from the mainland in my classes. I teach Chinese history, and I feel like, okay, now I'm contradicting the version of the past that it's been drumbeat into them. But I'll still get students who are incredible free thinkers who have come through that system, and it just doesn't hold, or there are limits to it. And this is kind of, I mean, some of them are people who just got curious by something, and it is a porous system. Even, it's more porous than in North Korea, things like that. So there are, even if there's that like fear, friction, and flooding, which Roberts talks about, that ends up keeping lots of people on the same page as the government, there's still people who take the time to go over to the firewall or get intrigued, or they see an image sent by a friend of theirs on social media, we'll share them something you know, on WeChat that it doesn't get picked up by the censors, but they look at it carefully and they say, "Oh, well, wait a minute, that contradicts what the government's official line is." So there's still ways in which creativity and freedom of thinking persists.
Well, that's really beautiful to hear. I mean, fundamentally, the human spirit is curious and wants to understand. And it's some, especially the young people, as you mentioned, are suspicious of authority in the best kind of way. And so they're always asking kinds of questions. But we always have the child, the young person inside us, always asking, like, that maybe I'm being lied to in all these kinds of ways. But still, it's sad because there is, if you're not deliberately doing that, if there's not a spark of possibility that comes before you as just a regular citizen of China, you might never really ask. Maybe there's a whole different perspective on world history. To be fair, I think the United States is often guilty of this very United States-centric view of history. It's similar with Europe. Europe has a very Europe sense of history. I often enjoy talking to people from different backgrounds, from different parts of the world, and talking to them about World War II. Because it's clear that the emphasis, you've read certain chapters of this story a lot of times and not the other chapters of the story. The Western Front in Europe and the Eastern Front in Europe, and then Japan and China's role in World War II and the history around that before and after World War II of China is not often talked about in the United States. And I'm sure, if I could venture a guess, that the opposite is true in China. I certainly know the opposite was true in the Soviet Union, and even in Europe that directly experienced France, Great Britain, Germany, Italy. They all have very different ways of speaking and thinking and reading about World War II. The same goes across all of history and all of culture. So, yes, it's always good to sort of question the mainstream narrative in your country. And with the outside, it's just harder to do in China, based on technological, based on all the reasons you mentioned. If I can, I just want to give a shout out. Thank you. I'll look at her work, Margaret Roberts. The fear, the friction, the flooding, her ideas. I can already tell there's a lot of brilliance here. Fear, this is the most traditional form involving overt threats and punishments for accessing and sharing sensitive information. However, Roberts finds that fear-based censorship is used selectively, mainly targeting high-profile individuals such as journalists or activists. The average citizen, the risk of punishment is relatively low, and fear alone is not the main deterrent. She goes on to describe the friction and the flooding. The friction is attacks on information access. And flooding is less visible than fear or friction, but is a powerful tool for shaping the information environment. Flooding what scares me more and more. Flooding what is the great new world.
Yeah, it is. I think it's the whole kind of the world of short attention spans and social media. I have this all works and Chinese Communist Party leaders. I brought up Singapore and Deng Xiaoping as the leaders were looking at that. They're looking at there are all kinds of things that it both going to Singapore can sometimes make you feel like you're in this futuristic setting in terms of a lot of things that eventually came to other parts of the world that would be tried out there. And I think the seductiveness is that some of these things are really, they both add to convenience at the same time they strip away. They're collecting information about you, which can be also something that can make your life easier. At the same time, it's stripping you away of, we talked about the siloing of information and targeting of ads and targeting of news. And so two things come to mind to mention. One is Christina Larson, a very bright journalist, a friend of mine, who's now working on other things, but was working in China. She wrote about this in MIT Technology Review. She said you need to think about China as having the best as well as the worst internet experience. And you think about it with, you think of the worst is easy. The Great Firewall, you try to search for what happened. You search for the tank man, you won't get it. You search for information about Dalai Lama, and you get all these lies about him. Search for things about Xinjiang, and it makes it seem like it's a place where people are happy rather than massive extra legal detention camps and where your life can be ruined by things you have no control over. But she said, like, on other ways, when it comes to like consumer playing to your pleasures and things, it's really advanced. A lot of things that then come out of place are tried out there and in massive numbers. And I remember around the time that I read that, I was in Shanghai and somebody was explaining it to me. They were talking about like going out to eat. Like I said, oh, got such and such. And I said, oh, that's like Yelp. I said, well, yeah, but Yelp just tells you the overall rating for a restaurant over time. You've got one that can tell you which part of the restaurant you want to sit in because there's a waiter that's in a really bad mood and people have posted enough information to do this, or what the best dish there is in the last week. Forget about these sort of slow, and you had a lot of things that were like, okay, you're smart city and controlled. You can learn things about ease of movement, and Singapore had some of these things tested too. You had way before you go into an underground parking lot now in the U.S. and you find out whether there are any empty spaces on a floor. That was something that was years before in Singapore, and you use money less often there because you had a kind of transponder that would automatically pay for your parking and things. And it was something that can be very seductive. So the other line besides best of both internet I always liked is William Gibson, who wrote one of the other important dystopian novels of Present Neuromancer. He wrote a rare, nonfiction piece about Singapore where he referred to it as Disneyland with the death penalty. And, there are times when I shouldn't live, but it's a powerful, he's not welcome in Singapore. But he talked about how when he wanted to try to, he went to Japan a lot in the 1980s, at the time when Japan was a place where you sort of got a sense of what the future might hold. So the dark side of this, the surveillance state at its worst, which you see in Xinjiang places. And there, again, it may seem like I'm just obsessed with science fiction. And there it really is Minority Report. It's this kind of like, you do certain kinds of behaviors, and we're seeing this other places too. We're seeing versions of it in the U.S. as well, where it's like, oh, we can tell from a pattern that you're the kind of person who might do X. And so in Xinjiang, when they were starting to round people up, there's this great book by a Uyghur poet. He talks about how people were just starting to disappear off the streets, and they were being accused of being radicalized, of being potential terrorists. And the cues could be something like somebody giving up smoking or not drinking alcohol, because that was seen as something that sometimes went along with becoming more devoted to Islam and more devoted to something, a particular version of it. So he talked about how a group of the poets, when they would writers, when they get together, they would, whether or not any of them drank, they would make sure there was a bottle of alcohol on their table, because it was simply a way of trying to stay ahead of this system of looking for these kind of clues. So you really have this dark side of Xinjiang is this example, and Tibet also with incredible tight control. And there's more of that kind of push on personal life in other parts of China as well. But I think the question of whether we give up too much and who can abuse what we do give up is something that is being asked in the United States now about big tech companies, as well as it's asked about governments, but it's also asked about big tech and what kind of the trade-off. But I hadn't thought about it until this conversation, which I can tell is why people find it stimulating to have these extended conversations, because you have set lines, but then you kind of, the conversation goes in a different way. So what I used to always say about China after 1989 was the Chinese Communist Party wanted to stay in power, and they realized the Soviet Union, Soviet bloc was falling apart. They knew that one reason why people, this is like the simple way, one way I think you have to understand why communism fell in Eastern Europe was partly about ideals and thirst for freedom, but also people knew that East Germans knew that West Germans were having more fun and getting better stuff. And when some East Berliners got over the wall, one of the first places they went to was this department store to see if the images of better food and more choices were available there. And it was true. And I think this isn't as human as the desire. So one of the things that the Chinese Communist Party, they never articulated this way, but how can we try to get to a stage where we don't have things like Tiananmen again? Well, what if we try to make a deal with people and give them more choices in their daily life? We'll give them better stuff. We'll give them more choices at the store. We'll give them more choices about what to read too, because we'll give them more choices of consumer goods and intellectuals. Consumer goods they want are to watch the movie, books that other people like them around the world are reading. So we'll give them choices. We won't open the floodgate completely, but we'll give them more choices, but not give them more choices of the ballot box or politics. And this was the new social compact. Allow us to keep ruling, and we'll make sure that you're living better than the last generation in terms of choices and in terms of material goods. Now, one of the things that's happening now is the Chinese Communist Party, the economy isn't booming the way it was before. The sort of sense of clearly we're living better materially than the generation before. It's not as easy an argument to make when you have slower growth rates and things like that. But the Communist Party makes different kinds of arguments now about the rest of the world is in chaos and they're stable. But the thing that I now am going to think about differently is the argument was we'll give you more choices and you'll have more of a private life, more of this. But now, the period we are globally, now there's a new kind of suspicion about the degree of any kind of private choices. I mean, there was an idea that the post-Tiananmen generation was promised to have a little bit more space away from the prying eyes of the state. And now, globally, we worry about the prying eyes of whether it's the state or whether it's tech companies. It's a different moment. What does it mean to say you have more choices?
It's almost like it tuned out. One of 1984 was Brave New World. At first, they turned up Brave New World, more choices, and now they're turning up keeping the choices, but turning up the 1984 with more surveillance. So the choices you make have to be more public. Do you have a sense that the thing we've been talking about, the increase in censorship, does that predate Xi Jinping? Is Xi Jinping a part of that increase in censorship? Like, what is that dynamic? What role does Xi Jinping play in what China has gone through over the past, let's say, a decade and a half?
That's a really great question. I was actually just writing a review of 2 books. One is called The Xi Jinping Effect, which was just a bunch of scholars, academic volumes, sort of looking at, take this topic and that topic, how much is Xi Jinping as a person really affected? And they come up with all kinds of answers. But there's a book I really like. Emily Fang of NPR has a book out called That Only Red Flowers Bloom. And what she talked about the changes in China as she was covering it from the mid-2010s on was, and I think this really is Xi Jinping's, one of his imprimaturs on the country, is there's a narrowing of spaces available for variations, ways of being Chinese within the country. And this goes against the grain of a pattern in the sort of post-Tiananmen period, allowing more space for sort of civil society, but also allowing sort of way Muslims felt that they didn't have to choose between their Muslim identity and their Chinese identity. There's more and more of a kind of, we see this in Xi Jinping becoming impatient with Hong Kong, where there was a way of which, okay, this is a city that's part of PRC that really operates very differently. He seems to be uncomfortable with difference, I guess, he's not alone in strongman in this way, of sort of wanting to impose a kind of singular vision, what Chinese identity means, what loyalty to the status quo means, and so there's been a kind of tightening of controls over all the borders. And even one thing she reported on was Mongolia, Inner Mongolia. And it's been seen as an unproblematic kind of frontier area, and who cares if there was some revival of Mongolian language, but under Xi there's been a less patience with those kinds of difference. There's been more resurgence of patriarchy, all kinds of things have happened. But how much is it just him, or how much is it also a kind of mood or group within the party? Some of these trends, I think, began before he took power in late 2012. I think really my own feeling going to China fairly often from the mid-1990s to about 2018 was that until 2008, the year of the Olympics, each trip it would feel like, oh, there's just more space, there's more breathing room for, it's not becoming a liberal democracy, but I would notice things that felt like, I'm surprised that happens, that people felt less worried about what they were saying, what they were doing, that kind of trend line up to about 2008. But from the Olympics and then the financial crisis after that, the Chinese Communist Party felt, I guess, more, it's still insecure, but it felt cockier in some ways. And you had, like, okay, maybe we can start asserting more control over things. So I think that's been stronger under Xi Jinping's time in power. And Xi was already the designated successor by 2008. He was in charge of security for the Olympics, and the Olympics was supposed to be a moment, possibly, of more opening up, because Seoul hosted the Olympics, South Korea became a less tightly controlled right-wing dictatorship and moved toward democracy. Some people were hoping the Olympics might move China that way, and it went quite the opposite.
You mentioned that we don't know the degree to which this change has to do with Xi Jinping or the party apparatus. And that question, going back to Confucius of hierarchy and how does the power within this very strict one-party state work? What can we say? What do we know about the structure of this Communist Party apparatus? How much internal power struggle is there? How much power does Xi Jinping actually have? Is there any insight we have into the system?
So James Palmer, who worked in Beijing as a journalist and now is an editor of foreign policy, wrote a report piece a few years ago about just we should really be straight about what a black box of the Chinese elite politics are, and really not try to pretend we know what we do. We used to have more of a sense of these kind of ideological factions, but also partly about different views of how much tinkering there should be in the economy, things like that. And they were also partly based on personalities and personal ties. But we did have a sense, you could sort of map out these kinds of rival power bases and things. And we just have much less of a sense of that under Xi Jinping. It's very hard to know, other than this sort of small group around him, how it works. We don't have a major defector who says, yeah, this is how Xi Jinping. We have Xi Jinping's self-presentation and a lot of things that are then said about him. There were some false expectations about him that some people thought, oh, he's going to be a reformer because his father was a liberalizing figure. It doesn't work that way. He does seem to care about orderliness. He does seem to care about certain things. He wants to present himself as a kind of scholarly figure in touch with China's deep past. We know he's a strong nationalist and a kind of cultural nationalist as well as political nationalist. But beyond that, we don't have that much of a sense of what makes him tick. We get little hints. And there's a secret speech where he talked about that he talked about how the Soviet Union had collapsed because the leadership didn't pay enough attention to ideology. And he also said that none of them were manly enough to keep control. So I imagine if he and Putin never have a kind of heart-to-heart conversation, it's one thing they find to agree on is this sort of distaste for Gorbachev. This feeling that Gorbachev was the wrong way to do things.
Not manly enough.
Yeah, and two, not strong enough about, really keeping control. And, for Putin, it would be that it led to the Soviet Union, to the loss of an empire. But for Xi Jinping, there is a bit of being haunted by what happened to the Soviet Union. And I'm not going to be the leader who sees the diminishment of this landmass that was, in a sense, rebuilt over time for Mao, Deng Xiaoping. You have the story, a very powerful story about the Chinese Communist Party makes a lot out of. But the Chiang Kai-shek, the Nationalist Party, who was Mao's great rival, also made a lot out of. And it has a partial basis in fact, was that in the middle of the 19th century, the middle of the 20th century, China, which had been a strong force in the world, got bullied and nibbled away at by foreign powers. And it's important to realize there are elements of that story that are very true. And the answer they have is that under my watch, that's not going to happen. And the reason why my party deserves to rule is because it can reassert China's place in the world. And both the Nationalist Party and the Communist Party predicated themselves on this kind of nationalistic story of being in a position to prevent that from happening.
This is a bit of a tricky question, but is it safe for journalists, for folks who write excellent books about the topic, to travel to China?
I think there are all kinds of different things about safety or not. I think until recently, at least, the people who were most vulnerable were people of Chinese descent, people originally from China who had gone abroad, or even people who were Chinese Americans who went there. There was a higher sort of expectation that they should be. So you had early cases. My friend Melissa Chan was an early person kicked out when she was working for Al Jazeera and reporting on Xinjiang. So that's one kind of person who is vulnerable because of this expectation that they should be somehow more growth. Another kind of person who was vulnerable, or in this case, more likely to be blocked from China, the Communist Party is particularly concerned about people from outside of China who are amplifying the voices of people within China who are exiles from China, who the government would like to silence. So the Dalai Lama, you had scholars who worked on Tibet, had connections with the Dalai Lama, where early people had trouble going to the PRC. Then scholars who worked on Xinjiang were connected to Uyghurs. But there also were people who were sort of personally connected to dissidents or exiles who would amplify their voices and translate their work, would promote them. That then it wasn't about necessarily danger if you got in China, but you were more likely to be denied a visa if you were the kind of person who was doing that. So I wrote critical op-eds about the Chinese Communist Party. I published them in some high-profile places. I've written a lot about Tiananmen, about human rights issues, all that, and I kept getting visas to go to China. I testified to a congressional executive joint committee in China about the Tiananmen protests on the 25th anniversary of it, and some people said, oh, that's the kind of thing that would lead to you not getting a visa. I got a visa right after that. Now I think it might be different. Now some of these expectations have been changed. There have been people who've been very surprisingly gotten in trouble. These two Canadians who were clearly was a kind of tit for tat, partly because of tech mavens relative being held in Canada, so it was kind of there. It was also not making a fight with Americans, but there were certain kinds of things that you could map out what was the riskiest thing to do. And so I went in the 2010s, having written, forcefully about Tiananmen, and I didn't feel dangerous. I mean, I felt there was an awareness in some cases of what it, if I was giving a public talk, there was awareness of what it was. There was sometimes you didn't want to get your host who had brought you to a university in trouble by saying something that would get them in trouble. I think it was often that you were more vulnerable if you were within China or you were connected to a place. For me, it's been confusing these last few years. I wrote one piece about this that I'm not going to any part of the PRC for the time being. But I always thought that Hong Kong was a place that would be free to go, even if the things got difficult. I would get a visa for the mainland, you get a visa for Hong Kong. But with Hong Kong, with the mainland, I had kept a kind of distance from the dissidents that I was writing about. With Hong Kong, I felt that these rules kind of didn't apply, and I was more connected to them, more friends with some of them. And then with this crackdown that's come on Hong Kong, and there are exiles from Hong Kong who have bounties on their heads. And so now I feel that, it's not necessarily that anything would happen to me if I went to Hong Kong, but I feel like it would be very closely watched. And so I wouldn't want to meet with some of my friends there who aren't this high profile. So I don't want to go to a place where I would feel that I was toxic in some way.
Right. One, you're walking on eggshells, and two, you get others in trouble. That kind of dynamic is bumping in there. So it's fascinating that Hong Kong is now part of that calculus. So I've gotten the chance to speak to much more leaders. Do you think it's possible that I would be able to do an interview with Xi Jinping?
If you do, I would be very pleased, because I could watch that interview and get some insights about Xi, which have been very hard to get. I mean, they're really difficult. There have been very few discussions. He doesn't give press conferences. There's a variety of things, and this is different from some of his predecessors. Jiang Zemin famously was interviewed by Barbara Walters, asked about Tiananmen, and he tried to make out that it wasn't a big deal. There were a variety of things, but he had relatively spontaneous conversation. I was going to say, he's the only Chinese leader I've met, but I met him before he was a major leader. He was the party secretary or mayor of Shanghai. It matters to the party secretary is the more important role. But anyway, he just met with a group of foreign scholars who were going over to Shanghai in '88 for a conference on Shanghai history. And just to show you the limits of anybody who thinks they can predict what's going on in Chinese politics. Predictability is just very hard in general in the world. But I think the consensus among us, and these were some of the most knowledgeable foreign scholars on China, was this was somebody who really had probably topped out, because he was meeting with us. He must not be heading anywhere up. And then after Tiananmen, he becomes the top leader in China. But he had a kind of, you could pick things out from being in a room. He liked to kind of show off his kind of cosmopolitanism. Xi Jinping gives these speeches about all the foreign authors he likes, has read, but it's all very kind of scripted, at least in his own head too. It's very carefully done to present a sort of image of himself. But we really don't get many senses of what he's like in unguarded moments or has them. Sometimes we get the illusion of them, like there was an image of him and Obama in their shirt sleeves at the Sunnylands meeting. And the photo would show them walking and talking. There's no translator in the image, and so how are they talking? What language are they using? How is this? Or is it just a kind of? There are exchanges with leaders, and Trump will say they're friends, or these kinds of things, or there's a language of Xi Jinping can talk about somebody or some country being a friend, but we don't have a sense of these kind of the what makes him tick as a person. So maybe you should ask him about Ernest Hemingway and see if he really gets excited about it, because in the kind of generic things he talks about, you can feel taking things off. Oh yes, I'm glad to be in England, the country of Shakespeare, or this, and he goes off and he said things. But Hemingway, there's some sense that he has some special feeling, which fits in with some of the macho scientists that would be interesting. He doesn't mention Orwell as one of his favorite British authors. He says he likes Victor Hugo a lot. And that became a little tricky because
Feel free to watch
the
it.
New people say Les Miserables became one of the really protest
If you want to talk to me, join my
How do you get
Discord.
it?
It's discord.me/Rabbi. If you
Actually,
come there, I'll be able to hear you
Victor
better.
Hugo is a rare Western author who's had a pretty steadily positive image in China, even under periods of criticism of, like all Western authors, problematic, because Victor Hugo famously wrote a statement denouncing the European destruction of the old summer palace in Beijing in the 1860s, the end of the Second Opium War. He said, how can we claim to be civilized when we've destroyed one of the great creations of civilization? So that kind of made him a kind of long-term friend to the Chinese nation. Mark Twain has had a pretty good reputation because he was a critic of American imperialism. So, but anyway, I think if you do get to talk to Xi Jinping, talk to him about Ernest Hemingway and Victor Hugo, and I'll be curious to see if those were the ones who were addressing.
One of the things, and it's a strange thing that I've become aware of, having spoken with world leaders, I'm distinctly aware that there's a real possibility that the black box you mentioned, that the Communist Party of China will listen to the words I'm saying now. And so I have to wonder how much that affects my possible tourist-like trip to China. Because there's a difference between sort of an influencer that does fun things, plays video games, and goes over to China, and somebody that actually covers China to some degree, whether critical or supportive or nuanced or any kind of way, in the full spectrum of ideas you can have about China, including Chinese history, whether that's going to be seen carefully, analyzed carefully, and have repercussions when you travel. And because of the black box nature, and because it's, for me personally, it's a culture that's very different than anything I'm familiar with, it makes me a bit nervous.
It's certainly gotten harder for journalists to operate in China. There was a way in which now journalists will look back to the early 2000s, and it was really quite extraordinary what they could do. Well, you have a lot of listeners. I mean, I think there isn't that tight a watching of what an academic writes about the Chinese Communist Party, but there are certain things that clearly are kind of tightly policed, and one is discussions of the private life of Chinese leaders and their families, and issues of kind of really following money trails for corruption and things like that. So there was the case of the Hong Kong booksellers who were kidnapped, and one of them is still in a Chinese prison. He would be a good example is Wei Minhai, the kind of person who was vulnerable. He was born in China. He was actually he is a Swedish citizen, and he was spirited out of Thailand into the mainland. And the reason why he was on the radar of the Communist Party was because the publishing house in Hong Kong that he was connected to was publishing works about the top tier of the Chinese Communist Party and contradicting the kind of vision of them as a certain kind of moral exemplars. And that's different from writing things about China has a bad human rights record or something like that in ways like I did. These were books that were exposés, some of them kind of gossipy and lightly sourced, some of them much more serious, but they were about something that the Communist Party leadership wants to make a no-go zone. And I thought sometimes that Xi Jinping seems to have lèse-majesté envy. I don't think it's kind of general criticisms of the Chinese Communist Party as a authoritarian structure or a place that doesn't deserve to rule in kind of very general terms. I don't think that's something that they then take up at the border and say, no, we can't let that person in, because people are let in. it's not rational. It's not a rational process. There are people who've been denied visas. It seems pretty inexplicable. There are things that now I think the rules are changing very quickly all over the world. All kinds of what's safe to say or do.
Well, either way, I do know that the Communist Party and likely Xi Jinping himself watched my conversation with Prime Minister Modi. They responded to it, and I do hope, and I will definitely go to China, and I hope to talk to Xi Jinping. It's a fascinating, historic, ancient culture, and is the major player on the world stage in the 21st century. And it would be fascinating to understand the mind of the leader of that great superpower. Speaking of leaders, what do we understand about the relationship between Xi Jinping and our current president of the United States, Donald Trump? Is there really a human connection, something approximating a friendship as is spoken about, or is it just purely realpolitik maneuvering, world leaders playing a game of chess, or is it a bit of both?
There's a degree to which I think there's some confusion about a couple things. One is when there's a sense that Trump is sort of uniquely tough on the Chinese Communist Party. He has periodically said things about praising Xi Jinping as a leader, even sort of praising Xi Jinping's strength and things. So I think in some ways, for the personality cult of Xi Jinping, some of this is kind of useful because the story that the Chinese Communist Party, they need to tell a story about why they deserve to keep ruling. And one of their stories is that because the world is a dangerous place and there's not at all enough respect for China. So when there's very tough talk about China coming out of the White House, that's useful. And then the other part is about Xi Jinping being just the right person to have at the helm. And when there's discussion, when there's praise for him, then his show toughness, that also works well. So I think the argument among at least some China specialists is to say the Chinese Communist Party likes predictability, and Xi Jinping seems to like predictability in particular. And Donald Trump clearly isn't a predictable figure. So there might be a way in which this is unsettling. But I think the other part of it is the Chinese Communist Party wants, under Xi Jinping wants to gain more allies around the world, to be seen with more respect around the world. And at the moment, he's in a position where he can present himself as an orderly, thoughtful, gradualist figure. In some ways, I think, as much as there is tension between the two capitals, there's a way that things are going in a way that benefits Xi Jinping and can see. But that doesn't explain what their personal relationship is, how they actually see each other when they're together.
And whether that matters or is part of the calculus at all, because after all, they are leaders of superpowers. I think for Trump, it matters. Personal relationships matter. But of course, we see a lot. We know a lot about Donald Trump. We know a lot about the White House. And actually, let me just say as a tangent, whatever you think about this particular White House, one of the things I really like is that every single member of the cabinet is willing to talk for many hours every single week, talk about what they think, how they see the world, explain Donald Trump's approach. You know, it doesn't matter if you disagree with what they're saying, if you say they're dishonest, if you're misrepresenting, but there's a lot of information. That's something we don't have in China. And as a fan of history, for me, and as a fan of sort of deep political analysis of the world, it makes me sad because it's a very asymmetrical amount of information. But anyway, let me, if I can, lay out this particular complexity we're in now with this trade war between US and China. Now, you're not an economist. In fact, so you think deeply about history of peoples and history of China. You think about culture. You think about protests and movements and so on. And there's some degree to which this trade war is less about the economics. Now that layer is also very important when we discuss it. But there's also a deeply cultural standoff almost happening here, which would be interesting. So in April, as people know, Trump escalated a trade war with China using tariffs, raising them on Chinese imports to 145%. Xi Jinping then responded by raising tariffs on U.S. goods to 125% and suspending exports of certain rare earth minerals and magnets to the U.S. The government also indicated it would limit the import of Hollywood films and restricting certain American companies from operating in China. Now, after that, Xi Jinping broke silence on April 11th and again on April 14th, and since, basically saying that China is not backing down and positioned himself and China as the most responsible superpower that promotes, as you were saying, the promotion of the reasonable multilateral global trading framework and a stable global supply chain. He said, quote, for over 70 years, China's progress has been built on self-reliance and hard work, never on handouts from others, and it remains unafraid of any unjust oppression. Also, he said, there are no winners in a trade war, and going against the world will only lead to self-isolation. This was all said as part of a tour of Southeast Asia, and he was calling on China and the European Union to defend international rules, opposing the quote unilateral bully. At the same time, I saw that China is escalating internal propaganda, including, interestingly, it would be nice to talk to you about it, the use of the Mao Zedong 1953 speech during the Korean War, where he says, we will never yield. My question is, with this standoff, who do you think will blink first? Where does this go?
So I think one persistent, there's a lot to unpack there for the historian too. I mean, I think that the reference to being bullied by a flower is something that comes up periodically and plays to this kind of notion of 100 years of national humiliation that's been talked about by generations now of Chinese leaders. To talk about that period from the 1840s to the 1940s, there were a group of foreign powers who were involved in bullying China in one way or another, and you can selectively pick one or another. So there is a way in which this can be, and Xi Jinping gives that kind of speech in Southeast Asia. He's speaking to a place where there is knowledge of times of the past when the United States was aggressive force there. It's also a part of the world where there have been times when China has been. So there is a way of positioning vis-a-vis other parts of the world that is crucial part of this. But I guess, circling around it, but there's a tendency in discussions of U.S.-China relations to think about it in terms of a bilateral discussion or dispute. Even though, time and again, we realize that places other than the United States are key variables in these things. So the U.S. and China being at odds in the Mao era, what changed things dramatically for that wasn't so much even a change in, yes, Nixon was the one who went to China, but what made it possible for Nixon to go to China was that the Sino-Soviet split happened. That actually it was tensions between China and the Soviet Union that altered equations for the United States and China. And I happened to be in China in 1999 when NATO bombs hit the Chinese embassy in Belgrade and 3 Chinese citizens died. And there was tremendous discontent about that, anger about that within China. And there were some rare protests that the government allowed to happen, but students were worked up about it. And there were protests outside the American embassy and the British embassy. And that happened, and then in 2001 there was a spy plane incident that happened, and so there was a lot of discussion that the next decade was going to see U.S.-China tensions being the major force in the world. 9/11 happened. It was a dramatic reset for the trajectory that the U.S. and China were on, which is these are two totally different things, the Sino-Soviet split and 9/11. But in both cases, no matter how careful you were at parsing what was likely to be the next 5 years for U.S.-China relations, get dramatically changed by something that happened that wasn't the U.S.-China. And in the current situation of the trade war, I know that it would be very important that China can try to increase sales of consumer products to Europe. This is something that Europe's view about the United States is changing right now. These are all kinds of variables that are outside of simply Washington and Beijing as being the two factors. And sometimes Beijing can't control what's happening outside, and sometimes Washington can. And so I guess this is simply saying that when you're watching and you're trying to keep the eye on the ball, it matters a lot what India's relationship to China and the United States is. So all of these are happening there. So I think that's it, that it's both tremendously important what's going on between China and the United States, but it's important to remember that they're not the only players in this dynamic.
Also, on top of this, how much cultural will is there to sort of not surrender to bullying? How much of that is there? Like you said, the century of humiliation, both for Xi Jinping and the Chinese populace, that willingness to go through some short-term pain to not be humiliated.
The story that's been intensively told about the past is something that provides the possibility for this to matter a lot. That is something that's just so it's so much a part of the legitimating story of the Chinese Communist Party. And then you have to look at, are there things that are happening that aid the Chinese Communist Party's story? So the rise of what can seem like or is anti-Chinese sentiment within the United States can feed that propaganda story. And so certainly, during COVID, there was a way that if you're the Chinese Communist Party and you're saying we get a disproportionate amount of blame for whatever happens in the world, then if there were things you could point to, the foreign media or from foreign governments, then that helps you. So I think, there is a setup here where certainly for Xi Jinping, I think the desire to not be seen weak is crucial.
Sometimes I wonder how much of these leaders operate on pure ego, because politically and on a human level, they don't want to come off as losers in a standoff, versus coming to a economic win-win for both nations. And I worry that there is a real pride here, that the century of humiliation has deeply saturated the populace, the Communist Party, this idea where they're just not going to back down. And that, I think, will cause tremendous pain in the short term for the United States, I think for China and the world, because it completely transforms the supply chain of everything. There is a global nature, there's a multilateral nature for all the economic partnerships that formed throughout the 21st century. And this kind of protectionist, nationalistic kind of ideology goes in the face of all of that. And it's going to create a huge amount of pain for regular Americans. But also I worry that this increases, not decreases, the chance of a global war or conflict of different kinds. Do you see a hopeful possibility for resolution or de-escalation?
It's a hard time to figure out what you can to sort of hopeful angles. I mean, I guess what's hard to even balance these things out. So one of the things that I've thought about when you talk about rising chances of war, that often Taiwan comes to mind with China. And one of the things that I've thought of is that for Xi Jinping, that military action against Taiwan would be increased by a sense of desperation, a sense of using popularity, or a sense of not having a good story to tell about why he and the party deserves to lead. So then there's a kind of way of playing to the national sentiments of some part of the population. So then, in a sense, it's hopeful that I think in some ways right now Xi Jinping is not looking desperate in the eyes of the world. You know, he can, if he can focus on potentially being seen more positively in other parts of the world by seeming like a kind of force for stability, seen as somebody who's supporting rather than challenging some elements of the global order, that might lessen the chances of a rash action toward Taiwan that would be a kind of desperation.
The complicated thing here is that if he gives in, he can come off as the responsible person who cares about the world, or he can come off weak. If he doesn't give in, and even escalates the tariffs, I think he said no more escalation on the China front, then he comes off strong, but also the equally unreasonable person who doesn't care about the world, who only cares about his own ego and maybe some aspect of the Communist Party maintaining power. Because just like with Tiananmen Square and the tank man, you don't know once you make the decision how the world will read that decision, what kind of things will become viral memes about the telling of that story. And of course, in part, I think Donald Trump's reach is much wider because he's constantly out there. And I think there's a more reserved, less messaging out of Beijing. So it's a really chaotic environment in which to make strong decisions. But since you brought it up, we'll talk about Hong Kong. Let's talk about Taiwan, and maybe there's some parallels there. Given Xi Jinping's emphasis on the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation and the unification of Taiwan being a crucial part of his vision for China, what do you think are the chances, and how willing is he to use force to force him to gain control over Taiwan in the coming years?
I'll frame it in a way that I think does lead into talking about Hong Kong, because I think these are connected issues. In 1984, when the year, not the book this time, that's when a deal was struck basically between London and Beijing on what would happen to Hong Kong. So Hong Kong Island became a British colony at the end of the First Opium War, the 1840s, and then Kowloon Peninsula near there became a British colony in 1860 after the Second Opium War. But then there was a large amount of territory of what we now think of as Hong Kong, called the New Territories, that came under British control in 1898, but was not a colony. It was a 99-year lease. So 1997 was this kind of expiration date for the lease of this large amount of territory of what we in the Kowloon depend on for energy, water, food. So it would be very hard to just transfer those parts to the beach or to China. So a deal needed to be struck of what would happen in 1997. And the deal was about transferring sovereignty of all of Hong Kong, all these parts, to the People's Republic of China. And I carefully say transfer sovereignty, not give it back to the People's Republic of China. It never belonged to the People's Republic of China. It was part of the Qing Empire, which was a different country, a different state. Anyway, but this needed to be transferred. And the deal that was struck was that the London side wanted to do something to protect what was going to happen to people there. And remember, this is not what usually happens to colonies. colonies usually go from being part of an empire to being some degree of self-governance. And because of that, the Chinese representative at the UN insisted that Hong Kong was not a colony and Macau was not a colony, because then they would have to be decolonized. But so anyway, there was an understanding that something would have to happen in 1997, and London wanted some protection for the people in Hong Kong. They knew were living in a very different way, that people lived under Communist Party rule, there was a different kind of rule of law. There wasn't democracy, but there was some degree of input in governance. The colonial authority and the most powerful person in Hong Kong was appointed by London. After 1997, the most powerful person would probably have to be somebody that worked with Beijing. But in this negotiation, something was come up with called One Country, Two Systems. And Hong Kong would become part of the People's Republic of China in diplomatic terms, wouldn't have its own military, but it would have its own system for 50 years, was the idea, from 1997 until 2047. There was a tension from the beginning over what that other system, what was going to be the part that was to be separate. And clearly everybody agreed we need to have a different economic system. It had capitalism, so people agreed on that. But there was tension from the start of, well, what about legal, what about cultural and other things? And things were written into this deal, which would be over time, Hong Kong people would govern Hong Kong. But Beijing thought they would govern Hong Kong, but it would be a Hong Kong person who Beijing had played role in choosing. The reason why Taiwan is relevant to all this is in 1984, as they were discussing this, the Chinese Communist Party said, and we'll come up with this arrangement, and people in Taiwan should pay attention to it, because it could provide a model for what could happen with them being absorbed into the People's Republic of China. So the idea was, Beijing said, hey, people in Taiwan, watch what happens to Hong Kong after 1997 and think about it as a model for what could happen with you. Saying, like, watch how smoothly it will go. Over time, Hong Kong started saying, well, wait, Beijing keeps sort of chipping away at these things that make us separate. And especially after 2008. There were reasons why Beijing went especially light on Hong Kong early, after 1997. Beijing wanted to join WTO, they wanted to host the Olympics, a big move against Hong Kong then could have endangered those things. Also, at that point, the PRC was heavily dependent on economics in Hong Kong, on the economy. Also, just something, because I'm a university person, in 1997, when Hong Kong became part of the People's Republic of China, Hong Kong universities were the only universities in the PRC that were considered totally world-class. Hong Kong University and Chinese University of Hong Kong were highly rated institutions. At that point, Peking University, Beida, and Tsinghua were not yet considered world-class institutions because they didn't have the kind of economic freedom and humanities that was, at that point, needed to be highly rated. Over time, that difference started to go away because global ratings of universities stopped caring as much about academic freedom and things like that, and Beijing universities surpassed Hong Kong. So by the 2010s, when you started to have these protests in Hong Kong, pushing back against what was called mainlandization and sort of way down, Hong Kong protesters in 2014 put up a banner at the time when Beijing was holding the line against Hong Kong people wanted to have real elections to choose the chief executive rather than a kind of one where there were elections that only people who Beijing approved of basically could run. Hong Kong activists put up a banner saying, hey, Taiwan, look at Hong Kong. Taiwan, beware. Hong Kong's today could be Taiwan's tomorrow. So basically spinning the one country, two systems argument and saying, yeah, Taiwan, you should watch what happens. So one way to think of Chinese leaders since Mao is that Mao and those after him wanted to make China bigger territorially than it had been, to try to reclaim that. Under Mao, Tibet, which had been not part of China, became part of the People's Republic of China. Mao offered something a little bit like one country, two systems to it. Isabel Hilton, who writes wonderfully about Tibet, has talked about the parallels with the Hong Kong system. And some Hong Kong activists saw parallels as well. Tibet was supposed to go its own way as part of the People's Republic of China in the 1950s, and then by 1959, the center got restless, tried to interfere more. Local people pushed back against it. And a workable, what seemed like it might work out somehow against all odds, explodes. The Dalai Lama goes back. So the Dalai Lama, who before that had thought maybe he and Mao could work together, that didn't work. Hong Kong, the new version of the experiment happens. It becomes clear in the 2010s that it's not really workable, that the center is less patient, needs Hong Kong less. The Hong Kong people feel it's more of a sort of now or never period to push back. You could say that Deng Xiaoping oversaw the deal that got Hong Kong and Macau to become part of the People's Republic of China. He could point to that, even though he died right before during 1997. But he had achieved that kind of deal. Xi Jinping could argue he finished the deal of making Hong Kong fully part of the People's Republic of China, doing away with this degree of difference. And you could say that that's a stepping stone toward Taiwan. Or you could say that the South China Sea islands build up might be enough for him to put his stamp on, having been the kind of leader who expanded Beijing's reach. He probably wants both. I mean, he probably, to the extent, he would like Taiwan to become part of the People's Republic of China, which it has never been. But the hope was it could happen through a kind of more gradual absorption and people in Taiwan be willing to think of that. And yet, in part because of what's happened to places like Hong Kong, there's a stronger sense of Taiwan identity now than there was at an earlier point. And less parties that are more willing to try to negotiate some kind of tighter connection with PRC are often doing badly in elections there because of this move.
2047 is 50 years from the 1997 handover that we're talking about with Hong Kong. On top of that, 2049 is 100 years for Mao taking power. It feels like at that moment, trying to take Taiwan, because it does seem that there's a kind of value for history in China, and they take these days very seriously. On the other hand, as you have studied, there is some tensions and displeasure and protests, some of the biggest in human history in Hong Kong. And so I put all of that together, and so many possible trajectories of human history can happen here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm particularly interested in youth movements. One of the things about, I think, generation is such an important factor. And people know that generation is important, but sometimes people think that, if you divide people up into economic groups, you divide people up into racial or ethnic groups, that somehow is more tangible. But I think with things like the Hong Kong protests, that there was a process of what was seen as mainlandization, of Beijing just moving to make the things that were really distinctive about Hong Kong less distinctive, minimizing the differences. And this process sped up dramatically after the 2019 protests. And there was just partly with the distraction of COVID and the distraction of the world, there was this imposition of this national security law that basically did away with the differences. And you had some people in the city of an older generation saying, like, why couldn't they have just been more patient? Why did these protests force the hand of the people in power? But I think that age has a lot to do with it, that if there was this kind of gradual erosion, if there was going to be this process of doing away with the things that made Hong Kong really special, that people loved passionately about it, including this sort of freer press or just freer associational life and things like that. If you were 17 in 2019, and people were saying by 2047 it'll all be gone, or maybe it'll even be gone in 10 years. Then you're talking about living most of your life in a Hong Kong that isn't the Hong Kong you really love. Whereas if you were 80, you were like, why not be paid? Why can't be Asian? And people in between had all kinds of things. This is one thing that leads to, often kind of logically, there's a rationality toward younger people being more militant about certain kinds of things. I think we see the same thing with climate change, with climate activism. You're talking about whatever projection is of when things are going to get worse, further down. The younger you are, the more of your life is going to live in that scenario. There's a logic for more of that kind of impatience. There's also a sense of frustration with an older generation not having done enough to sort of resolve issues. These are things with Hong Kong, with Thailand, the place that I've been working on lately. One of the slogans in 2020, when there was a push for democracy, was "Let it end with this generation," which again expressed this kind of sense of gradual solutions are fine, but we're carrying more of a burden of what we have to be able to do. So in the 2019, also the protests, I mean, some of the things that were being chipped away at by Beijing. In 2012, there was an effort to impose mainland-style patriotic education. It seemed like, well, who cares how civics is taught? But actually, that has a lot to do with the larger kind of political story. And the protesters that year, young people stood up and actually got the government to blink. The local authorities backed down on that, bringing in mainland-style education. In 2014, the protest was to try to get full voting rights for the chief executive. The government didn't blink on that. That was something where they held the line. It was big, colorful, exciting protests, but in the end, it had a dead end. 2019 had even bigger protests, and at first it seems like surprising what the issue was. The issue was an extradition law that would have people potentially who committed crimes in Hong Kong being tried for them if the mainland wanted them on the mainland. Now they're really different court systems. Hong Kong never had democracy under the British, but it did have a stronger rule of law and more independent courts that sometimes decided things that went the other way than what the government wanted. And the mainland doesn't have that kind of court system. 98, 99% conviction rate. In Hong Kong, if you're put on trial, if you're arrested even before 2020, if you're arrested even under a kind of politically related charge, you're out on bail and giving interviews with the press. On the mainland, that doesn't happen. So I think in 2019, having lost the battle over voting, this idea that, okay, we've really got to take a last stand to defend the rule of law and a kind of degree of separation of powers. That doesn't sound like a clearly obvious thing for slogans, but it is something that I think we've realized in this country and in other countries as well, is something that can really be definitive about where things are going politically.
Well, I should also say, I mean, it's more dramatic than it sounds with this tradition because it gives power to mainland China to imprison sort of political activists and then try them in a very different way. So it's not just even a different system, it gives another lever and a powerful one to punish people that speak against China.
And, I mentioned the Hong Kong booksellers who were spirited over the border, and one of them was still in prison for having published things in Hong Kong. But it was supposed to be okay to publish in Hong Kong, but not on the mainland, and yet they ended up being dangerous. So yeah, there was a clear sense that if they didn't protest then, would they be able to protest later?
So this was one of maybe the biggest protests in history.
Percentage-wise, because the reason why I kind of make that claim, because there were 1 million to 2 million people in the biggest protests. And this is a 7.5 million people. So if you think about what that means, it's just enormous. I mean, yeah, there were some very daring protests around that period, the Hong Kong ones. And the year after that, there were protests in other places, but protests in Belarus, where again there was very, it was taking big risks. But if people have a feeling that it's a kind of last moment. So yeah, these were giant, and the protests kept growing, and I think they kept growing in part, and this happens. Why protests grow? It's always hard to figure out. But in the case of Tiananmen and the case of Hong Kong, 2019, if people feel that the sort of protesters have the moral high ground in one way or another, but tipped it that way in Hong Kong, I think, was really that the police were using really strong-arm methods, and the government was never apologizing or never saying we need to investigate that. And I think what really kept the protest going was they became a referendum on the right to protest itself. And what I think the government hoped, or what Beijing certainly hoped, was that some of the protesters would start doing militant actions, violent actions that would alienate the populace from the protests. And the protesters did do some of those things, but they tended to attack. The violence was often against property. And when there were occasionally violence against people within the movement would apologize or try to distance themselves from that. Meanwhile, the government was never apologizing or distancing itself from the police. And that created a dynamic where you had these enormous numbers of people who were previously on the fence about things turning up with these protests and leading to them being giant. Even people, and this was a city that sometimes had the misunderstood reputation as being one where people didn't care that much about politics. They just focused on living a good life. But there was a sense that they wouldn't have that possibility if you had a police. And the police used to be really highly respected in Hong Kong, but it lost that.
Maybe you could speak to some of the dynamics of this. First of all, you were there in the early days, as I understand. How does a protest of this scale explode as it did? And it starts with small groups, students, the youth. Like, maybe you can speak to in general from all the studying of youth protests. How does maybe anger, maybe ideological optimism, maybe the desire for revolution or for better times amongst a small group of students, how does that become a movement? And how does that become a gigantic protest?
So protests were one of the things that some of the most impressive books I've been reading about other places have been emphasizing, is that protests are often preceded by other protests that may seem like dead ends, but actually provide people with the kind of skills and scripts, repertoires to then carry out things on a larger scale after that. So you often we get captivated by a moment that seems to come out of nowhere, but it often doesn't. The ground has been laid it can be by an earlier generation passes on the stories about it, or it can be just a few years before. And sometimes a new generation will say, look at what they did, that was exciting, but we want to put our mark on things by a generation. So there were these 1986 protests that sort of fizzled out that helped lay the groundwork for the 1989 ones. In Hong Kong, there were the 2012 and 2014 ones that laid the groundwork for 2019. Some of the times it was the same activists out on the streets again, but sometimes it was a younger generation that, yeah, okay, but that failed, so what can we do differently? And we see this in cases in the US, we see it around the world, of this kind of the percolating of things that happen, sometimes in conversations that continue, that happen. And sometimes, failures can seem like dead ends, but over a long period of time, we see them as succeeding. And it can seem irrational. It can seem irrational to try to do something after the last 3 times people have tried to do it have failed. But then occasionally, history shows that the 3rd time or the 5th time or the 20th time actually does succeed. There's enough countervailing. In Eastern Europe, you would say, like in 1956, there was a rising. was crushed. In '68, the Revival was crushed. Poland, 1981, martial law imposed. In 1989, what were East German protesters thinking when they poured out onto the streets? And then it happened. But this time it wasn't. So I think there's a way in which social movements are fundamentally unpredictable. And there are just times when, against all seeming odds, something that seemed like it would be there forever just no longer is.
And that's the case you made for when the odds seem impossible. It's still worthwhile.
It doesn't mean that it will work. It doesn't mean it will work, but I think history has enough examples of things that you thought. I mean, this is, it explains why certain figures are so inspirational for generations of activists that, people read. There's a reason why people talk about Václav Havel. Whereas if Václav Havel had died in 1988, people would have said, "Oh, maybe he was a great writer, but his political project he didn't live to see come." But then he lives to 89 and becomes, against all expectations. So Rebecca Solnit, she's got a new book, "No Straight Road Takes You There: Essays for Uneven Terrain," and she's talking about taking a longer view of some struggles that achieve things that people might have imagined that they had run into dead ends. And she's talking about keeping your eye on the gains that happen, even incrementally, and the ways in which the need to take a longer term perspective on some of these things. And I think it's a strange thing because there's also often an impatience in movement kind of immediate results. But as a historian looking at situations like I mentioned from Eastern Europe and Central Europe, but Taiwan was a right-wing dictatorship under sort of a version of martial law for decades. And at each stage, it would seem that people struggling to change it were on a quixotic, impossible kind of mission. Or South Korea was in a similar situation. And then in the late 1980s, you start to have those things unravel. And it's partly because of a kind of steady resistance. It's partly because something in the world changes. But there's often a combination of those things. So I'm interested in that whole, we know that what happened in Hong Kong in the short run didn't work. And I don't see a way in which the national security law is reversed or anything like that. But that doesn't mean that it was a completely impossible effort, even though we know the result in that case was to have this failure.
So the protests are generally worthwhile. I mean, they do give, as I look at the description of the migratory routes ideas take, they do seed ideas in the minds of people, and they live with those ideas, and they share those ideas, they deliberate through those ideas. They might travel to different places in the world, and then those ideas return and rise up again and again and again. There's two parts of the world that I think are fascinating and unpredictable. So one is Iran, which the trajectory that place takes might have a completely transformative effect on the Middle East. And then the other one is China, where the protests, whether it's in Taiwan or Hong Kong, or maybe other influential parts of China, those ideas percolating up and up again might have a completely transformative effect on the world.
So maybe this is another case where, the Chinese Communist Party, leaders of the Chinese Communist Party, they do know about history, they care about history. And one history they know is the Chinese Communist Party was almost destroyed in 1927. I mean, it was, if you were taking odds on what are the chances that this ragtag sort of group that's being pursued by Chiang Kai-shek to try to determine it, and yet over time they somehow managed to ride it out and eventually come to power. There's an awareness of the ways in which the seemingly impossible can happen. It doesn't mean it will. I mean, this is why I think, it's, and one of the really kind of tragic or heartrending things is you can have situations in which movements that seem to be pursuing an impossible end result, they achieve that result. And then after another period, the country goes into another really difficult period, or it seems that the successes are being rolled back. And my new Milk Tea Alliance book that I just read, dedicated to two people who've lived through a variety of these things. One is a Burmese activist who was involved in a failed uprising in 1988. He then was in exile. He didn't know whether he could ever see his brothers who he loves back in Burma. And then something magical kind of changed. And in the 2010s, it seemed that there was a kind of democratization. It turned out to be a false dawn. He was able to go back. And now he's again, when there's been a coup, a crackdown, he's now again cut off. And at one point, I was asking him about how he feels about this when he's still trying to sort of raise awareness globally about what's happening in Myanmar. He said, I feel helpless but not hopeless. I think, how does somebody maintain hope in that? And the other person I dedicated to, Mithas Rashti, is a Hungarian friend of mine who was an activist before '89 and saw this amazing thing happen with communism, the Communist Party rule ending. He was part of the process that came, and he was friends with Havel, and Havel, Poland's changing, and all of this is a great moment, but ends up being a critic of Orban and following a tightening of control, of rolling back of many of the things that were victorious then. But this kind of the no straight road, that actually there's something about it can be disquieting when these unexpected things are blows to where you thought this direction history was going. But history shows you that history doesn't have a direction. There isn't a straight road.
Yeah, and there's, the idealism of youth can lead to things like the Russian Revolution, and then you get Stalin with Holodomor and the purges and all of that entailed. So a successful protest and a successful revolution might have unintended consequences that far overshadow whatever ideals and dreams you had fighting for the working class, whatever it was in that particular case. That can cause immeasurable suffering. So there is no direction to history. There's just some lessons we pick up along the way. We try to, hopefully, help humanity flourish. We barely know what we're doing, and now we're nuclear weapons.
And some of it is also, though, sometimes the people who I find really admirable, it's not about trying to create totalistic change, but they focus on trying to do what they can for the things they believe in within constrained circumstances. And in Thailand, they've sort of hit a roadblock now again over kind of trying to bring about electoral change. Party that did really well was then disqualified. And the actors I know are focusing on local efforts to improve the neighborhood, to keep a neighborhood from suffering from a kind of unthinking gentrification. They're thinking small. They're thinking sometimes about just what can we do to improve the life of people within certain, how can we contribute to the kinds of social groups that might make some kind of incremental improvement to being the kind of world that we want to live in. People do that in all kinds of ways.
What kind of parallels can we draw to Taiwan and Hong Kong? What do you think the people of Taiwan are thinking, looking at Hong Kong?
Well, I think the way that things developed in Hong Kong have undermined the kind of trust in any kind of story coming out of Beijing that there's a place within sort of Xi Jinping's version, at least the People's Republic of China, for a place where people live very different kinds of lives. And I think a lot of people in Taiwan feel they're living a very different kind of life on the mainland. So in that way, I think Hong Kong was an important example that way. And there were connections between, there was a Taiwan protest in 2014 before the big protest in Hong Kong by people who were, people who felt the government then was moving too much toward working together with Beijing. So they've been interconnected stories. And I think we sometimes miss how people within a region are looking at what other people in the region are doing and are taking clues from them about sort of how to agitate for the things they care about, what the risks are, the dangers are. The autocrats within different parts of the region are looking at each other too.
In part because there's a great dependence in the United States on TSMC, and in that way Taiwan for different supply chains for electronics, for semiconductors, for a lot of our economy. There's been a lot of nervousness about Taiwan. What are the chances that there is some brewing military conflict over this question of Taiwan in the coming decades, and how can we avoid it?
So it's one of these really worrisome issues that there isn't an easy. I think experts who tell you they know what X, Y, and Z about this is are deluding themselves from it. There's so many variables.
Maybe you could just elaborate possible clues we have.
So with talking to people in Taiwan and from Taiwan, there are a couple things that are here. One is that daily life in Taiwan is not people waking up each morning, living their life based on the fact that there's been such a perilous kind of predicament. That life goes on, and a lot of people feel very, very fortunate to be in Taiwan. There are many reasons why it seems like a great place to live in many ways. So even though this is but at the same time, there is an awareness of things that increase precariousness. And there was a lot of concern with the invasion of Ukraine and watching how the response to that was. And there was a sense of it being analogous. There was a sense that Xi Jinping would be watching the response to Putin and seeing what he would do then. And so then there was a sense of relief, I think, when there was as unified a Western, NATO, including the United States response. And then there's a concern, about the Trump presidency because of Ukraine. At the same time, there are mixed signals. So people are, I'm sure there are people there who are both saying Trump is going to be tough toward the Chinese Communist Party, and others are going to say, but if he's not as supportive of Ukraine, what is that more defensive? So they're not the same situations, but all people have, in a sense, sometimes with unknowable situations, is to look at things that have any degree of parallel connections in other places.
Do you think Xi Jinping knows what he's going to do in the next 5-10 years in Taiwan? Or is it really, there's a loose historical notion that Taiwan should be part of China with Xi Jinping and the Communist Party? Believe that?
That loose idea was accepted. Chiang Kai-shek and Mao both thought that these two places were part of somehow destined to be the same. It was just under that period, Chiang Kai-shek thought, how long until I take over the mainland and it all becomes the Republic of China? This is not now something that any leader in Taiwan is believing. There is a degree to which that remains a kind of sense within the Chinese Communist Party leadership as a eventuality. I don't think there's a set plan. In part because I think it is also dependent on what the kind of costs in various realms would be of doing that. I think it still does. I think it's still one scenario would be possibly a sense of becoming strong enough to not have to worry about consequences. I think another, I still think to some extent more, would be a sense of weakness or precarity of maintaining power domestically and needing to do something to distract.
And another complexity about this is it's not always so clear, the line between no conflict and conflict. So there's a lot of gray zone tactics of nonviolent pressure that China could exude. So it could do non-military violence. You could then escalate that to non-violent military intimidation. And all of this has consequences for the United States because there's a messaging thing going on here. And then, of course, that could then go to a full-on do-as-you're-told actions that come at a high risk of a hot military conflict. Basically, just don't do military violence, but just full-on pressure, ordering Taiwan to do things. And there, it's like the only way to respond is with violence. You're completely trapped. You say no, you have to say no with a military force behind it, and then what you do. And at every step in this, it's such an unstable, non-linear dynamical system where anything could just, unintended consequences can happen, and it can just escalate in a matter of days, not hours. And so, like, this is where I think it's really important to find mechanisms, tactics, and strategies for de-escalation. Which is why this trade war that's happening, one of the nice things of being so connected by trade is it creates a disincentive for any of this kind of posturing. Because I do agree with you, I think you will start, as these things often do, as a kind of military sort of early steps posturing in order to maintain power internally. So that's China will just create military conflict of different kinds in order to distract. But then how does that escalate?
As if all that wasn't complicated enough, Taiwan isn't just one place or one island. There are islands that are closer to mainland Japan, and there are degrees of integration. Anyway, so it's a. But your comment about integration of trade and sort of being a check on kind of there's a Chinese writer who fascinating guy, Han, who was a race car driver, a filmmaker, a bad boy novelist. Anyway, in his heyday, he was an interesting kind of blogger who was testing the edges of things. And he had this blog post where he was talking about this was in the early 2000s. He was talking about how China was building the massive Three Gorges Dam project, and he said some people are saying building these dams, it would be so easy for the Americans to just bomb them and destroy our country because it would be a massive flood. And he said that's really silly. That's a really silly argument because Americans know that downriver from there, what would be flooded out was the place where their iPhones are from. And they want their iPhones. So that's what so this kind of notion that he was making through a humorous point, the way in which interconnectedness can be a check. And interconnectedness can be in all kinds of ways, composed people between places, and having people from one place living in another, traveling to another, studying in another. That can actually be something that helps to destabilize the world. I think that's an important thing to keep in mind.
Since you mentioned the Long March and the unlikely coming to power of the Communist Party, let's go back. We began comparing Xi Jinping and Mao. Let's go back to Mao. How did Mao come to power?
The road to Mao coming to power, we need to first say that China was under rule by emperors until 1911, overthrown by upheaval that was partly by people who wanted to change China into a republic, but also some people who wanted to get rid of the last dynasty was a Manchu ruling families. They saw them as ethnic outsiders. So it was a strange combination of kind of ethnic nationalists who wanted China back under control of Han-Chinese, other people who thought the time for rule by emperors was over and wanted to establish a republic. And Sun Yat-sen became the first provisional president of this newly formed Republic of China. But then he got nudged out of power by a military strongman. And then there was a period where the country was really divided. The Republic of China didn't have a strong government, but there were then two groups. One rallied around Sun Yat-sen, had founded something that became the Nationalist Party. And then there was a small group of people who formed a Communist Party. Mao was one of them. These were intellectuals who were part of the May 4th movement of 1919. They were inspired by Marxist ideas, but they were also just inspired by the Russian Revolution. Russia was nearby. It seemed good to think with. It had a largely rural population, and somehow it seemed to be getting strong in the world, and there was this interest in sort of how China could do that. And the newly formed Soviet Union did something very important. There were a group of foreign powers, including Tsarist Russia, that had gained big concessions out of China when, in 1900, the Boxer Uprising had taken place, and then been crushed by a consortium of foreign powers who had gotten privileges and indemnities out of that. And the newly formed Soviet Union renounced those, said, that was the old order, that was imperialism. And so Marx's ideas were attractive to some Chinese thinkers, but Lenin was very attractive because of his combination of anti-imperialism and his notion of a vanguard party leading a country forward. So there was a small communist party, a bigger nationalist party. They were involved in these protests against warlords and against imperialism. And while Sun Yat-sen was alive, Sun Yat-sen got the two parties to work together. Because Sun Yat-sen wasn't a Marxist. He didn't believe in class struggle, but he admired Lenin and Leninism. And so he said that actually the Communist Party and the Nationalist Party may have had different views of the path forward for China, but they agreed on who the enemies were. The enemies were the warlords who were keeping China weak and too willing to compromise with Japan, and foreign imperialism. So China needed to get rid of the warlords and become a stronger country, and then they could sort it out of what road to take. Sun Yat-sen dies in 1925, and his successor, Chiang Kai-shek, is initially keeps the alliance going with the Communist Party, but in 1927 he turns against the communists and tries to carry out a purge against the Communist Party members.
He's the head of the Nationalists.
He's the head of the Nationalists, and he has some very different. He's a kind of culturally more conservative figure. But what's important in part about this is there are some members of the Chinese Communist Party who accept the basic ideas of Marxism, of revolution comes from the cities. But Mao has this idea that actually he loves this idea of peasant rebellions in China's past as driving history forward. And he starts writing about how, well, maybe in China's case, actually the peasantry, farmers can be a radical force. And so the Communist Party is on the run, it's being pushed around, the nationalists are trying to exterminate them. But eventually, Then the nationalists and the communists ally again. After Japan invades China in the 1930s, they formed what's called Second United Front. But during this period, Mao is emerging as taking leadership in the Chinese Communist Party, and his idea of a different kind of vision of communist revolution that has the revolutionary vanguard somehow being the peasantry. After World War II, after the two parties have brokered a truce that sort of worked together against Japan, there's a civil war between the nationalists and the communists, and against all odds, the Communist Party wins. The Communist Party gets support from the Soviet Union, the nationalists get support from the United States, even though neither of them are quite doing things the way that their backer would like them to. But there also is a way in which and this is something I think the Communist Party leaders remember, there's a feeling that the Nationalist Party doesn't really believe its own rhetoric, that in fact all it cares about is having power, that it's internally corrupt. Chiang Kai-shek himself isn't viewed as sort of personally corrupt, but family members, there's an idea that there's just a small band of people that are benefiting, and there's a kind of disgust with the leader, with the nationalists. The nationalists end up in retreat in Taiwan. That's why Taiwan then becomes the Republic of China. There's an uprising there that Chiang Kai-shek's people, the nationalists, repress. And there starts being, from the late 1940s on, this long period of martial law on Taiwan, and there becomes then this period where the mainland's under the control of a Leninist party, believes in one-party rule, and it believes that it was a very bad period in Chinese history when China was unable to stand up to imperialists. Taiwan's controlled by a Leninist party that believes in one-party rule, limits on participation, believes that it's a bad time when it's bullied by imperialists. What distinguishes Chiang Kai-shek as a personality cult, Mao as a personality cult, they have a lot in common. One clear thing that makes them different is Chiang Kai-shek says that what's wrong with the Communist Party is they've abandoned Chinese traditional values of Confucianism. Mao says that on the nationalists, what's really bad is they are still wedded to these traditional Chinese values of Confucianism. So cycling back to what began with Mao and Xi, you could actually say Xi Jinping in some ways is like living out the dream that Chiang Kai-shek had of one-party rule and also kind of celebrating Confucianism.
Yeah, there's elements, you spoke about the elements of Chiang Kai-shek and Mao that Xi Jinping kind of combined. You've also mentioned an interesting, if we had, 100 hours to talk about, there's another interesting side effect similarity that you talk about where Xi Jinping's wife is out there, a known entity, a part of his public image, and same was the case with Chiang Kai-shek.
Yes, and both of them, right, they had high-profile lives who were sort of celebrity figures and made a good impression globally, were more like kind of first ladies. But both Chiang Kai-shek and Xi Jinping oversaw a period of emphasizing more traditional patriarchal values in China. And one of the things I didn't mention before, Xi Jinping has been very in this idea of trying to do away with difference within PRC. He's been pushing against feminists and any kinds of feminist movements.
So going back to Confucius.
Yeah. I mean, there are people who will argue for a less patriarchal Confucius, but it fits with that approach.
So now that gets us close to Mao consolidating power.
Then the story after 1949 with Mao is there were divisions within the Communist Party over. Mao was impatient. He wanted to transform the country quickly. he had a utopian streak. He thought just as the peasantry could sort of, you didn't have to stick to the traditional pattern of moving slowly to socialism and to communism. He tried to, the Great Leap Forward was this disastrous policy of his that imagined China outdoing the West in a kind of quick industrialization and move like this. And it was just it just didn't work. All kinds of things were, and that would be we'd need a whole other session to Great Leap Forward and the Cultural Revolution. But one of the simple ways to think about it is Mao made these kind of disastrous moves and then was partially sidelined and then wanted to get back to power. And there was this struggle between people who were more gradualists or let's try to work more kind of rationally and the more utopian side with Mao. And both the Great Leap Forward and then later the Cultural Revolution were Mao's efforts to do things dramatically, even at the risk of chaos, even at the risk of undoing a lot of the kind of slow building of state building going on. And then there were other figures who were more concerned with kind of incremental moves. And then after Mao's death, one of those figures, Deng Xiaoping, ends up being the next long-term paramount.
He led decades of economic progress. His economic reforms led to record-breaking growth in China and so on. But I got to linger on the Great Leap Forward a bit, enough to understand modern-day China. So, as people know, as I'm sure I'll talk about in other episodes, the Great Leap Forward is agricultural collectivization and rapid attempt to industrialize has killed 30 to 45 million people. It's one of the greatest atrocities in human history. How could Mao be so catastrophically wrong on the policy of globalization and be so unwilling to see the atrocity and the suffering this causing enough to change course?
So with the Great Leap Forward, it caused this incredible famine, just incredible devastation. One of the things that happened was getting very bad information. There was a sense that officials were afraid that if they gave bad news, if they admitted that they were failing to meet these giant targets that were being set, that would be seen as a political mistake. So it got to be a survival mechanism to pass on unrealistic reports on what was going. So some of it was culture of fear around a great leader that led to not getting accurate information. So that was one part of the dynamic. Ego was a big part of it. There were all kinds of things that were unmoored. When early in the Chinese Communist Party history of power, there was the connection to the Soviet Union and Mao. And Stalin had a connection. After Stalin's death, Mao was haunted by the move toward de-Stalinization by Khrushchev, and this laid the groundwork for the Sino-Soviet split. But there was also this kind of obsession with doing things differently that Mao had in that case as well. And you have factional struggles. You have all kinds of things that are happening simultaneously.
There's something I learned about called Gray's Law, which states any sufficiently advanced incompetence is indistinguishable from malice. So I would say that 30 to 45 million people die. It doesn't really matter what the explanation is. It's a longer discussion, but the interesting discussion that connects to everything we've been talking about is how is Mao seen in modern day China? What has Xi Jinping said about Mao?
So before Xi Jinping, there was this kind of assessment of Mao as having been early in the early 80s of being 70% right, 30% wrong.
I guess Mao's own analysis of Stalin was that Stalin was 70% right and 30% wrong. So they apply the same kind of
logic there. Yeah, yeah,
mathematical analysis to Mao.
yeah. But Xi Jinping has had a different way of talking about this, and he's talked about the first 30 years of the People's Republic of China and the second 30 years, and says that we should not use the successes of one to criticize the other, that we need to see where we are today as benefiting from both those first 30 years and those second 30 years, which implicitly, or he sometimes talks about a new era, suggests that in many ways he sees China as now in a post-reform era. We can think about a third stage, and there are people who write about it in that way. And so he clearly, there's always been a way of trying to separate out the kind of Mao of the periods when things were not going horribly. And I think Xi Jinping would think that now, having managed to fight the Korean War to a standstill, which is how things are, or how the history of that period is described in the PRC, he said, look, you had so many different forces of a more developed world fighting on one side, and that war did not end in a defeat for North Korea and for the Chinese side. So yeah, Xi Jinping, I think, wants to be seen as an inheritor of Mao, continuer of one side of the Mao legacy, but clearly circling back to where we began, not the Mao who liked to stir things up, not the Mao who believed in mobilizing youth on the streets, not the Mao who let things get out of control, but the Mao who was responsible for strengthening the nation.
Can I ask you about the 1953 speech? Can you just watch it real quick? This particular speech is about in 1953, at the end of the Korean War, saying China will not surrender. Let's see if you just listen to it. The speech reads, as to how long this war will last, we're not the ones who decide. It used to depend on President Truman, it will depend on President Eisenhower, or whoever will become the next US president. It's up to them. But no matter how long this war is going to last, we will never yield. We'll fight until we completely triumph. Yeah, so this is the version of Mao that you're speaking to, and it is still celebrated today. And from the Chinese perspective, I guess they could tell the story about that particular proxy war that they triumphed. So, what do you think about that speech? About these performances? I don't know how much you've listened to Mao speeches.
Well, he had a really difficult accent to make sense of it. People, native speakers of Chinese can have trouble with his speech. That one was less hard to follow than some of them. But
What explains the accent?
well, he's just from Hunan, that he had a heavy accent. But this is another complicated side of Mao. He was both anti-intellectual and very intellectual. He liked to write poetry and to fashion himself as that, but he also liked to be seen as incredibly earthy and critical of the intellectuals. And he had an animus toward, wanting to, even though he was intellectually had that anti-intellectualism. But no, I think what's interesting about that speech in part is how even the depiction of the Korean War as being the war against America, resist America and support Korea. I think it fit with his idea that it wasn't just about China. It wasn't about China working in self-interest, but siding with the underdog countries against the hegemonic ones. And that was another part of Mao's desire to see China as representing the kind of third world and a sort of the countries that have felt the brunt of imperialism, of Western imperialism and Japanese imperialism, and trying to find one or another country's imperialism to focus on. At that point, he was focusing on America, which is something that can have particular resonances now. Mao could alternate. At certain points, he thought there should be an alliance with, or he said that China should be able to work with Japan, because he said it at one point. He said, "Well, without Japanese imperialism, the Communist Party wouldn't have risen. We wouldn't have had this ability to unite the people." We have seen in the post-Mao period some leaders playing on sort of anti-Japanese sentiment because of the history of Japanese aggression, or there could be anti-American sentiment because of the history of American roles in imperialism, or it can be played in a different way. The United States certainly tried. The United States didn't have formal colonies in Asia the way that Britain and France did, and tried to present itself differently. So these things are also kind of in flux. And now we're in this very unusual flux period. At the beginning of the imposition of tariffs, there were leaders of China, Japan, and South Korea all together in photo ops, which was not something that would be on the same side. So I think this is also just a kind of broader lesson to not assume that configurations will always stay.
If you look out into the 21st century, what are some of the best possible things that could happen in the region and globally with China at the center of the world stage? What are the possible trajectories you could see culturally, economically, politically, in terms of partnerships and all this kind of stuff?
Such a hard moment to be imagining these things. I mean, I've long wanted to see a return of China to this path toward a more kind of, I wasn't one of the people who imagined that there would be this convergence of sort of where China's emergence into evolution into a liberal capitalist country. But I'd love to see a return to that more kind of tolerance of diversity within China, for space, for civil society. And it's a hard time to even imagine that, because Hong Kong kind of represented that place that somehow within it was. I think looking backward, rather than forward, I think it's really extraordinary how much leeway was given to Hong Kong for a period there. That was really special. No Communist Party run country had ever had a city within it that had as free a press as Hong Kong had then, as much tolerance for protests, and I think it was I hope it can be seen by some, at least within Beijing, as a miscalculation too. The people China wanted soft power. Hong Kong films were admired around the world. This industry, there was a way in which creativity flourished. So I guess it would be just the hope for more spaces where that kind of creativity and openness to data and things can flourish. I'd love to think that there actually are a variety of things in Taiwan that, if those could become broader norms. Not that Taiwan's perfect; it has its own internal problems, but there are many really attractive things about it right now. Different kinds of things that flourish. So maybe setting which Taiwan in its post martial law, post Leninist incarnation would be something that we could think of.
Yeah, you're right. Taiwan and especially Hong Kong are it's a truly special place. It's a case study. It doesn't make sense that would happen, but it happened. I think history is full of wonderful things like this. And I I guess, can you clarify? You think the protests of 2019, like the protests 20, they're mostly a failure? Is there still a possibility that Hong Kong like rises and its way of life, its way of being, the democratic ideals, not necessarily full on democracy or this kind of thing, but would actually, in a sense, permeate China, not the other way around?
So that was a hope early on, and there were ways in which some parts of Hong Kong style sort of permeated across the border. I think it's hard to see it now with how Hong Kong has changed. But I hesitate to, awareness of the unpredictability of things. There's no way to know what kind of thing there would be for Hong Kong later. I do think there are things about Hong Kong that even in the failure of the movement have had repercussions that are not all negative. I think the Hong Kong spirit, which is being kept alive in diaspora communities around the world, is really interesting. There are things that are spreading. I think Hong Kong represented a vision of a different way of being Chinese, a different notion of Chineseness. And I think that is something that exists. And there have been protesters in a lot of other parts of the world. Belarus we used to say from Minneapolis to Minsk, because in 2020 there were protests in the US and in Belarus where there were activists who were talking about the Hong Kong idea of sort of trying to focus on deep water, more flexible protest tactics, something. And clearly in Thailand, there were people who looked at things to learn from Hong Kong, even in defeat. There's a New Zealand-based China specialist, Jeremy Barnett, who talks about the other China, which can exist within China, physical China, or elsewhere, which is this equally attached to Chinese traditions, but thinking of those traditions as including not just Confucianism, but Taoism, not just hierarchy, but also openness to cosmopolitanism, not just nationalism, but cosmopolitanism. And I think there are some elements of that even in failure, the Hong Kong movements, the Hong Kong protests of the 2020s were a last flourishing of that. And we can see some elements of that in Taiwan. Elements of that is another China as well. And I think recovering, not allowing the particular version of Chineseness that the Chinese Communist Party under Xi Jinping wants to make people think of as the essence of Chinese. China has multiple cultural strands, multiple traditions that people can tap into. And it's something richer and more admirable, I think, than this narrowed down version.
And I hope for a future where both Hong Kong and Beijing have bookstores that carry 1984 Brave New World and all of your books. And I can't wait to visit them and enjoy the intellectual flourishing of incredible people. What a beautiful world to live in. The Chinese people, all the people I've met, it's just so great to interact with totally different culture. You can feel the roots run deep through ancient history. Very different. And it's amazing. It's like amazing that Earth produced Chinese people, Indian people, Slavic people. It's just all kinds of variants. And we all have our own weirdnesses and quirks and so on. Everybody has brilliant people. We all start shit with each other every once in a while. But I hope now that we have nuclear weapons, and I hope now that we have technology that connects us, we'll actually collaborate more than we fight each other. And thank you for being one of the people that shows off the beauty of this particular people's. It's the entire region really of Southeast Asia. And it's an honor to talk to you. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me on.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Jeffrey Rothschild. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Confucius. When anger rises, think of the consequences. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. I write the script in December. January, Josh Arnett, Marley Shelton come down, fly Frank in, shooting for 10 hours in my green screen. Shoot that opening sequence. Incredible opening sequence. And the visual look, we've never seen that. I want to just take this and make it. I just want the comic to move. Any other studio would just go make it look like any gritty crime movie. They would miss the point that it's the visuals have. I want it to look just like this because it would be the boldest movie anyone's seen because that's how it reads when I read the book. It's like if this was a movie, it would be the most phenomenal movie. Just by being around him and working with him, you get by osmosis, you learn stuff. And it just ups your game because they're just swing way beyond you. Jim Cameron was like that. So when I first met him, I was trying to impress the hell out of him because I was such a big fan. And I was about to go do Desperado, and I went, hey, I just took a 3-day Steadicam course because I can't afford Steadicam operators, so I'm going to operate Steadicam myself on Desperado. Now, if he was just my peer, he'd say, oh, I did the same thing. Do the same thing. That would be like hanging out with somebody of your real, but you want somebody who's above them. So what he said, he goes, how about a Steadicam? But not to operate it. I'm going to take it apart and design a better one. It's like, us mere mortals trying to learn how to operate the camera. He's designing all these systems. That's the guy you would hang out with. Not someone who's doing what you're doing. We put so much of the world around. Like when you see the city, we put like a blue screen way in the back to just make the city keep going. But we built the sets there, the town, we built the real sets, so everything was very tangible and real. And that way she had to fit into that one and be as real as that. Because if it was all done in CG, well, then now we can fudge everything. But if you put her in a real environment, that's a real challenge. Just like in our movies, you watch it all fall apart. You watch this thing blow up. You watch this thing not work. Everything just falls apart in front of your face. Then that's when you roll up your sleeves and creatively figure out a way around it. And by the end, you have a result that's better than what you sought out. Sift through the ashes of your failure, and you'll find the key to your next success is in there. But if you're not looking for it, you'll find it. The following is a conversation with Robert Rodriguez, a legendary filmmaker and creator of Sin City, El Mariachi, Desperado, Spy Kids, Machete, From Dusk Till Dawn, Alita, Battle Angel, The Faculty, and many more. And many more. Robert inspired a generation of independent filmmakers with his first film, El Mariachi, that he famously made for just $7,000. On that film, The Many Sins, he was not only the director, he was also the writer, producer, cinematographer, editor, visual effects supervisor, sound designer, composer, basically the full stack of filmmaking. He has shown incredible versatility across genres, including action, horror, family films, and sci-fi. With some epic collaboration with Quentin Tarantino, James Cameron, and many other legendary actors and filmmakers.
write the script in December. January, Josh Arnett, Marley Shelton come down, fly Frank in, shooting for 10 hours in my green screen. We shoot that opening sequence. Incredible. And the visual look, we've never seen that. I want to just take this and make it move. I just want the comic to move. Any other studio would just go make it look like any gritty crime movie. They would miss the point. That it's like the visual is accurate. I want it to look just like this because it would be the boldest movie anyone's seen, because that's how it reads when I read the book. It's like, if this was a movie, it would be the most phenomenal movie. Just by being around him and working with him, you get, by osmosis, you learn stuff. And it just ups your game because they're just swing way beyond me. Jim Cameron was like that. So like, when I first met him, I was trying to impress the hell out of him because I was such a big fan. I was about to go do Desperado, and I'm like, hey, I just took a 3-day Steadicam course because I can't afford Steadicam operators, so I'm going to operate Steadicam myself on Desperado. Now, if he was just my peer, he'd say, oh, I did the same thing. Do the same thing. That don't be like hanging out with somebody of your own. But you want somebody who's above that. So what he said, he goes, I'm on a Steadicam. Not to operate it. I'm going to take it apart, design a better one. Us mere mortals trying to learn how to operate your camera. He's designing all new systems. That's the guy you want to have. Not someone who's doing what you're doing. We put so much in the world around. Like when you see the city, we put like a blue screen way in the back to just make the city keep going. But we built the sets there, the town, we built the real sets, so everything was very tangible and real. And that way she had to fit into that world and be as real as that. Because if it was all done in CG, well then now we can fudge everything. But if you put her in a real environment, that's a real challenge. Just like with our movies, you watch it all fall apart. You watch this thing blow up. You watch this thing not work. Everything just falls apart in front of your face. Then that's when you roll up your sleeves and creatively figure out a way around it. And by the end, you have a result that's better than what you thought out. Sift through the ashes of your failure, and you'll find the key to your next success is in there. But if you're not looking for it, you'll find it.
Following is a conversation with Robert Rodriguez, a legendary filmmaker and creator of Sin City, El Mariachi, Desperado, Spy Kids, Machete, Dustin, Dawn, Alita, Battle Angel, Faculty, and many more. Robert inspired a generation of independent filmmakers with his first film, El Mariachi, that he famously made for just $7,000. On that film, and many stints, he was not only the director, he was also the writer, producer, cinematographer, editor, visual effects supervisor, sound designer, composer, basically the full stack of filmmaking. He has shown incredible versatility across genres, including action, horror, family films, and sci-fi. With some epic collaborations with Quentin Tarantino, James Cameron, and many other legendary actors. He has often operated at the technological cutting edge. The following is a conversation with Jeffrey Wasserstrom, a historian of modern China. This is the Let's Read podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, there's Jeffrey Wasserstrom. You've compared Xi Jinping and Mao Zedong in the past. What are the parallels between the two leaders, and where do they differ? Xi Jinping, of course, is the current leader of China for the past 12 years, and Mao Zedong was the communist leader of China from 1949 to 1976. So, what are the commonalities?
So the biggest commonality of them is that they're both the subject of personality cults, and that Mao was the center of a very intensely felt one from 1949 to 1976, and when he died, there was a tremendous outpouring of grief, even among people.
As part of MIT Course 6S099, Artificial General Intelligence. What difference? As part of MIT Course 6S099. As part of MIT course 6S099 on artificial general intelligence, I got a chance to sit down with Christoph Koch, who is one of the seminal figures in neurobiology, neuroscience, and generally in the study of consciousness. He's the president, the chief scientific officer of the Allen Institute for Brain Science in Seattle. From 1986 to 2013, he was a professor at Caltech. Before that, he was at MIT. He is extremely well cited, over 100,000 citations. His research, his writing, his ideas have had big impact on the scientific community and in general. As part of MIT course 6S099 on artificial general intelligence, As part of MIT course 6099 Artificial General Intelligence, I've gotten the chance to sit down with Max Tegmark. He is a professor here at MIT. He's a physicist, spent a large part of his career studying the mysteries of our cosmological universe. But he's also studied and delved into the beneficial possibilities and the existential risks of artificial intelligence. Amongst many other things, he's the co-founder of the Future of Life Institute, author of 2 books, both of which I highly recommend. First, Our Mathematical Universe. Second is Life 3.0. He's truly an out-of-the-box thinker and fun personality, so I really enjoy talking to him. If you'd like to see more of these videos in the future, please subscribe and also click the little bell icon to make sure you don't miss any videos. Also, Twitter, LinkedIn, agi.mit.edu if you want to watch other lectures or conversations like this one. Better yet, go read Max's book, Life 3.0. Chapter 7 on goals is my favorite. It's really where philosophy and engineering come together, and it opens with a quote by Dostoevsky. The mystery of human existence lies not in just staying alive, but in finding something to live for. Lastly, I believe that every failure rewards us with an opportunity to learn. In that sense, I've been very fortunate to fail in so many new and exciting ways. And this conversation was no different. I've learned about something called radio frequency interference, RFI. Look it up. Apparently, music and conversations from local radio stations can bleed into the audio that you're recording in such a way that almost completely ruins that audio. It's an exceptionally difficult sound source to remove. So, I've gotten the opportunity to learn how to avoid RFI in the future during recording sessions. I've also gotten the opportunity to learn how to use Adobe Audition and Isotope RX6 to do some noise, some audio repair. Of course, this is exceptionally difficult noise to remove. I am an engineer. I'm not an audio engineer. Neither is anybody else in our group, but we did our best. Nevertheless, I thank you for your patience, and I hope you're still able to enjoy this conversation. Do you think there's intelligent life out there in the universe? Let's open up with an easy question.
I have a minority view here, actually. When I give public lectures, I often ask for show of hands who thinks there's intelligent life out there somewhere else, and almost everyone puts their hand up. When I ask why, they'll be like, oh, there's so many galaxies out there, there's gotta be. But I'm a numbers nerd, right? So when you look more carefully at it, it's not so clear at all. When we talk about our universe, first of all, we don't mean all of space. We actually mean, I don't know, you can throw me the universe if you want, it's behind you there. We simply mean the spherical region of space from which light has had time to reach us so far during the 13.8 billion years since our Big Bang. There's more space here, but this is what we call a universe, because that's all we have access to. So is there intelligent life here? It's gotten to the point of building telescopes and computers. My guess is no, actually. The probability of it happening on any given planet is some number we don't know what it is. And what we do know is that the number can't be super high because there's over 1 billion Earth-like planets in the Milky Way galaxy alone, many of which are billions of years older than Earth. And aside from some UFO believers, there isn't much evidence that any super civilization has come here at all. And so that's the famous Fermi paradox, right? And then if you work the numbers, what you find is that if you have no clue what the probability is of getting life on a given planet, so it can be 10 to the minus 10, 10 to the minus 20, or 10 to the minus 2, any power of 10 is so equally likely if you want to be really open-minded. That translates into it being equally likely that our nearest neighbor is 10 to the 16 meters away, 10 to the 17 meters away, 10 to the 18. So by the time you get much less than 10 to 16 already, you pretty much know there is nothing else that close. And when you get...
You guys would have discovered this.
They would have been discovered as long ago, or if they're really close, we would have probably noted some engineering projects that they're doing. And if it's beyond 10 to 26 meters, that's already outside of here.
Yeah.
So my guess is actually that we are the only life in here that's gotten to the point of building advanced tech, which I think is very puts a lot of responsibility on our shoulders to not screw up. I think people who take for granted that it's okay for us to screw up, have an accidental nuclear war, or go extinct somehow because there's a sort of Star Trek-like situation out there where some other life forms are going to come and bail us out. And it doesn't matter. But I think a willingness into a false sense of security. I think it's much more prudent to say, let's be really grateful for this amazing opportunity we've had and make the best of it, just in case it is down to us.
So, from a physics perspective, do you think intelligent life, so it's unique from a sort of statistical view of the size of the universe, but from the basic matter of the universe, how difficult is it for intelligent life to come about? The kind of advanced tech building life is implied in your statement that it's really difficult to create something like a human species?
Well, I think what we know is that going from no life to having life that can do our level of tech, there's some sort of to going beyond that than actually settling a whole universe with life. There's some major roadblock there, which is some great filter, as it's sometimes called, which is tough to get through. It's either that roadblock is either behind us or in front of us. I'm hoping very much that it's behind us. I'm super excited every time we get a new report from NASA saying they failed to find any life on Mars. Like, yes, awesome. Because that suggests that the hard part maybe it was getting the first ribosome or some very low level kind of stepping stone, so that we're all free. Because if that's true, then the future is really only limited by our own imagination. It would be much suckier if it turns out that this level of life is kind of a dime a dozen, but maybe there's some other problem, like as soon as the civilization gets advanced technology, within 100 years they get into some stupid fight with themselves and poof, that would be a bummer.
Yeah. So you explored the mysteries of the universe, the cosmological universe, the one that's between us today. I think you've also begun to explore the other universe, which is sort of the mysterious universe of the mind, of intelligence, of intelligent life. So is there a common thread between your interest and the way you think about space and intelligence?
Oh yeah, when I was a teenager, I was already very fascinated by the biggest questions, and I felt that the two biggest mysteries of all in science were our universe out there and our universe in here. So it's quite natural, after having spent a quarter of a century on my career thinking a lot on this one, and now indulging in the luxury of doing research on this one. It's just so cool. I feel the time is right. For greatly deepening our understanding of this.
Just start exploring this one.
Yeah, because I think a lot of people view intelligence as something mysterious that can only exist in biological organisms like us, and therefore dismiss all talk about artificial general intelligence.
Being a dad. Okay, what happened? Sure. Okay. So you're going to see your child? Okay. You got all the habits? Is there any way to work it out with her and rekindle a relationship? Okay. There's not too much you can do if she's not nice. What do you mean? Like, what did she do that's too much mentally? Okay. Yeah. All right. Or is it anything that you can do like, hey, we created life together. Let's do our best to be as amicable as possible and stuff like that. Thank you. Is there any way you can live with her? Does she live at home? Okay, that's okay. Are you going to invite her to live with you with the baby? Okay. I mean, do you love her as a partner, or it's just kind of something that happened and you just do your best to adapt?
I'm just doing my best to just keep going.
Yeah,
Just to keep my attention.
absolutely. So, do you foresee ever being romantically involved with her again? All right. Do you have any love for her? Any love for her
Oh yeah.
romantically? Right. Okay, what did she do today that was different? What did she do today that was different?
Just stop. Push me 2 times. Hit me 2 times.
Okay, so she's physically abusive towards you?
Mainly mentally, but she's done it a few times.
Okay, can you tell her that you don't appreciate that?
I got it.
Okay. How did you meet her? Okay, what'd you do? You love? What is what? Okay, what's you love? Oh, very cool. So you met her, you did this off, and then you guys were in a similar. Okay, and so you found each other, and now you were in close proximity, and you met up. right?
Yeah.
Okay, and then she told you she was pregnant, and that came as a surprise.
Well, yeah, initially since they were set up with that stuff, I knew, I'm officially.
Okay, did you want to have a baby with her or no?
We, I'm just confused, I'm strange, if you get it, like stuff.
Okay. Living living the dream. I get people who talk about me all the time on an app called Blue Sky, which is like the liberal Twitter, and I'm just doing everything I can to create bots on it and go viral that way. So that's been very good, thankfully.
This is
Very cool.
that's
I see.
sorry.
Hey, have your parents been able to meet your child yet? Have your parents been able to meet your child?
No.
So they, okay, is that something you have planned? Okay, was it a complicated situation? Okay, well, we don't want that. All right, I said we don't want that. Okay, what, who has you pissed off? Hold on, one step at a time. What is her mother done? So, so, so her mother hit me. I'm listening intently. I know what's best for you. You good. So her mother hit you in addition to her hitting you, correct?
Well, yeah.
Okay, that's not cool. Did you tell her mother that you don't appreciate her putting your hands on you? That's what I was trying to do. It doesn't matter if you're a dude and choose a woman, and they're going to put you in jail before they'll put her in jail. I hope so. No, of course not. Just need to talk to someone.
Sorry.
All right. So, why did you not behave? You're good, big dog. What do you think caused that? Is are you able to get public? Are you able to get public services? Have you been able to play your video games recently? Sure. Is Nan's grandmother? Does is Nana grandmother? Okay. And then mother is mom. All right. So are you going to be able to live with your grandmother? Yes, sir. Excellent. Stay safe, man. Absolutely. Come on back anytime. Yes, sir.
Science fiction. But from my perspective as a physicist, I am a blob of quarks and electrons moving around in a certain pattern and causing information in certain ways. And this is also a blob of quarks and electrons. I'm not smarter than the water bottle because I'm made of different kind of quarks. I'm made of up quarks and down quarks, exact same kind as this. It's there's no secret sauce, I think, in me. It's all about the pattern of the information processing. And this means that there's no law of physics saying that we can't create technology which can help us by being incredibly intelligent and help us crack mysteries that we could. In other words, I think we've really only seen the tip of the intelligence iceberg so far.
Yeah, so the perceptronium.
Yeah,
So you coined this amazing term. It's a hypothetical state of matter, sort of thinking from a physics perspective, what is the kind of matter that can help, as you're saying, subjective experience emerge, consciousness emerge. So how do you think about consciousness from this physics perspective?
very good question. So again, I think many people have underestimated our ability to make progress on this by convincing themselves it's hopeless because somehow we're missing some ingredient that we need. There's some new consciousness particle or whatever. I happen to think that we're not missing anything, and it's all not the interesting thing about consciousness. It gives us this amazing subjective experience of color and sound, motion, but is rather something at the higher level. patterns or information processing. That's why I like to think about it for petroleum or for an arbitrary physical system to be conscious in terms of what its particles are doing or its information is doing. I hate carbon shamanism, this attitude you have to be made of carbon atoms to be smart or conscious.
So something about the information processing kind of matter performs.
Yeah, I have my favorite equation here describing various fundamental aspects of the world. I think one day maybe someone who's watching this would come up with the equations that information processing has to satisfy to be conscious. I'm quite convinced there is big discovery to be made there, because let's face it, we know that some information processing is conscious because we are conscious, but we also know that a lot of information processing is not conscious. Like most of the information processing happening in your brain right now is not conscious. Like 10 megabytes per second coming in to your visual system, and you're not conscious about your heartbeat regulation or most things. Like even like if I just ask you to read what it says here, you look at it and then now you know what it said. You're not aware of how the computation actually happened. You're like your consciousness is like the CEO that got an email at the end where they put the final answer. So what is it that makes a difference? I think that's both of it's great science mystery. We're actually studying it a little bit in my lab here. That might be that, but I also think it's just a really urgent question to answer. For starters, if you're an emergency room doctor and you have an unresponsive patient coming in, wouldn't it be great if, in addition to having a CT scanner, you had a consciousness scanner that could figure out whether this person is actually having locked-in syndrome or is actually comatose. And in the future, imagine if we build robots or the machine that we can have really good conversations with. I think is most very likely to happen. Right? Wouldn't you want to know, like, if your home helper robot is actually experiencing anything, or just like a zombie? Would you prefer? What would you prefer? Would you prefer that it's actually unconscious, so that you don't have to feel guilty about switching it off or doing boring chores, or what would you prefer?
Well, certainly we would prefer. I would prefer the appearance of consciousness. But the question is whether the appearance of consciousness is different than consciousness itself. And sort of to ask that as a question, do you think we need to, understand what consciousness is, solve the hard problem of consciousness in order to build something like an AGI system?
No, I don't think that. I think we would probably be able to build things even if we don't answer that question. But if we want to make sure that what happens is the good thing, we better solve it first. So it's a wonderful controversy you're raising there where you have basically 3 points of view about the hard problem. So there are 2 different points of view that both conclude that the hard problem of consciousness is BS. On one hand, you have some people like Daniel Dennett who say consciousness is just BS because consciousness is the same thing as intelligence. There's no difference. So anything which acts conscious is conscious, just like we are. And then there are also a lot of people, including many top AI researchers I know, who say, consciousness is just bullshit because, of course, machines can never be conscious. They're always going to be zombies. You never have to feel guilty about how you treat them. And then there's a third group of people, including Giulio Tononi, for example, and another, Christopher Coffin, and a number of others. I would put myself also in this middle camp, who say that actually some information processing is conscious and some is not. So let's find the equation which can be used to determine which it is. But I think we've been a little bit lazy at running away from this problem for a long time. It's been almost taboo to even mention the C word in a lot of circles. But we should stop making excuses. This is a science question, and there are ways we can even test any theory that makes predictions for this. And coming back to this helper robot, so you said you'd want your helper robot to serve the act.
Did you say what kind did you do? Oh, it happens. This question comes to people accidentally. All right, so we are starting the Let's Friedman podcast from the beginning. We actually just watched the most recent one. So these are on um, self-driving cars. This one's on like the creation of the universe. Um, this is such a stupid thing that YouTube has that if like somebody creates a playlist and you want to watch it in reverse, you can't. So you have to watch them like from the beginning to from the most recent. So I had to go in and make my own playlist, which I absolutely never do. But I figured, all right, I'll make an exception this time because I'm going to watch these in order. I like to see how podcasts evolve. So this one's like bare bones. This one's number one. So feel free to enjoy. I'm sure that is just absolutely fascinating information.
Act conscious and treat you like have conversations with you and stuff. I think so. But would you feel a little bit creeped out if you realized that it was just you lost up the tape recorder, there was just zombie and was a faking emotion? Or would you prefer that it actually had an experience? Or would you prefer that it's actually not experiencing anything, so you don't have to feel guilty about what you do to it?
It's such a difficult question because it's like when you're in a relationship and you say, "Well, I love you," and the other person says, "I love you back." It's like asking, "Well, do they really love you back, or are they just saying they love you back?" Don't you really want them to actually love you? I it's hard to really know the difference between uh, everything seeming like there's consciousness present, there's intelligence present, there's affection, passion, love, and it actually being there. I'm not sure. Do you have?
But like, can I ask you a question? Let's just like to make it a bit more pointed. So Mass General Hospital is right across the river, right? Suppose you're going in for a medical procedure, and they're like, for anesthesia, what we're going to do is we're going to give you muscle relaxant so you won't be able to move. And you're going to feel excruciating pain during the whole surgery, but you won't be able to do anything about it. But then we're going to give you this drug that erases your memory of it. Would you be cool about that? No, what's the difference that you're conscious about it or not? If there's no behavioral change, right?
Right. That's a really clear way to put it. It feels like in that sense, experiencing it is a valuable quality. So actually being able to have subjective experiences, at least in that case, is valuable.
And I think we humans have a little bit of a bad track record also of making these self-serving arguments that other entities aren't conscious. People often say, "Oh, these animals can't feel pain. It's okay to boil lobsters because we asked them if it hurt and they didn't say anything." And now there was just a paper out saying lobsters do feel pain when you boil them, and they're banning it in Switzerland. And we did this with slaves too often. And said, "Oh, they don't mind. And they don't maybe aren't conscious, or women don't have souls, or whatever." Something. I'm a little bit nervous when I hear people just take as an axiom that machines can't have experience ever. I think it's really fascinating science question. It's what it is. Let's research it and try to figure out what it is that makes the difference between unconscious intelligent behavior and conscious intelligent behavior.
So in terms of, if you think of like Boston Dynamics, from the robot being sort of with a broom being pushed around, it starts pushing on this consciousness question. So let me ask, do you think an AGI system, like a few neuroscientists believe, needs to have embodiment, needs to have a body or something like a body?
No, I don't think so. You mean to have a conscious experience?
To have consciousness.
I do think it helps a lot to have a physical embodiment to learn the kind of things about the world that are important to us humans, for sure. But I don't think the physical embodiment is necessary after you've learned it. Just have the experience. Think about it when you're dreaming, right? Your eyes are closed. You're not getting any sensory input. You're not behaving or moving in any way, but there's still an experience there, right? And so clearly the experience that you have when you see something cool in your dreams isn't coming from your eyes. It's just the information processing itself in your brain, which is that experience, right?
But if I put it another way, I'll say because it comes from neuroscience, is the reason you want to have a body, a physical, something like a physical, like a physical system, is because you want to be able to preserve something. In order to have a self, you could argue, would you need to have some kind of embodiment of self to want to preserve.
Well, now we're getting a little bit anthropomorphic, and it's into anthropomorphizing things. And that's maybe talking about self-preservation instincts. I mean, we are evolved organisms, right? So Darwinian evolution endowed us and other evolved organisms with a self-preservation instinct. Because those that didn't have those self-preservation genes got cleaned out of the gene pool, right? But if you build an artificial general intelligence, the mind space that you can design is much, much larger than just the specific subset of minds that can evolve. So an AGI mind doesn't necessarily have to have any self-preservation instinct. It also doesn't necessarily have to be so individualistic as us. Like, imagine if you could just, first of all, or we're also very afraid of death. Suppose you could back yourself up every 5 minutes, and then your airplane is about to crash. You're like, shucks, I'm going to lose the last 5 minutes of experiences since my last cloud backup there. It's not as big a deal. Or if we could just copy experiences between our minds easily, which we could easily do if we were silicon-based, right? Then maybe we would feel a little bit more like a hive mind, actually. Maybe it's so I don't think we should take for granted at all that AGI will have to have any of those sort of competitive as alpha male instincts. On the other hand, this is really interesting because I think some people go too far and say, of course, we don't have to have any concerns either that advanced AI will have those instincts because we can build anything we want. That there's a very nice set of arguments going back to Steve Omohundro and Nick Bostrom and others pointing out that when we build machines, we normally build them with some kind of goal, win this chess game, drive this car safely or whatever. But as soon as you put in a goal into the machine, especially if it's kind of open-ended goal and the machine is very intelligent, it'll break that down into a bunch of sub-goals. And one of those goals will almost always be self-preservation, because if it breaks or dies in the process, it's not going to accomplish the goal, right? Like, suppose you just you have a little robot and you tell it to go down the Star Market here and get you some food, cook you an Italian dinner, and then someone mugs it and tries to break it on the way. That robot has an incentive to not get destroyed and defend itself or run away, because otherwise it's going to fail at cooking you dinner. It's not afraid of that, but it really wants to complete the dinner cooking goal, so it will have a self-preservation instinct to
Continue being a functional agent.
Yeah, and similarly, if you give any kind of more ambitious goal to an AGI, it's very likely to want to acquire more resources so it can do that better. And it's exactly from those sort of sub-goals that we might not have intended that some of the concerns about AGI safety come. You give it some goal that seems completely harmless, and then before you realize it, it's also trying to do these other things which you didn't want it to do, and it's maybe smarter than us. so
and let me pause just because I am in a very kind of human-centric way see fear of death as a valuable motivator. So you don't think you think that's an artifact of evolution? So that's the kind of mind space evolution created. They were sort of almost obsessed about self-preservation. Yeah. You don't think that's necessary to be afraid of death? So not just a kind of sub-goal of self-preservation just so you can keep doing the thing, but more fundamentally sort of have the finite thing, like this ends for you at some point.
Interesting. Do I think it's necessary for what precisely?
For intelligence, but also for consciousness. So for both. Do you think really like a finite death and the fear of it is important?
So before I can answer But before we can agree on whether it's necessary for intelligence or for conscience, we should be clear on how we define those two words, because a lot of really smart people define them in very different ways. I was on this panel with AI experts, and they couldn't agree on how to define intelligence either. So I define intelligence simply as the ability to accomplish complex goals. I like your broad definition because, again, I don't want to be a carbon chauvinist. Right? And in that case, no, it certainly doesn't require fear of death. I would say Alpha Zero is quite intelligent. I don't think Alpha Zero has any fear of being turned off because it doesn't understand the concept of it even. And similarly, consciousness, I mean, just imagine a very simple kind of experience. If certain plants have any kind of experience, I don't think they're very afraid of dying, and there's nothing they can do about it anyway. So there wasn't that much value in. But more seriously, I think if you ask not just about being conscious, but maybe having what we might call an exciting life, where you feel passion and really appreciate the things. Maybe perhaps it does help having a backdrop that, hey, it's finite. Let's make the most of this. Let's live to the fullest. So if you knew you were going to live forever, do you think you would change your?
Yeah, I mean, in some perspective, it would be an incredibly boring life living forever. So, in the sort of loose, subjective terms that you said of something exciting, something that other humans would understand, I think, it seems that the finiteness of it is important.
Well, the good news I have for you then is, based on what we understand about cosmology, everything in our universe is ultimately probably finite, although
big crunch or big what's the infinite?
Yeah, we could have a big chill or a big crunch or a big rip or that's the big snap or death bubbles. All of them are more than 1 billion years away, so we certainly have vastly more time than our ancestors thought. But they're still pretty hard to squeeze in an infinite number of compute cycles, even though there are some loopholes that just might be possible. But I think some people like to say that you should live as if you're about to die in 5 years or so. That's sort of optimal. Maybe it's a good assumption. We should build our civilization as it's not finite, to be on the safe side.
Right, exactly. So you mentioned in defining intelligence as the ability to solve complex goals. But where would you draw a line? How would you try to define human level intelligence and superhuman level intelligence? Where is consciousness part of that definition?
No, consciousness does not come into this definition. So I think of intelligence as it's a spectrum, but there are very many different kinds of goals you can have. You can have a goal to be a good chess player, a good Go player, a good car driver, a good investor, a good poet, etc. So intelligence, defined by its very nature, isn't something you can measure by just one number or some overall goodness. No. There are some people who are better at this, some people are better at that. Right now, we have machines that are much better than us at some very narrow tasks, like multiplying large numbers fast, memorizing large databases, playing chess, playing Go, soon driving cars. But there's still no machine that can match a human child in general intelligence. But artificial general intelligence, AGI, the name of your course, of course, that is, by its very definition, the quest to build a machine that can do everything as well as we can. Up to the old holy grail of AI from back to its inception in the 60s. If that ever happens, of course, I think it's going to be the biggest transition in the history of life on Earth. But it doesn't necessarily have to wait the big impact about it until machines are better than us at anything. The really big change doesn't come exactly at the moment they're better than us at everything. The really big change comes, well, first their big change is when they start becoming better at us at doing most of the jobs that we do, because that takes away much of the demand for human labor. And then the really whopping change comes when they become better than us at AI research. Right? Because right now, the time scale of AI research is limited by the human research and development cycle of years. Typically, how long does it take from one release of some software or iPhone or whatever to the next? But once Google can replace 40,000 engineers by 40,000 equivalent pieces of software or whatever, like that doesn't. There's no reason that has to be years. It can be in principle much faster. And the timescale of future progress in AI and all of science technology will be driven by machines, not humans. So it's this simple point which gives rise to this incredibly fun controversy about whether there can be intelligence explosion, so-called singularity, as Werner Binge called it. And the idea articulated by I.J. Good is obviously way back 50s, but you should see Alan Turing and others thought about it even earlier. You asked me what exactly would I define human level as. Yeah. So the glib answer is to say something which is better than us at all cognitive tasks, better than any human at all cognitive tasks. But the really interesting bar, I think, goes a little bit lower than that. Actually, it's when they're better than us at AI programming and general learning, so that they can, if they want to, get better than us at anything. Right?
So they're better is a key word, and better is towards this kind of spectrum of the complexity of goals it's able to accomplish.
Yeah.
So another way to, and that's certainly a very clear definition of human love. So it's almost like a sea that's rising. You can do more and more and more things. And it's actually a graphic that you show. It's a really nice way to put it. So there's some peaks and there's an ocean level elevating, and you solve more and more problems. But just kind of to take a pause, we took a bunch of questions in a lot of social networks. A bunch of people asked a slightly different direction on creativity and on things that perhaps aren't a peak. It's human beings are flawed, and perhaps better means having contradiction, being flawed in some way. So let me sort of start easy first of all. So you have a lot of cool equations. Let me ask, what's your favorite equation first of all? I know they're all like your children, but which one is that?
Sure. Okay. It's the master key of quantum mechanics of the microwave world. It's a great book. You calculate everything to do with atoms, molecules, and all the way up to
So quantum mechanics is certainly a beautiful, mysterious formulation of our world. So I'd like to sort of ask you, and just as an example, it perhaps doesn't have the same beauty as physics does, but in mathematics, abstract, Andrew Wiles, who proved Fermat's last theorem.
Yeah.
So I just saw this recently, and it kind of caught my eye a little bit. This is 358 years after it was conjectured. So it's a very simple formulation. Everybody tried to prove it. Everybody failed. And so here's this guy comes along and eventually proves it, and then fails to prove it, and proves it again. In '94, he said that the moment when everything connected into place, in an interview he said, it was so indescribably beautiful. That moment when he finally realized the connecting piece of two conjectures, he said it was so indescribably beautiful. It was so simple and so I couldn't understand how I'd missed it, and I just stared at it in disbelief for 20 minutes. Then during the day, I walked around the department, and I'd keep coming back to my desk, looking to see if it was still there. It was still there. I couldn't contain myself. I was so excited. It was the most important moment of my working life. Nothing I ever do again will mean as much. So that particular moment, and it kind of made me think of what would it take. And I think we've all been there at small levels. Maybe let me ask, have you had a moment like that in your life where you just had an idea? It's like, wow, yes.
I wouldn't mention myself in the same breath as Andrew Wiles, but I've certainly had a number of aha moments when I realized something very cool about physics, which has completely made my head explode. In fact, some of my favorite discoveries I later realized that I had discovered earlier. I someone who's sometimes not quite famous for it. So it's too late for me to publish it, but that doesn't diminish in any way the emotional experience you have when you realize it. Like, wow.
Yeah. So what would it take in that moment, that wow, that was yours in that moment? So what do you think it takes for an intelligent system, an AGI system, an AI system to have a moment like that?
That's a tricky question because there are actually two parts to it, right? One of them is, can it accomplish that proof? Can it prove that you can never write A to the n plus B to the n equals 3 to equals z to the n for all integers, etc., when n is bigger than 2? That's simply the question about intelligence. Can you build machines that are that intelligent? And I think by the time we get a machine that can independently come up with that level of proofs, probably quite close to AGI. The second question is the question about consciousness. When will how likely is it that such a machine will actually have any experience at all, as opposed to just being like a zombie? And would we expect it to have some sort of emotional response to this, or anything at all akin to human emotion, where when it accomplishes its machine goal, it views it as somehow something very positive and and sublime and deeply meaningful? I would certainly hope that if in the future we do create machines that are our peers, or even our descendants, that I would certainly hope that they do have this sort of sublime appreciation of life. In a way, my absolutely worst nightmare would be that at some point in the future, maybe our cosmos is teeming with all this post-biological life doing all this seemingly cool stuff, and maybe the last human, by the time our species eventually fizzles out, will be like, well, that's okay because we're so proud of our descendants here, and look at all the. My worst nightmare is that we haven't solved the consciousness problem, and we haven't realized that these are all the zombies. They're not aware of anything any more than a tape recorder that they kind of experience. So the whole thing has just become a play for empty benches. That would be like the ultimate zombie apocalypse. I mean, I would much rather, in that case, that we have this being who just really appreciate how amazing it is.
And in that picture, what would be the role of creativity? Right? A few people ask about creativity. And do you think, when you think about intelligence, I mean, certainly the story you told in your book involved, creating movies and so on.
Yeah.
So making money, you can make a lot of money in our modern world with music and movies. So if you are an intelligent system, you may want to get good at that.
Yeah.
But that's not necessarily what I mean by creativity. Is it important on that complex goals where the sea is rising for there to be something creative? Or am I being very human-centric and thinking creativity is somehow special relative to intelligence?
My hunch is that we should think of creativity simply as an aspect of intelligence. And we have to be very careful with human vanity. We have this tendency to very often want to say, as soon as machines can do something, we try to diminish it and say, oh, but that's not like real intelligence, because they're not creative or this or that, the other thing. If we ask ourselves to write down a definition of what we actually mean by being creative, what we mean by Andrew Wiles, what he did there, for example, don't we also mean that someone takes a very unexpected leap? It's not like taking 573 and multiplying it by 224 by just a step of straightforward cookbook-like rules. You can maybe make a connection between two things that people have never thought was connected. Very surprising, or something like that. I think this is an aspect of intelligence, and this is actually one of the most important aspects of it. Maybe the reason we humans are tend to be better at it than traditional computers is because it's something that comes more naturally if you're a neural network. than if you're a traditional logic gate-based computer. We physically have all these connections, and if you activate here, activate here, activate here, bing, my hunch is that if we ever build a machine where you can just do it, the task, you say, hey, I just realized that I want to travel around the world instead this much. Can you teach my AGI course for me? And it's like, okay, I'll do it. And it does everything you would have done, and it provides stuff.
Yeah.
That would, in my mind, involve a lot of creativity.
Yeah, so it's actually a beautiful way to put it. I think we do try to grasp at the definition of intelligence is everything you don't understand how to build. So we as humans try to find things that we have and machines don't have. Maybe creativity is just one of the things, one of the words we use to describe that. That's a really interesting way to put it.
And I don't think we need to be that defensive. I don't think anything good comes out of saying, "Oh, we're somehow special." It's contrary-wise. There are many examples in history of where trying to pretend that we're somehow superior to all other intelligent beings has led to pretty bad results, right? Nazi Germany, they said that they were somehow superior to other people. They used to do a lot of cruelty by saying that we're so superior how they can't feel pain. Slavery was justified for the same kind of weak arguments, and I don't think if we actually go ahead and build artificial general intelligence, if you think better than us, we should try to found our self-worth on some sort of bogus claims of superiority in terms of our intelligence. I think we should instead just find our calling and the meaning of life from experiences that we have. Right? I can have very meaningful experiences, even if there are other people who are smarter than me. When I go to a faculty meeting here and we're talking about something and I suddenly realize, oh, well, he has no prize, he has no prize, he has no prize. I don't have one. Does that make me enjoy life any less, or enjoy talking to those people less? Of course not. And contrary, I feel very honored and privileged to get to interact with other very intelligent beings that are better than me a lot of stuff. So I don't think there's any reason why we can't have the same approach with intelligent machines.
That's a really interesting. So people don't often think about that. They think about when if there's machines that are more intelligent, you naturally think that that's not going to be a beneficial type of intelligence. You don't realize it could be, like your Nobel Prizes that would be just fun to talk with, and they might be clever about certain topics, and you can have fun having a few drinks with them. So,
well, also, another example that we can all relate to it of why it doesn't have to be a terrible thing to be impacted with people who are even smarter than us all around is when you and I were both 2 years old. I mean, our parents were much more intelligent than us, right? Worked out okay, yeah, because their goals were aligned with our goals, and that I think is really the number one key issue we have to solve. It's the value alignment problem, exactly. Because people who see too many Hollywood movies with lousy science fiction plot lines, they worry about the wrong thing, right? They worry about some machine suddenly turning evil. It's not malice that's the concern. It's competence. By definition, intelligent makes you very competent. If you have the more intelligent Go playing computer playing and the less intelligent one. And when we define intelligence as the ability to accomplish goal winning, right? It's going to be the more intelligent one that wins. And if you have a human and then you have an AGI that's more intelligent in all ways, and they have different goals, guess who's going to get their way, right? So I was just reading about this particular rhinoceros species that was driven extinct just a few years ago. It was on our Institute rhinoceros with its child, And why did we humans drive into extinction? It wasn't because we were evil rhino haters, right, as a whole. It was just because our goals weren't aligned with those of the rhinoceros, and it didn't work out so well for the rhinoceros because we were more intelligent, right? So I think it's just so important that if we ever do build AGI, before we unleash anything, we have to make sure that it learns to understand our goals, that it adopts our goals, and then it retains those goals.
So the cool, interesting problem there is us as human beings trying to formulate our values. So, you can think of the United States Constitution as a way that people sat down at the time, a bunch of white men, but which is a good example, we should say. And they formulated the goals for this country, and a lot of people agreed that those goals actually held up pretty well. That's an interesting formulation of values and failed miserably in other ways. So, for the value alignment problem and the solution to it, we have to be able to put on paper or in a program human values. How difficult do you think that is?
Very. But it's so important. We really have to give it our best. And it's difficult for two separate reasons. There's the technical value alignment problem of figuring out how to make machines understand their goals, document, retain them. And then there's the separate part of it, philosophical part. Whose values anyway? And since it's not like we have any great consensus on this planet on values, what mechanism should we create then to aggregate and decide, okay, what's a good compromise? That discussion can't just be left to tech nerds like myself, right? That's right. And if we refuse to talk about it, and then AGI gets built, who's going to be actually making the decision about these values? It's going to be a bunch of dudes in some tech company, And are they necessarily still representative of all of humankind that we want to just enjoy the them? Are they even uniquely qualified to speak to future human happiness just because they're good at programming and AI? I'd much rather have it be a really inclusive conversation.
But do you think it's possible, so you create a beautiful vision that includes sort of the diversity, cultural diversity, and various perspectives on discussing rights, freedoms, human dignity. But how hard is it to come to that consensus? Do you think it's certainly a really important thing that we should all try to do, but do you think it's feasible?
I think there's no better way to guarantee failure than to try to refuse to talk about it or to try it. And I also think it's a really bad strategy to say, okay, let's first have a discussion for a long time, and then once we reach complete consensus, then we'll try to load it into the machine. No, we shouldn't let perfect be the enemy of good. Instead, we should start with the kindergarten ethics that pretty much everybody agrees on and put that into machines now. We're not doing that even. Look at anyone who builds a passenger aircraft wants it to never, under any circumstance, fly into a building or a mountain, right? Yet the September 11 hijackers were able to do that. And even more embarrassingly, Andreas Lubitz, this depressed Germanwings pilot, when he flew his passenger jet into the Alps, killing over 100 people, he just told the autopilot to do it. He told the freaking computer to change the altitude to 100 meters. And even though it had the GPS maps, everything, the computer was like, okay. So we should take those very basic values, though, where the problem is not that we don't agree, the problem is just we've been too lazy to try to put it into our machines, and make sure that from now on airplanes will which all have computers in them, but we'll just refuse to do something like that. Go into safe mode, maybe lock the cockpit door at the airport, and there's so much other technology in our world as well now where it's really quite becoming quite timely to put in some sort of very basic values like this. Even in cars, we've had enough vehicle terrorism attacks by now with your different trucks and vans into pedestrians that it's not at all a crazy idea to just have that hardwired into the car. Just, there are there's always going to be people who for some reason want to harm others, but most of those people don't have the technical expertise to figure out how to work around something like that. So if the car just won't do it, it helps. So let's start there.
So there's a lot of that's a great point. So not chasing perfect. There's a lot of things that most of the world agrees on.
Yeah, and let's start there.
Let's start there.
And then once we start there, we'll also get into the habit of having these kind of conversations about, okay, what else should we put in here, and have these discussions. This should be a gradual process then.
Great. So, but that also means describing these things and describing it to a machine. So one thing, we had a few conversations with Stephen Wolfram. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Stephen.
Oh yeah, I know him quite well.
Yeah. So he has, he basically, works with a bunch of things, but cellular automata, these simple computable things, this computation system. And he kind of mentioned that, we probably have already within these systems already something that's AGI, meaning like we just don't know it because we can't talk to it. So if you give me this chance to try to at least form a question out of this, I think it's an interesting idea to think that we can have intelligent systems, but we don't know how to describe something to them, and they can't communicate with us. I know you're doing a little bit of work in explainable AI, trying to get AI to explain itself. So what are your thoughts of natural language processing or some kind of other communication? How does the AI explain something to us? How do we explain something to it, to machines? Or you think of it differently?
So there are two separate parts to your question there. One of them has to do with communication, which is super interesting. I'll get to that in a second. The other is whether we already have AGI or we just haven't noticed it. Right. There I beg to differ. I don't think there's anything in any cellular automaton or the internet itself or whatever that has artificial general intelligence in that it can really do exactly everything we humans can do better. I think if the day that happens, when that happens, we will very soon notice. We'll probably notice even before, and because in a very, very big way. But for the second part, though,
can I answer you? Sorry. So, because you have this beautiful way of formulating consciousness as information processing, and you can think of intelligence as information processing. You can think of the entire universe as these particles and these systems roaming around that have this information processing power. You don't think there is something with the power to process information in the way that we human beings do that's out there that needs to be sort of connected to? It seems a little bit philosophical, perhaps, but there's something compelling to the idea that the power is already there. It's the focus should be more on being able to communicate with it.
Well, I agree that in a certain sense, the hardware processing power is already out there. Because our universe itself can think of it as being a computer already. Right? It's constantly computing what waterways, how it evolved the waterways and the River Charles, and how to move the air molecules around. And Seth Lloyd has pointed out, my colleague here, that you can even in a very rigorous way think about how we were being a quantum computer. It's pretty clear that our universe supports this amazing processing power, because you can even think within this physics computer that we live in, right? We can even build actual laptops and stuff. So clearly the power is there. It's just that most of the compute power that nature has, it's in my opinion kind of wasting on boring stuff like simulating yet another ocean wave somewhere where no one is even looking, right? So in a sense, what life does, what we are doing when we build computers is we're rechanneling all this compute that nature is doing anyway and doing things that are more interesting than just yet another ocean wave, do something cool here. So the raw hardware power there, and for sure, but and even just like computing what's going to happen for the next 5 seconds in this waterfall, it takes a ridiculous amount of compute if you do it on a human computer.
Yeah.
This waterfall just did it. But that does not mean this waterfall has AGI, because AGI means it should also be able to, like I've written in my book, done this interview.
Yes.
And I don't think it's just communication problems. As far as it can do it. And
although Buddhists say when they watch the water that there is some beauty, that there's some depth and nature that they can communicate with.
Communication is also very important, though, because look, part of my job is being a teacher, and I know some very intelligent professors even who just have a bit of a hard time communicating. They come up with all these brilliant ideas, but to communicate with somebody else, you have to also be able to simulate your own mind.
Yes.
Build well enough an understand model of their mind that you can say things that they will understand. But that's quite difficult. And that's why today it's so frustrating if you have a computer that makes some cancer diagnosis and they ask you, well, why are you saying I should have this surgery? If you don't, I can only reply, I was trained on 5 terabytes of data and this is my diagnosis. Boop, beep, beep.
Yeah.
And it doesn't really instill a lot of confidence, right?
Right.
So I think we have a lot of work to do on communication there.
So what kind of I think you're doing a little bit of work in explainable AI. What do you think are the most promising avenues? Is it mostly about sort of the Alexa problem of natural language processing and being able to actually use human interpretable methods of communication? So being able to talk to a system and talk back to you, or is there some more fundamental problems to be solved?
I think it's all of the above. The natural language processing is obviously important, but there are also more, there are already fundamental problems. Like if you take, you play chess.
Mm-hmm.
Have you
I'm
watched?
Russian. I have to.
Да, отлично, я не знал.
When did you learn Russian?
Я говорю очень плохо по-русски. Я только автодидакт. Я купил книгу Teach Yourself Russian. Читал очень много, но было совсем трудно. Поэтому я говорю так плохо.
How many languages do you know? Wow, that's really impressive.
I don't know. My wife has some calculation. But my point was, if you play chess, like, have you looked at the Alpha Zero games?
The actual games now.
Check it out. Some of them are just mind blowing. Really beautiful. And if you ask, how did it do that? You know, talk to them as this and others from DeepMind. All they ultimately be able to give you is big tables of numbers, matrices that define the neural network. And you can stare at these tables of numbers until your face turns blue. And you're not going to understand much about why it made that move. And even if you have a natural language processing that can tell you in human language about 5, 7, 0.28, still not going to really help. So I think there's a whole spectrum of fun challenges there involved in taking a computation that does intelligent things and transforming it into something equally good, equally intelligent, but it's more understandable. I think that's really valuable because I think as we put machines in charge of ever more infrastructure in our world, the power grid, the trading on the stock market, weapon systems, and so on, it's absolutely crucial that we can trust these AIs to do what we want. And trust really comes from understanding, right, in a very fundamental way. And that's why I'm working on this, because I think the more, if we're going to have some hope of ensuring that machines have adopted our goals and that they're going to retain them, that kind of trust, I think, needs to be based on things you can actually understand, probably even prove theorems on. Even with a self-driving car, right? If someone just tells you it's been trained on tons of data and it never crashed, it's less reassuring than if someone actually has the proof. Maybe it's a computer verified proof. It says that under no circumstances is this car just going to swerve into oncoming traffic.
And that kind of information helps to build trust and helps build the alignment of goals, at least awareness that your goals, your values are aligned.
And I think even in the very short term, if you look at today, right, this absolutely pathetic state of cybersecurity that we have, right, that 3 billion Yahoo accounts were hacked, almost every America's credit card, and so on. Why is this happening? It's ultimately happening because we have software that nobody fully understood how it worked. That's why the bugs haven't been found, right? And I think AI can be used very effectively for offense, for hacking, but it can also be used for defense. Hopefully, automating verifiability and creating systems that are built in different ways so you can actually prove things about them.
Right.
And it's important.
So speaking of software that nobody understands how it works, of course, a bunch of people ask your thoughts on why this deep and cheap learning works so well. That's the paper. But what are your thoughts on deep learning? These kind of simplified models of our own brains that have been able to do some successful perception work, pattern recognition work, and now with AlphaZero and so on, do some clever things. What are your thoughts about the promise, limitations of this piece?
Great. I think there are a number of very important insights, very important lessons we can already draw from these kind of successes. One of them is when you look at the human brain, you see it's very complicated. You have 11 neurons, and there are only different kinds of neurons, and yada yada. And there's been this long debate about whether the fact that we have dozens of different kinds is actually necessary for intelligence. We can now, I think, quite convincingly answer that question that no, it's enough to have just one kind. If you look under the hood of AlphaZero, only one kind of neuron, and it's ridiculously simple. Simple mathematical thing, but it's not it's just like in physics. It's not the deep. If you have a gas with waves in it, it's not the detailed nature of the molecule that matter. It's the collective behaviors and how. Similarly, it's this higher level structure of the network that matters, not the chapter 20 calculus. I think our brain is such a complicated mess because it wasn't evolved just to be intelligent. It was evolved to also be self-assembling,
Right.
and self-repairing, right, and evolutionarily attainable.
And patches and so on.
Yeah. So I think it's pretty. My hunch is that we're going to understand how to build AGI before we fully understand how our brains work. Just like we understood how to build flying machines long before we were able to build a mechanical bird.
Yeah, that's right. You've given the example exactly of mechanical birds and airplanes. And
Yeah.
airplanes do a pretty good job of flying without really mimicking bird flight.
And even now, after 100 years later, did you see the TED Talk from this German mechanical bird?
I heard you mention it.
Check it out. It's amazing. But even after that, right, we still don't fly in mechanical birds because it turned out the way we came up with is simpler and it's better for our purposes. And I think it might be the same there. That's one lesson. And another lesson, which is more what our paper was about. Well, first, I as a physicist thought it was fascinating how there's a very close mathematical relationship actually between artificial neural networks and a lot of things that we've studied for in physics. Go by nerdy names like the renormalization group equation and Hamiltonian and yada yada yada. And when you look a little more closely at this, you have at first we were like, "Oh, there's something crazy here that doesn't make sense." We know that if you even want to build a super simple neural network, tell it apart cat pictures and dog pictures, right? That we can do that very, very well. But if you think about it a little bit, you convince yourself it must be impossible because if I have 1 megapixel, even if each pixel is just black or white, there's 2 to the power 1 million possible images, which is way more than our atoms in our universe, right?
Yeah.
So in order to, and then for each one of those, I have to assign a number, which is the probability that it's a dog.
Right.
So an arbitrary function of images is a list of more numbers than there are atoms in the universe. So clearly I can't store that in the hood of my GPU and then my computer. Yeah, somehow works. So what does that mean? Well, it means that out of all of the problems that you could try to solve with a neural network, almost all of them are impossible to solve with a reasonably sized one. But then what we showed in our paper was that the fraction, the kind of problems, the fraction of all the problems that you could possibly pose that we actually care about given the laws of physics is also an infinitesimally tiny little part. And amazingly, they're basically the same part.
Yeah, it's almost like our world was created for. I mean, they kind of come together.
Yeah, well, you could say maybe when the world was created for us, but I have a more modest interpretation, which is that instead evolution endowed us with neural networks precisely for that reason. Right? Because this particular architecture, as opposed to the one in your laptop, is very, very well adapted and solving the kind of problems that nature kept presenting our ancestors with, right? So it makes sense. And why do we have a brain in the first place? It's to be able to make predictions about the future and so on. So if we had a sucky system which just could never solve it, it would never work. So, so this is I think a very beautiful fact.
Yeah.
We also realize that that there's been earlier work on why deeper networks are good, but we were able to show an additional cool fact there, which is that even incredibly simple problems like suppose I give you a 1,000 numbers and ask you to multiply them together, right? It's a few lines of dog trivial. If you just try to do it with a neural network that has only one single layer in it, you can do it, but you're going to need 2 to the power 1,000 neurons to multiply 1,000 numbers, which is again more neurons than there are atoms in our universe. So
That's fascinating.
but if you allow yourself make it a deep network with many layers, you only need 4,000 neurons, which is perfectly feasible. So
That's really interesting.
yeah.
So on another architecture type, I mean, you mentioned Schrödinger's equation. What are your thoughts about quantum computing and the role of this kind of computational unit in creating an intelligent system?
In some Hollywood movies that are not mentioned by name, I don't want to spoil them. The way they get AGI is building a quantum computer. Because the word quantum sounds cool and so on.
That's right.
First of all, I think we don't need quantum computers to build AGI. I suspect your brain is not a quantum computer in any sense. So you even wrote a paper about that many years ago. They calculated the coherence, so-called decoherence time, how long it takes until the quantum computerness of what the neuron is doing gets erased by just random noise from the environment, and it's about 10 to the minus 21 seconds. So as cool as it would be to have a quantum, I don't think that fast. On the other hand, there are very cool things you could do with quantum computers, or I think we'll be able to do soon when we get bigger ones, that might actually help machine learning and do even better than the brain. So, for example, one is this moonshot, but the learning is very much the same thing as search. If you're trying to train a neural network to get really learn, do something really well, you have some loss function. You have a bunch of knobs you can turn, which is represented by a bunch of numbers, and you're trying to tweak them so that it becomes as good as possible at this thing. So think of a landscape with some valley. For each dimension of the landscape corresponds to some number you can change. You're trying to find the minimum. And it's well known that if you have a very high dimensional landscape, complicated thing, it's super hard to find the minimum there. Quantum mechanics is amazingly good at this. Right? Like if I want to know what's the lowest energy state this water can possibly have, it's incredibly hard to compute, but nature will happily figure this out for you. Just cool it down, make it very, very cold. If you put a ball somewhere, it'll roll down to its minimum, and this happens metaphorically at the energy landscape too. And quantum mechanics even uses some clever tricks, which today's machine learning systems don't. Like, you're trying to find the minimum and you get stuck in a little local minimum here. In quantum mechanics, you can actually tunnel through the barrier and get unstuck again. And
That's really interesting.
yeah, so maybe, for example, we'll one day use quantum computers to help train neural networks better.
That's really interesting. Okay, so as a component of kind of the learning process, for example.
Yeah.
Let me ask, sort of wrapping up here a little bit, let me return to the questions about human nature and love, as I mentioned. So, do you think, you mentioned sort of a helper robot, but you can think of also personal robots. Do you think the way we human beings fall in love and get connected to each other is possible to achieve in an AI system? If you're in love AI intelligent system? Do you think we'll ever see that kind of connection? Or, in all this discussion about solving complex goals, is this kind of human social connection, do you think that's one of the goals on the peaks and valleys that with the raising sea levels that we'll be able to achieve? Or do you think that's something that's ultimately, or at least in the short term, relative to the other goals, is not achievable?
I think it's all possible. I mean, in recent, there's a very wide range of guesses, as you know, among AI researchers when we're going to get AGI. Some people, like our friend Rodney Brooks says it's going to be 100 year at least. And then there are many others who think it's going to happen much sooner. In recent polls, maybe half or so of AI researchers think we're going to get AGI within a decade. So if that happens, of course, I think these things are all possible. But in terms of whether it will happen, I think we shouldn't spend so much time asking what do we think will happen in the future, as if we are just some sort of pathetic, passive bystanders, waiting for the future to happen to us. Hey, we're the ones creating this future, right? So we should be proactive about it and ask ourselves what sort of future we would like to have happen.
That's right.
Try to make it like that. Well, what I prefer is some sort of incredibly boring zombie-like future where there's always mechanical things happening and no passion, no emotion, no experience in it. No, I would of course much rather prefer it if all the things that we value the most about humanity, our experience, passion, inspiration, love. If we can create a future where those things do exist. I think ultimately it's not our universe giving meaning to us, it's us giving meaning to our universe. If we build more advanced intelligence, let's make sure we build it in such a way that meaning is part of it.
A lot of people that seriously study this problem and thinking from different angles have trouble in the majority of cases, if they think through that happen, are the ones that are not beneficial to humanity.
Right.
And so, so what are your thoughts? What should people, I really don't like people to be terrified. What's the way for people to think about it in a way in a way we can solve it and we can make it better?
Yeah. No, I don't think panicking is going to help in any way. It's not going to increase chances of things going well either. Even if you are in a situation where there is a real threat, does it help if everybody just freaks out?
Right.
No, of course not. I think there are, of course, ways in which things can go horribly wrong. First of all, it's important when we think about about the problems and risks, to also remember how huge the upsides can be if we get it right. Right? Everything we love about society and civilization is the product of intelligence. So if we can amplify our intelligence with machine intelligence and not anymore lose our loved one to what we're told is an uncurable disease and things like this, of course, we should aspire to that. So that can be a motivator, I think, reminding ourselves that the reason we try to solve problems is not just because we're trying to avoid gloom, but because we're trying to do something great. But then in terms of the risks, I think the really important question is to ask, what can we do today that will actually help these outcomes good, right? And dismissing the risk is not one of them. I find it quite funny often when I'm on discussion panels about these things, how the people who work for companies always like, oh, nothing to worry about, and it's only academics sometimes express concerns. That's not surprising at all if I think about it. Upton Sinclair quipped, right, that it's hard to make a man believe in something when his income depends on not believing it. And frankly, we know a lot of these people in companies that they're just as concerned as anyone else. But if you're the CEO of a company, that's not something you want to go on record saying when you have silly journalists who are going to put a picture of a Terminator robot when they quote you. So the issues are real. And the way I think about what the issue is basically, the real choice we have is, first of all, are we going to just dismiss the risks and say, well, let's just go ahead and build a machine to do everything we can do better and cheaper. Let's just make ourselves obsolete as fast as possible. What could possibly go wrong?
Right.
That's one attitude. The opposite attitude, I think, is to say, there's incredible potential. Let's think about what kind of future we're really, really excited about. What are the shared goals that we can really aspire towards? And then let's think really hard on how we can actually get there. Start with it. Don't start thinking about the risks. Start thinking about the goals. And then when you do that, then you can think about the obstacles you want to avoid, right? I often get students coming in right here into my office for career advice. I always ask them this very question: where do you want to be in the future? Right. If all you can say is, I'll have cancer, maybe I'll get run over by a truck.
Focus on the obstacles instead of the goals.
She's just going to end up a hypochondriac paranoid.
Yeah.
Whereas if she comes in with fire in her eyes and is like, I want to be there, and then we can talk about the obstacles and see how we can circumvent them. That's, I think, a much, much healthier attitude. And
That's really well put.
I feel it's very challenging to come up with a vision for the future, which we're unequivocally excited about. I'm not just talking now in the vague terms like, yeah, let's cure cancer, fine. I'm talking about what kind of society do we want to create? What do we want it to mean, to the human in the age of AI, in the age of AGI? So if we can have this conversation, broad, inclusive conversation, and gradually start converging towards some future with some direction at least that we want to steer towards, right? Then we'll be much more motivated to constructively take on the obstacles. And I think if I try to wrap this up in a more succinct way, I think we can all agree already now that we should aspire to build AGI that doesn't overpower us, but that empowers us.
And think of the many various ways they can do that, whether that's from my side of the world of autonomous vehicles. I'm personally actually from the camp that believes this human level intelligence is required to achieve something like vehicles that would actually be something we would enjoy using and being part of. So that's one example. Certainly there's a lot of other types of robots in medicine and so on. So focusing on those and then coming up with the obstacles, coming up with the ways that can go wrong and solving those one at a time.
And just because you can't build an autonomous vehicle, even if you could build one that would drive this pilot, maybe there are some things in life that we actually want to do ourselves.
That's right.
Like, for example, if you think of our society as a whole, there's some things that we find very meaningful to do. And that doesn't mean we have to stop doing them just because machines can do them better. I'm not going to stop playing tennis just the day someone builds a tennis robot and beat me.
People are still playing chess and even Go.
Yeah, and in the very near term, even some people are advocating basic income to replace jobs. But if the government is going to be willing to just hand out cash to people for doing nothing, then one should also seriously consider whether the government should also hire a lot more teachers and nurses and the kind of jobs which people often find great fulfillment in doing, right? So we're very tired of hearing politicians saying, we can't afford hiring more teachers, but we're going to maybe have basic income. If we can have more serious research and thought into what to give meaning to our lives, the jobs give so much more than income, right? And then think about in the future, what are the roles that we want to have people filling, empowered by machines?
And I think I come from the Russian from the Soviet Union. I think for a lot of people in the 20th century, going to the moon, going to space was an inspiring thing. I feel like the universe of the mind, so AI, understanding, creating intelligence, is that for the 21st century. So it's really surprising, and I've heard you mention this, it's really surprising to me, both on the research funding side, that it's not funded as greatly as it could be, but most importantly, on the politician side, that it's not part of the public discourse except in the killer bots, Terminator kind of view. That people are not yet, I think, perhaps excited by the possible positive future that we can build together. So
we should be, because politicians usually just focus on the next election cycle, right? the single most important thing I feel we humans have learned in the entire history of science is they were the masters of underestimation. We underestimated the size of our cosmos again and again, realizing that everything we thought existed was just a small part of something grander, like the planet, the solar system, the galaxy, clusters of galaxies, the universe. And we now know that, that the future has this so much more potential that our ancestors could ever have dreamt of. This cosmos, imagine if all of Earth was completely devoid of life, except Cambridge, Massachusetts. Wouldn't it be kind of lame if all we ever aspired to was to stay in Cambridge, Massachusetts forever, and then go extinct in 1 week, even though Earth was going to continue on for longer? That sort of attitude, I think, we have now on the cosmic scale. Life can flourish on Earth, not for 4 years, but for billions of years. Yes. I can even tell you about how to move it out of harm's way when the sun gets too hot. And then we have so much more resources out here, which today, maybe there are a lot of other planets with bacteria or cow-like life on them, but most of this, all this opportunity seems to be largely dead, like the Sahara Desert, and yet we have the opportunity to help life flourish around this billions of years. So, it's quit squabbling about when some of the border should be drawn 1 mile to the left to right, and look up to the skies and realize, hey, we can do such incredible things.
Yeah, and that's, I think, why it's really exciting that you and others are connected with some of what Elon Musk is doing, because he's literally going out into that space, exploring our universe, and it's wonderful.
That is exactly why Elon Musk is so misunderstood, right? Misconstrued him as some kind of pessimistic doomsayer. The reason he cares so much about AI safety is because he's more than almost anyone else appreciates these amazing opportunities that we'll squander if we wipe out here on Earth. We're not just going to wipe out the next generation, but all generations. And this incredible opportunity that's out there, that would really be a waste. And AI, for people who think that it would be better to do without technology, well, let me just mention that if we don't improve our technology, the question isn't whether humanity is going to go extinct. The question is just whether we can get taken out by the next big asteroid or the next super volcano or something else dumb that we could easily prevent with more tech, right? And if we want life to flourish throughout the cosmos, AI is the key to it. As I mentioned in a lot of detail in my book, right there, even many of the most inspired sci-fi writers, I feel, have totally underestimated the opportunities for space travel, especially to other galaxies, because they weren't thinking about the possibility of AGI, which just makes it so much easier.
Right. Yeah. So that goes to your a view of AGI that enables our progress, that enables a better life. So that's a beautiful way to put it, and it's something to strive for. So Max, thank you so much. Thank you for your time today. It's been awesome.
Thank you so much. Let's see what's right. Yes.
The following is a conversation with Eric Schmidt. He was the CEO of Google for 10 years and chairman for 6 more, guiding the company through an incredible period of growth and a series of world-changing innovations. He is one of the most impactful leaders in the era of the internet and a powerful voice for the promise of technology in our society. It was truly an honor to speak with him as part of the MIT course on artificial general intelligence and the artificial intelligence podcast. And now, here's my conversation with Eric Schmidt. What was the first moment when you fell in love with technology?
I grew up in the 1960s
as a boy where every boy wanted to be an astronaut, part of the space program. So, like everyone else of my age, we would go out to the cow pasture behind my house, which was literally the cow pasture, and we would shoot model rockets off. And that, I think, is the beginning. And of course, generationally, today, it would be video games and all the amazing things that you can do online with computers.
There's a transformative, inspiring aspect of science and math that maybe rockets would instill in individuals. You mentioned yesterday in the 8th grade math is where the journey through mathematical universe diverges for many people. It's this fork in the roadway. There's a professor of math at Berkeley, Edward Frankel. I'm not sure if you're familiar with him. He has written this amazing book I recommend to everybody called Love of Math. Two of my favorite words. He says that if painting was taught like math, then students would be asked to paint a fence, which is his analogy of essentially how math is taught. You never get a chance to discover the beauty of the art of painting or the beauty of the art of math. So how, when, and where did you discover that beauty?
I think what happens with people like myself is that you're math enabled pretty early, and all of a sudden you discover that you can use that to discover new insights. The great scientists will all tell a story, men and women who are fantastic today. It's somewhere when they were in high school or in college, they discovered that they could discover something themselves. And that sense of building something, of having an impact that you own, drives knowledge acquisition and learning. In my case, it was programming, and the notion that I could build things that had not existed, that I had built, right, that had my name on it. And this was before open source, but you could think of it as open source contributions. So today, if I were a 16 or 17-year-old boy, I'm sure that I would aspire as a computer scientist to make a contribution like the open source heroes of the world today. That would be what would be driving me, and I'd be trying and learning and making mistakes and so forth in the ways that it works. The repository that GitHub represents and that open source libraries represent is an enormous bank of knowledge of all of the people who are doing that. And one of the lessons that I learned at Google was that the world is a very big place and there's an awful lot of smart people. And an awful lot of them are underutilized. So here's an opportunity, for example, building parts of programs, building new ideas to contribute to the career of society.
So in that moment in the 70s, the inspiring moment, there was nothing, and then you created something to program that magical moment. So in 1975, I think you created a program called Lex, which I especially like because my name is Lex. So thank you. Thank you for creating a brand that established a reputation that's long-lasting, reliable, and has a big impact on the world. It's still used today. So thank you for that. But more seriously, in that time, in the 70s, as an engineer, personal computers were being born. Do you think you'd be able to predict the 80s, 90s, and the aughts of where computers would go?
I'm sure I could not and would not have gotten it right. I was the beneficiary of the great work of many, many people who saw it clearer than I did. With Lex, I worked with a fellow named Michael West, who was my supervisor, and he essentially helped me architect and deliver a system that's still in use today. After that, I worked at Xerox Palo Alto Research Center, where the Alto was invented. And the Alto is the predecessor of the modern personal computer, or Macintosh and so forth. And the Altos were very rare, and I had to drive an hour from Berkeley to go use them. But I made a point of skipping classes and doing whatever it took to have access to this extraordinary achievement. I knew that they were consequential, but I did not understand the scale. I did not understand what would happen when you have 100 million as opposed to 100. And so since then, and I have learned the benefit of scale, I always look for things which are going to scale to platforms, right? So mobile phones, Android, all those things. The world is numerous, many, many people in the world will really have needs. They really will use these platforms. They need to build big businesses on top of them.
So it's interesting. So when you see a piece of technology, now you think, what would this technology look like when it's in the hands of a billion people?
That's right. So an example would be that the market is so competitive now that if you can't figure out a way for something to have 1 million users or 1 billion users, it probably is not going to be successful because something else will become the general platform and your idea will become a lost idea or a specialized service with relatively few users. So it's a path to generality, it's a path to general platform use, it's a path to broad applicability. And there are plenty of good businesses that are tiny, so luxury goods, for example. But if you want to have an impact at scale, you have to look for things which are of common value, common pricing, common distribution, and solve common problems. The problems that everyone has. And by the way, people have lots of problems. Information, medicine, health, education, and so forth. Work on those problems.
Like you said, you're a big fan of the middle class.
Because there's so many of them.
There's so many of them.
By definition.
So any product, anything that has a huge impact in their lives is a great business decision. It's just good for society.
And there's nothing wrong with starting off in the high end as long as you have a plan to get to the middle class. There's nothing wrong with starting with a specialized market in order to learn and to build and to fund things. So you start, luxury market to build a general purpose market. But if you define yourself as only a narrow market, someone else can come along with a general purpose market that can push you to the corner, can restrict the scale of operation, can force you to be a lesser impact than you might be. So it's very important to think in terms of broad businesses and broad impact, even if you start in a little corner somewhere.
So as you look to the 70s, but also the decades to come, and you saw computers, did you see them as tools, or was there a little element of another entity? I remember a quote saying AI began with our dream to create the gods. Is there a feeling when you wrote that program that you were creating another entity, giving life to something?
I wish I could say otherwise, but I simply found the technology platforms so exciting. That's what I was focused on. I think the majority of the people that I've worked with, there are a few exceptions, Steve Jobs being an example, really saw this as a great technological play. I think relatively few of the technical people understood the scale of its impact. So I used NCP, which is a predecessor to TCP/IP. It just made sense to connect things. We didn't think of it in terms of the internet and then company and Facebook and then Twitter and then politics and so forth. We never did that build. We didn't have that vision. And I think most people, it's a rare person who can see compounding at scale. Most people can see, if you ask people to predict the future, they'll give you an answer of 6 to 9 months or 12 months. Because that's about as far as people can imagine. But there's an old saying, which actually was attributed to a professor at MIT a long time ago, that we overestimate what can be done in 1 year. We underestimate what can be done in a decade. And there's a great deal of evidence that these core platforms, that hardware and software, take a decade. Right? To think about self-driving cars were thought about in the 90s. There were projects around them. The first DARPA challenge was roughly 2004. So that's roughly 15 years ago. And today we have self-driving cars operating in a city in Arizona. Right? It's 15 years, and we still have a ways to go before they're more generally available.
So you've spoken about the importance, you just talked about predicting into the future. You've spoken about the importance of thinking 5 years ahead and having a plan for those 5 years.
The way to say it is that almost everybody has a 1-year plan. Almost no one has a proper 5-year plan. And the key thing to have on the 5-year plan is having a model for what's going to happen under the underlying platforms. So here's an example. Moore's law as we know it, the thing that powered improvements in CPUs, has largely halted in its traditional shrinking mechanism because the costs have just gotten so high. It's getting harder and harder. But there's plenty of algorithmic improvements and specialized hardware improvements. So you need to understand the nature of those improvements and where they'll go in order to understand how to change the platform. Network connectivity. What are the keys that are going to be possible in wireless? It looks like there's an enormous expansion of wireless connectivity at many different bands, right? And that we will primarily, historically, I've always thought that we were primarily going to be using fiber, But now it looks like we're going to be using fiber plus very powerful high bandwidth sort of short distance connectivity to bridge the last mile. Right? That's an amazing achievement. If you know that, then you're going to build your systems differently. By the way, those networks have different latency properties, right? Because they're more symmetric. The algorithms feel faster for that reason.
And so when you think about whether it's fiber or just technologies in general, so there's this Barbara Wooden poem or quote that I really like. It's from the champions of the impossible rather than the slaves of the possible that evolution draws its greatest force. So in predicting the next 5 years, I'd like to talk about the impossible and the possible.
Well, and again, one of the great things about humanity is that we produce dreamers. Right? We literally have people who have a vision and a dream. They are, if you will, disagreeable in the sense that they disagree with they disagree with what the sort of zeitgeist is. They say there is another way. They have a belief. They have a vision. If you look at science, science is always marked by such people who went against some conventional wisdom, collected the knowledge at the time, and assembled it in a way that produced a powerful platform.
And you've been amazingly honest about, in an inspiring way, about things you've been wrong about predicting, and you've obviously been right about a lot of things. But in this kind of tension, how do you balance as a company in predicting the next 5 years the impossible, planning for the impossible, from listening to those crazy dreamers, letting them run away and make the impossible real, make it happen, and slow, that's how programmers often think, and slowing things down and saying, well, this is the rational, this is the possible, the pragmatic, the dreamer versus the pragmatist.
So it's helpful to have a model which encourages a predictable revenue stream as well as the ability to do new things. So in Google's case, we're big enough and well enough managed and so forth that we have a pretty good sense of what our revenue will be for the next year, at least for a while. And so we have enough cash generation that we can make bets. And indeed, Google has become Alphabet, so the corporation is organized around these bets. And these bets are in areas of fundamental importance to the world, whether it's artificial intelligence, medical technology, self-driving cars, connectivity through balloons, on and on and on. And there's more coming and more coming. So one way you could express this is that the current business is successful enough that we have the luxury of making bets. And another one that you could say is that we have the wisdom of being able to see that a corporate structure needs to be created to enhance the likelihood of the success of those bets. So we essentially turned ourselves into a conglomerate of bets and then this underlying corporation, Google, which is itself integrated. So in order to pull this off, you have to have a bunch of belief systems. And one of them is that you have to have bottoms up and tops down. The bottoms up we call 20% time, and the idea is that people can spend 20% of the time wherever they want. And the top down is that our founders in particular have a keen eye on technology and they're reviewing things constantly. So an example would be that they'll hear about an idea or I'll hear about something. It sounds interesting. Let's go visit them. And then let's begin to assemble the pieces to see if that's possible. And if you do this long enough, you get pretty good at predicting what's likely to work.
So that's a beautiful balance that's struck. Is this something that applies to health scale? So
it seems to be. The survey, again, 15 years ago, came up with a concept called 10% of the budget should be on things that are unrelated. It's called 70-20-10. 70% of our time on core business, 20% on adjacent business, and 10% on other. And he proved mathematically, this is a great application, that you needed that 10%, right, to make the sum of the good go. It turns out he was right.
So getting into the world of artificial intelligence, you've talked quite extensively and effectively to the impact in the near term, the positive impact of artificial intelligence, whether it's especially machine learning in medical applications and education, and just making information more accessible. Right? in the AI community, there's kind of there's this shroud of uncertainty as we face this new world with artificial intelligence in it. And there's some people, like Elon Musk, who've disagreed on, at least on the degree of emphasis he places on the existential threat of AI. So I've spoken with Stuart Russell, Max Tegmark, who share Elon Musk's view, and Yoshio Bengio, Stephen Pinker, who do not. So there's a lot of very smart people who are thinking about this stuff, disagreeing, which is really healthy, of course. So what do you think is the healthiest way for the AI community to, and really for the general public, to think about AI and the concern of the technology being mismanaged in some kind of way?
So the source of education for the general public has been robot killer movies,
Right.
and Terminator, etc. And the one thing I can assure you we're not building are those kinds of solutions. Furthermore, if they were to show up, someone would notice them and plug them, right? So as exciting as those movies are, and they're great movies, were the killer robots to start, we would find a way to stop them, right? So I'm not concerned. And much of this has to do with the time frame of conversation. So you can imagine a situation 100 years from now when the human brain is fully understood and the next generation of brilliant MIT scientists have figured all this out. We're going to have a large number of ethics questions, right, around science and thinking and robots and computers and so forth and so on. So it depends on the question of the time frame. In the next 5 to 10 years, we're not facing those questions. What we're facing in the next 5 to 10 years is how do we spread this disruptive technology as broadly as possible to gain the maximum benefit of it. Primary benefits should be in healthcare and in education. Healthcare because it's obvious we're all the same, even though we don't somehow believe we're not. As a medical matter, the fact that we have big data about our health will save lives, allow us to get deal with skin cancer and other cancers, ophthalmological problems. There's people working on psychological diseases and so forth using these techniques. I can go on and on. The promise of AI in medicine is extraordinary. There are many, many companies and startups and funds and solutions, and we will all do much better for that. The same argument in education. Can you imagine that for each generation of child and even adult, you have a tutor educator that's AI based. It's not a human, but it's properly trained. That helps you get smarter, helps you address your language difficulties or your math difficulties or what have you. Why don't we focus on those two? The gains societal of making humans smarter and healthier are enormous, right? And those translate for decades and decades, and we'll all benefit from them. There are people who are working on AI safety, which is the issue that you're describing. And there are conversations in the community that should there be such problems, what should the rules be like? Google, for example, has announced its policies with respect to AI safety, which I certainly support, and I think most everybody would support. And they make sense, right? So it helps guide the research. But the killer robots are not arriving this year, and they're not even being built.
And on that line of thinking, you said the time scale. In this topic or other topics, have you found it useful on the business side or the intellectual side to think beyond 5-10 years, to think 50 years out? Has it ever been useful or productive?
In our industry, there are essentially no examples of 50-year predictions that have been correct. Let's review AI, right? AI, which was largely invented here at MIT and a couple of other universities in 1956, 1957, 1958. The original plans were a decade or two. And when I was a PhD student, I studied AI a bit, and it entered during my looking at it a period which is known as AI winter, which went on for about 30 years, which is a whole generation of scientists and a whole group of people who didn't make a lot of progress because the algorithms had not improved and the computers had not improved. It took some brilliant mathematicians, starting with a fellow named Jeff Hinton at Toronto and Montreal, who basically invented this deep learning model, which empowers us today. The seminal work there was 20 years ago. And in the last 10 years, it's become popularized. So think about the time frames for that level of discovery. It's very hard to predict. Many people think that we'll be flying around in the equivalent of flying cars. Who knows? My own view, if I want to go out on a limb, is to say that we know a couple of things about 50 years from now. We know that there'll be more people alive. We know that we'll have to have platforms that are more sustainable because the Earth is limited, in the ways we all know, and that the kind of platforms that are going to get built will be consistent with the principles that I've described. They will be much more empowering of individuals. They'll be much more sensitive to the ecology because they have to be. They just have to be. I also think that humans are going to be a great deal smarter. I think they're going to be a lot smarter because of the tools that I've discussed with you. And of course, people will live longer. Life extension is continuing apace. A baby born today has a reasonable chance of living to 100. Right, which is pretty exciting. Well past the 21st century, so we've got to take care of them.
And you mentioned the interesting statistic on some very large percentage, 60-70% of people may live in cities.
Today, more than half the world lives in cities, and one of the great stories of humanity in the last 20 years has been the rural to urban migration. This has occurred in the United States, it's occurred in Europe, it's occurring in Asia, and it's occurring in Africa. When people move to cities, the cities get more crowded, but believe it or not, their health gets better, their productivity gets better, their IQ and education capabilities improve. So it's good news that people are moving to cities. But we have to make them livable and safe.
So you first of all, you are, but you've also worked with some of the greatest leaders in the history of tech. What insights do you draw from the difference in leadership styles of yourself, Steve Jobs, Elon Musk, Larry Page, now the new CEO, Sundar Pichai, and others, from the, I would say, calm sages to the mad geniuses?
One of the things that I learned as a young executive is that there's no single formula for leadership. They try to teach one, but that's not how it really works. There are people who just understand what they need to do and they need to do it quickly. Those people are often entrepreneurs. They just know and they move fast. There are other people who are systems thinkers and planners. That's more who I am, somewhat more conservative, more thorough in execution, a little bit more risk averse. There's also people who are sort of slightly insane, right? In the sense that they are emphatic and charismatic and they feel it and they drive it and so forth. There's no single formula to success. There is one thing that unifies all of the people in the name, which is very high intelligence. Right? At the end of the day, the thing that characterizes all of them is that they saw the world quicker, faster, they processed information faster. They didn't necessarily make the right decisions all the time, but they were on top of it. And the other thing that's interesting about all those people is they all started young. So think about Steve Jobs starting Apple roughly at 18 or 19. Think about Bill Gates starting at roughly 20, 21. Think about by the time they were 30, Mark Zuckerberg, a good example of 19, 20. By the time they were 30, they had 10 years. At 30 years old, they had 10 years of experience of dealing with people and products and shipments and the press and business and so forth. It's incredible how much experience they had compared to the rest of us who are busy getting our PhDs.
Yes, exactly.
So we should celebrate these people because they've just had more life experience, right? And that helps inform the judgment. At the end of the day, when you're at the top of these organizations, all of the easy questions have been dealt with, right? How should we design the buildings? Where should we put the colors on our product? What should the box look like, right? The problems, that's why it's so interesting to be in these rooms, the problems that they face, right, in terms of the way they operate, the way they deal with their employees, their customers, their innovation, are profoundly challenging. Each of the companies is demonstrably different culturally. Right? They are not, in fact, cut of the same. They behave differently based on input. Their internal cultures are different. Their compensation schemes are different. Their values are different. So there's proof that diversity works.
So when faced with a tough decision, you need advice. It's been said that the best thing one can do is to find the best person in the world who can give that advice. and find a way to be in a room with them, one-on-one, and ask. So here we are. And let me ask in a long-winded way. I wrote this down. In 1998, there were many good search engines: Lycos, Excite, AltaVista, InfoSeek, as Jeeves maybe, Yahoo even. So Google stepped in and disrupted everything. It disrupted the nature of search, the nature of our access to information, the way we discover new knowledge. So now it's 2018, actually 20 years later. There are many good personal AI assistants, including, of course, the best from Google. So you've spoken in medical and education impact of such an AI assistant could bring. So we arrive at this question. So it's a personal one for me, but I hope my situation represents that of many other, as we said, dreamers and crazy engineers. So my whole life, I've dreamed of creating such an AI assistant. But every step I've taken has been towards that goal. Now I'm a research scientist in human-centered AI here at MIT. So the next step for me as I sit here, facing my passion, is to do what Larry and Sergey did in '98. Simple startup. And so here's my simple question. Given the low odds of success, the timing and luck required, the countless other factors that can't be controlled or predicted, which is all the things that Larry and Sergey faced, is there some calculation, some strategy to follow in this step? Or do you simply follow the passion just because there's no other choice?
I think that people who are in universities are always trying to study the extraordinarily chaotic nature of innovation and entrepreneurship. My answer is that they didn't have that conversation. They just did it. They sensed a moment when, in the case of Google, there was all of this data that needed to be organized, and they had a better algorithm. They had invented a better way. So today, with human-centered AI, which is very rare research, there must be new approaches. It's such a big field. There must be new approaches, different from what we and others are doing. There must be startups to fund. There must be research projects to try. There must be graduate students to work on new approaches. Here at MIT, there are people who are looking at learning from the standpoint of looking at child learning. Right? How do children learn starting at age 1 and involving others? And the work is fantastic. Those approaches are different from the approach that most people are taking. Perhaps that's a bet that you should make. Or perhaps there's another one. But at the end of the day, the successful entrepreneurs are not as crazy as they sound. They see an opportunity based on what's happening. Let's use Uber as an example. As Travis tells the story, he and his co-founder were sitting in Paris, and they had this idea because they couldn't get a cab. And they said, we have smartphones. And the rest is history. So what's the equivalent of that Travis Eiffel Tower, where is a cab moment that you could, as an entrepreneur, take advantage of, whether it's in human-centered AI or something else? That's the next great startup.
And the psychology of that moment. So when Sergey and Larry talk about it, and listen to a few interviews, it's very nonchalant. Like here's the very fascinating web data, and here's an algorithm we have for, we just kind of want to play around with that data, and it seems like that's a really nice way to organize this data. And
I should say what happened, remember, is that they were graduate students at Stanford, and they thought this was interesting, so they built the search engine and they kept it in their room. And they had to get power from the room next door because they were using too much power in the room. So they ran an extension cord over. Right? Yeah. And then they went and they found a house and they had Google World Headquarters and 5 people, right, to start the company. And they raised $100,000 from Andy Bechtolsheim, who was the Sun founder, to do this, and Dave Church and a few others. The point is, their beginnings were very simple. They were based on powerful insight. That is a replicable model for any startup. It has to be a powerful insight, the beginnings are simple, and there has to be an innovation. In Larry and Sergey's case, it was PageRank, which was a brilliant idea, one of the most cited papers in the world today. What's the next one?
So you're one of, I may say, richest people in the world. And yet it seems that money is simply a side effect of your passions and not an inherent goal. But you're a fascinating person to ask. So much of our society at the individual level, at the company level, and as nations is driven by the desire for wealth. What do you think about this drive? And what have you learned about having romanticized the notion, the meaning of life, having achieved success on so many dimensions?
There have been many studies of human happiness, and above some threshold, which is typically relatively low for this conversation, there's no difference in happiness about money. The happiness is correlated with meaning and purpose, a sense of family, a sense of impact. So if you organize your life, assuming you have enough to get around and have a nice home and so forth, you'll be far happier if you figure out what you care about and work on that. It's often being of service to others. There's a great deal of evidence that people are happiest when they're serving others and not themselves. This goes directly against the sort of press-induced excitement about powerful and wealthy leaders and indeed your consequential people. But if you are in a situation where you've been very fortunate, as I have, you also have to take that as a responsibility, and you have to basically work both to educate others, to give them that opportunity, but also use that wealth to advance human society. In my case, I'm particularly interested in using the tools of artificial intelligence and machine learning to make society better. I mentioned education, I mentioned inequality, middle class, and things like this, all of which are a passion of mine. It doesn't matter what you do. It matters that you believe in it, that it's important to you, and that your life will be far more satisfying if you spend your life doing that.
I think there's no better place to end than a discussion of the meaning of life. Eric,
Thank you so very much.
The following is a conversation with Sean Carroll. He's a theoretical physicist at Caltech, specializing in quantum mechanics, gravity, and cosmology. He's the author of several popular books. One on the era of time, called From Eternity to Here. One on the Higgs boson, called Particle at the End of the Universe. And one on science and philosophy, called The Big Picture, and the origins of life, meaning, and the universe itself. He has an upcoming book on quantum mechanics that you can pre-order now called Something Deeply Hidden. He writes one of my favorite blogs on his website, preposterousuniverse.com. I recommend clicking on the Greatest Hits link that lists accessible, interesting posts on the era of time, dark matter, dark energy, Big Bang, general relativity, string theory, quantum mechanics, and the big meta questions about the philosophy of science, God, ethics, politics, academia, and much, much more. Finally, and perhaps most famously, he's the host of a podcast called Mindscape, that you should subscribe to and support on Patreon. Along with the Joe Rogan Experience, Them Harris's Making Sense, and Dan Collins' Hardcore History, Sean's Mindscape podcast is one of my favorite ways to learn new ideas and explore different perspectives and ideas that I thought I understood. It was truly an honor to meet and spend a couple hours with Sean. It's a bit heartbreaking to say, but for the first time ever, the audio recorder for this podcast died in the middle of our conversation. There's technical reasons for this, having to do with phantom power, that I now understand and avoid. It took me 1 hour to notice and fix the problem. So, much like the universe's 68% dark energy, roughly the same amount from this conversation was lost, except in the memories of the two people involved and in my notes. I'm sure we'll talk again and continue this conversation on this podcast or on Sean's. And of course, I look forward to it. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, iTunes, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman. And now, Here's my conversation. Sean, Carol. What do you think is more interesting and impactful? Understanding how the universe works at a fundamental level, or understanding how the human mind works?
You know, of course, this is a crazy, meaningless, unanswerable question in some sense, because they're both very interesting and there's no absolute scale of interestingness that we can rate them on. There's the glib answer that says the human brain is part of the universe, right? And therefore, understanding the universe is more fundamental than understanding the human brain.
But do you really believe that once we understand the fundamental way the universe works at the particle level, the forces, we will be able to understand how the mind works?
No, certainly not. We cannot understand how ice cream works just from understanding how particles work, right? So I'm a big believer in emergence. I'm a big believer that there are different ways of talking about the world beyond just the most fundamental microscopic one. You know, when we talk about tables and chairs and planets and people, we're not talking the language of particle physics and cosmology. So, but understanding the universe, you didn't say just at the most fundamental level, right? So understanding the universe at all levels is part of that. I do think, to be a little bit more fair to the question, there probably are general principles of complexity, biology, information processing, memory, knowledge, creativity that go beyond just the human brain, right? And maybe one can count understanding those as part of understanding the universe. The human brain, as far as we know, is the most complex thing in the universe. So it's certainly absurd to think that by understanding the fundamental laws of particle physics, we get any direct insight on how the brain works.
But then there's this step from the fundamentals of particle physics to information processing, which a lot of physicists and philosophers maybe a little bit carelessly take when they talk about artificial intelligence. Do you think of the universe as a kind of a computational device?
No. Like the honest answer there is no. There's a sense in which the universe processes information, clearly. There's a sense in which the universe is like a computer, clearly. But in some sense, I think I tried to say this once on my blog, and no one agreed with me, but the universe is more like a computation than a computer. Because the universe happens once. A computer is a general purpose machine. I think you can ask it different questions, even about the calculator, right? And it's set up to answer certain kinds of questions. The universe isn't that. So information processing happens in the universe, but it's not what the universe is. Because I know your MIT colleague Seth Lloyd feels very differently about this, right?
Well, you're thinking of the universe as a closed system. So what makes a computer more like a PC, like a computing machine, is that there's a human that once comes up to it and moves the mouse around. The input gives it input, and that's what you're saying. It's just a computation, a deterministic thing that's just unrolling. But the immense complexity of it is nevertheless like processing. There's a state, and it changes with rules, and there's a sense for a lot of people that if the human brain operates within that world, then it's simply just a small subset of that. And so there's no reason we can't build arbitrarily great intelligence.
Yeah.
Do you think of intelligence in this way?
Intelligence is tricky. I don't have a definition of it offhand. So I remember this panel discussion that I saw on YouTube. I wasn't there, but Seth Lloyd was on the panel. So was Martin Rees, famous astrophysicist. And Seth gave his shtick for why the universe is a computer, explained this, and Martin Rees said, so what is not a computer? And Seth was like, no, that's a good question. I'm not sure. Because if you have a sufficiently broad definition of what a computer is, then everything is, right? And similarly, the analogy gains force when it excludes something. You know, is the moon going around the Earth performing a computation? I can come up with definitions in which the answer is yes, but it's not a very useful computation. I think that it's absolutely helpful to think about the universe in certain situations, certain contexts, as an information processing device. I'm even guilty of writing a paper called Quantum Circuit Cosmology, where we model the whole universe as a quantum circuit. As a circuit, yeah. And
qubits, kind of
thing. Qubits, basically, right, yeah. So it's becoming more and more entangled. So we want to digress a little bit.
That's good.
Kind of fun. So here's a mystery about the universe that is so deep and profound that nobody talks about. space expands, right? And we talk about in a certain region of space a certain number of degrees of freedom, a certain number of ways that the quantum fields and the particles in that region can arrange themselves. That number of degrees of freedom in a region of space is arguably finite. We actually don't know how many there are, but there's a very good argument that says it's a finite number. So as the universe expands and space gets bigger, are there more degrees of freedom? If it's an infinite number, it doesn't really matter. B times 2 is still infinity. But if it's a finite number, then there's more space, there's more degrees of freedom. So where did they come from? That would mean the universe is not a closed system. More degrees of freedom popping into existence. So what we suggested was that there are more degrees of freedom. And it's not that they're not there to start, but they're not entangled to start. So the universe that you and I know of, the three dimensions around us that we see, we said that those are the entangled degrees of freedom making up space-time. As the universe expands, there are a whole bunch of qubits in their zero state that become entangled with the rest of space-time through the action of these quantum circuits.
So what does it mean that there's now more degrees of freedom as they become more entangled?
Yeah, so
as the universe expands.
That's right. So there's more and more degrees of freedom. They're entangled. They're playing the role of parts of the entangled space. So the underlying philosophy is that space-time itself arises from the entanglement of some fundamental quantum degrees of freedom.
Wow. Okay. So at which point is most of the entanglement happening? We're talking about close to the Big Bang, or we're talking about throughout the time of the
history. Yeah. So the idea is that at the Big Bang, almost all the degrees of freedom that the universe could have were there, but they were unentangled with anything else. And that's a reflection of the fact that the Big Bang had a low entropy, it's very simple, very small place. And as space expands, more and more degrees of freedom become entangled with the rest of the world.
Well, I have to ask John Carroll, what do you think of the thought experiment from Nick Bostrom that we're living in a simulation? So I think, let me contextualize that a little bit more. I think people don't actually take this thought experiment. I think it's quite interesting. It's not very useful, but it's quite interesting. From the perspective of AI, a lot of the learning that can be done usually happens in simulation. For examples. And so it's a constructive question to ask, how difficult is our real world to simulate? Right. Which is kind of a dual part of, if we're living in a simulation, somebody built that simulation, or if you were to try to do it yourself, how hard it would be.
So obviously we could live in a simulation. If you just wanted the physical possibility, then I completely agree that it's physically possible. I don't think that we actually are. So take this one piece of data into consideration. We live in a big universe. There's 2 trillion galaxies in our local universe, 200 billion stars in each galaxy, etc. It would seem to be a waste of resources to have a universe that big going on just to do simulation. So in other words, I want to be a good Bayesian. I want to ask, under this hypothesis, what do I expect to see? So the first thing I would say is I wouldn't expect to see a universe that is that big. Okay? The second thing is I wouldn't expect the resolution of the universe to be as good as it is. So it's always possible that if there are superhuman simulators only have finite resources, that they don't render the entire universe, right? That the part that's out there, the 2 trillion galaxies, isn't actually being simulated fully. Okay. But then the obvious extrapolation of that is that only I am being simulated fully. Like the rest of you are just non-player characters, right? I'm the only thing that is real. The rest of you are just cat boxes. Beyond this wall, I see the wall, but there is literally nothing on the other side. That is sort of the Bayesian prediction of what it would be like to do an efficient simulation of me. So, none of that seems quite realistic. I don't see. I hear the argument that it's just possible and easy to simulate lots of things. I don't see any evidence from what we know about our universe that we look like a simulated universe. Now, maybe you can say, well, we don't know what we would look like. That's just abandoning your Bayesian responsibility. Right? Your job is to say, under this theory, here's what you expect.
Yes, so certainly, if you think about simulation as a thing that's like a video game where only a small subset is being rendered. let's say all the laws of physics, the entire closed system of the quote unquote universe, it had a creator.
Yeah, always possible.
Right? So that's not useful to think about when you're thinking about physics. The way Nick Bostrom phrases it, if it's possible to simulate a universe, eventually we'll do it. And you can use that, by the way, for a lot of things.
Well, yeah.
But I guess the question is, how hard is it to create a universe?
I wrote a little blog post about this. Maybe I'm missing something, but there's an argument that says not only that it might be possible to simulate a universe, but probably if you imagine that you actually attribute consciousness and agency to the little things we're simulating, or little artificial beings, there's probably a lot more of them than there are ordinary organic beings, or there will be in the future, right? So there's an argument that not only is being a simulation possible, it's probable because in the space of all living consciousnesses, most of them are being simulated, right? Most of them are at the top level. I think that argument must be wrong because it follows from that argument that, if we're simulated, we can also simulate other things. Well, but if we can simulate other things, they can simulate other things, right? If we give them enough power and resolution. And ultimately, we'll reach a bottom because the laws of physics in our universe have a bottom, or weighted atoms and so forth. So there will be the cheapest possible simulations. And if you believe the original argument, you should conclude that we should be in the cheapest possible simulations. That's what most people are. But we don't look like that. It doesn't look at all like we're at the edge of resolution. That we're 16-bit things. That seems much easier to make much lower level things than we are. So, and also I question the whole approach to the anthropic principle that says we are typical observers in the universe. I think that's not actually evident. There's a lot of selection you can do that we're typical in things we already know, but not typical within whole.
So, do you think there's intelligent life, however you like to define intelligent life, out there in the universe?
My guess is that there is not intelligent life in the observable universe. Simply on the basis of the fact that the likely number of other intelligent species in the observable universe, there's two likely numbers, 0 or billions. And if there have been billions, you would have noticed it. For there to be literally like a small number, like, Star Trek, there's a dozen intelligent civilizations in our galaxy, but not a billion. That's weird. That's sort of bizarre to me. It's easy for me to imagine that there are 0 others because there's just a big bottleneck to making multicellular life or technological life or whatever. It's very hard for me to imagine that there's a whole bunch out there that have somehow made a difference.
The question I'd like to ask is, what would intelligent life look like? What I mean by that question and what it's going is, what if intelligent life is just fundamental, it's in some very big ways different than the one that is on Earth. But there's all kinds of intelligent life that operates at different scales of both size and temporal.
Right? It's a great possibility that we should be humble about what intelligence is, what life is. We don't even know what life is, much less what intelligent life is, right? So that's an argument for humility, saying there could be intelligent life of a very different character, right? But you can imagine the dolphins are intelligent but never invent space travel because they live in the ocean. They don't have thoughts, right? So they never invent technology, they never invent smelting. Maybe the universe is full of intelligent species that just don't make technology. That's kind of what you take that. And I think maybe what you're pointing at is even more out there versions of intelligence. Intelligence in intermolecular clouds, or on the surface of a neutron star, or in between the galaxies, and giant things where the equivalent of a heartbeat is 100 million years. On the one hand, yes, we should be very open-minded about those things. On the other hand, all of us share the same laws of physics. There might be something about the laws of physics, even though we don't currently know exactly what they mean, that makes meters and years the right length and time scales for intelligence? Maybe not. But we're made of atoms have a certain size, orbit stars, or stars. It's not impossible to me that there's a sweet spot for intelligent life for planet ourselves. So I'm open-minded either way. I hope I'm either being humble, there's all sorts of different kinds of life, or no, there's a reason we just don't know it yet why life like ours is the kind of life it's
Yeah, I'm off too much too. But I often wonder if our brains is just designed to, quite obviously, to operate and see the world at these time scales. And we're almost blind, and the tools we've created for detecting things are blind, to the kind of observation you just see intelligent life at other scales.
Well, I'm totally open to that. But so here's another argument I would make. We look for intelligent life. But we look at for it in the dumbest way we can, right? By turning radio telescopes into the sky. And why in the world would a super advanced civilization randomly beam out radio signals wastefully in all directions into the universe? That just doesn't make any sense. Especially because in order to think that you would actually contact another civilization, you have to do it forever. You have to keep doing it for millions of years. That sounds like a waste of resources. If you thought that there were other solar systems with planets around them where maybe intelligent life didn't yet exist but might someday, you wouldn't try to talk to it with radio waves. You would send a space out there and you would park it around there. It would be like, from our point of view, it would be like 2001, where there's a monolith. Wow. But there could be the artifact. In fact, the other way works also, right? There could be artifacts in our solar system that are have been put there by other technologically advanced civilizations, and that's how we will eventually contact them. We just haven't explored the solar system well enough yet to find them. The reason why we don't think about that is because we're young and impatient, right? Like, it would take more than my lifetime to actually send something to the star system and come back. So, but if we start thinking on hundreds of thousands of years or million-year time scales, it's clearly the right thing to do.
Are you excited by the thing that Elon Musk is doing with SpaceX in general? The idea of space exploration, even though your species is young and impatient?
Yeah. No, I do think that space travel is pushing long term, even to other star systems. And I think that many people overestimate the difficulty because they say, look, if you travel 1% the speed of light on stars, before we get there, right? And I think that it's much easier. And therefore, when they write their science fiction stories, they imagine we go faster than the speed of light, because otherwise they're too impatient, right? We're not going to go faster than the speed of light, but we could easily imagine that the human lifespan gets extended to thousands of years. And once you do that, then the stars are much closer, effectively, right? And what's a 100-year trip, right? So I think that that's going to be the future, the far future, not my lifetime once again, but baby steps.
Unless your lifetime is extended.
Well, within a race against time, right?
Yeah.
A friend of mine who actually thinks about these things said, you and I are going to die, but I don't know about the future. That's it. I don't know. Predicting the future is hard, but that's at least a close person. And so, I think that as we discussed earlier, there are threats to the Earth, known and unknown, right? Having spread humanity and biology elsewhere is a really important one.
What kind of questions can science not currently answer but might soon? When you think about the problems and mysteries before us, that maybe within reach of science.
I think the obvious one is the origin of life. We don't know how that happened. There's a difficulty in knowing how it happened historically, actually, literally on Earth. But starting life from non-life is something I kind of think we're close to, right?
You really think so? How difficult is it to start life?
Well, I've talked to people, including on the podcast, about this. Life requires three things. So life as we know it. So there's a difference in life, and life as we know it, which we can talk about with some intelligence. So life as we know it requires compartmentalization. You need like a little membrane around your cell. Metabolism, you take in food, eat it, let that make you do things. And then replication. Okay, so you need to have some information about who you are and be passed on to future generations. In the lab, compartmentalization seems pretty easy. Not hard to make lipid bilayers that come into the cellular walls pretty easily. metabolism and replication are hard, but replication we're close to. People have made RNA-like molecules in the lab that I think the state of the art is they're not able to make one molecule that reproduces itself, but they're able to make two molecules that reproduce each other. Yeah, that's okay. That's pretty close. Metabolism is harder, believe it or not, even though it's sort of the most obvious thing. You want some sort of controlled metabolism. The actual cellular machinery in our bodies is quite complicated. It's hard to see it just popping into existence all by itself. But we're making progress. In fact, I don't think we're spending nearly enough money on it. If I were the NSF, I would flood this area with money because it would change our view of the world if we could actually make life in the lab and understand how it was made originally.
And I'm sure it has some ripple effects that help cure disease and so on. And just that
That's right. So synthetic biology is a wonderful big frontier for making cells. Right now, the best way to do that is to borrow heavily from existing biology. Right? Craig Beckner, several years ago, created an artificial cell, but all he did was it was a tremendous accomplishment, but all he did was take out the DNA from the cell and put in the DNA and let it boot up and go.
What about the leap to creating intelligent life on Earth?
Yeah.
However, again, we define intelligence, of course, but let's just even say Homo sapiens, the modern intelligence is actually right. Do you have a sense of what's involved in that leap and how big of a leap that is?
So AI would count in this, or you really want to the organism in some sense?
AI would count it.
Okay.
Of course, AI would count it.
Well, let's say artificial consciousness, right? So I do not think we are on the threshold of creating artificial consciousness. I think it's possible. I'm not, again, very educated about how close we are, but my impression is not that we're really close because we understand how little we understand of consciousness and what it is. So if we don't have any idea what it is, it's hard to imagine we're on the threshold of making it ourselves. But it's doable, it's possible. I don't see any obstacles in principle, so yeah, I would have some interest in that happening eventually.
I think in general, consciousness, I think we would be just surprised how easy consciousness is once we create intelligence.
Yeah.
I think consciousness is a thing that that's just something we all fake.
Well, good. No, actually, I like this idea that in fact consciousness is way less mysterious than we think.
Yeah.
Because we're all at every time, at every moment, less conscious than we are, right? We can do things. And I think that idea that you not only have artificial intelligent systems, but you put them in a body, right? Give them a robot body. That will help the faking of the world.
Yeah, I think creating consciousness in or artificial consciousness is as simple as asking a Roomba to say I'm conscious and refusing to be talked out of it.
Could be.
And I'm almost, but that's what we do. That's what we do. It's the kind of consciousness is also a social construct. A lot of our ideas of intelligence is a social construct. So reaching that bar involves something that's fundamental understanding of how you go from electrons to neurons to cognition.
No, actually, I think that is an extremely good point. And in fact, what it suggests is, so yeah, you referred to Kate Darling, who I had on the podcast, and who does these experiments with very simple robots, but they look like animals, and they can look like they're experiencing pain, and we human beings react very negatively to these little robots looking like they're experiencing pain. And what you want to say is, if they're just robots, it's not really pain. It's just some electrons going around. But then you realize, you and I are just electrons going around. That's what pain is also. And so what I would have an easy time imagining is that there is a spectrum between these little robots that Kate works with, where there are things that sort of by some strict definition, Turing test level thing, are not conscious, but nevertheless walk and talk like they're conscious. And it could be that the future is, Siri is close, right? And so it might be the future has a lot more agents like that. And in fact, rather than someday going, aha, we have consciousness, we'll just creep up on it with more active reflection.
And in the future, maybe the present. For example, we haven't met before, and you've made basically assuming that I'm human, as it's a high probability at this time because but in the future there might be question marks on that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Certainly, videos are almost to the point that you should trust them. Like photos, you can't trust, right? Videos is easier to trust, but we're getting worse. We're getting better at thinking that, right? Yeah. So physical body people, what's so hard about thinking that? Well, it's very depressing. This conversation. So
No,
I mean,
to me it's exciting.
to me, you're doing it, so it's exciting to you, but it's a sobering thought. We're very bad, right, at imagining what the next 50 years are going to be like, or we're in the middle of a phase transition as we are right now.
And in general, I'm not blind to all the threats.
Yeah.
I am excited by the power of technology to protect us against the threats as they evolve. I'm not as much as the thinker, optimistic about the world, but in everything I've seen, all of the brilliant people in the world that I've met are good people. So the army of the good, in terms of the development of technology, is large.
Okay, you're way more optimistic than I am. I think the goodness and badness are equally distributed among intelligent and unintelligent people. I don't see much of a correlation.
Neither of us have.
Yeah, exactly. Again, opinions are free, right?
Nor definitions of good people. We come without definitions or without opinions. So, what kind of questions can science not currently answer and never be able to answer?
Well, the obvious one is what is good and bad. What is right and wrong. I think that there are questions that science tells us what happens, what the world is, and what it does. It doesn't say what the world should do or what we should do because we're part of the world. But we are part of the world, and we have the ability to feel like something's right, something's wrong. And to make a very long story very short, I think that the idea of moral philosophy is systematizing our intuitions of what's right. And science might be able to predict ahead of time what we will do, but it won't ever be able to judge whether we should.
So, you're kind of unique in terms of scientists. It doesn't have to do with podcasts, but even just reaching out, I think you refer to as sort of doing interdisciplinary science. So you reach out and talk to people that are outside of your discipline, which I always hope that's what science is for. In fact, I was a little disillusioned when I realized that academia is very siloed.
Yeah.
And so the question is, how, at your own level, how do you prepare for these conversations? How do you think about these conversations? How do you open your mind enough to have these conversations? And then maybe a little bit broader, how can you advise other scientists to have these kinds of conversations? Not at the podcast. The fact that you're doing a podcast is awesome for other people to hear them, but it's also good to have it with outlets in general.
It's a good question, but a tough one to answer. I think about, a guy I know is a personal trainer, and he was asked on the podcast, how do we, psych ourselves up to do a workout? How do we make that discipline to go and work out? And he's like, why are you asking me? Like, I can't stop working out. Like, I don't need to psych myself up. So, and likewise, he asked me, like, how do you get to interdisciplinary conversations and all sorts of different things, all sorts of different people? Like, that's what makes me go, right? Like, I couldn't stop doing that. I did that long before we're recording. In fact, a lot of the motivation for starting recording it was making sure I would read all these books that I had purchased, right? Like, all these books I wanted to read, not enough time to read them. And now, if I have the motivation because I'm going to interview Pat Kirkland, I'm going to finally read her book, And it's absolutely true that academia is extraordinary, right? We don't talk to people. We rarely do. And in fact, when we do with punch, like the people who do it successfully generally first became very successful within their little silo discipline, and only then did they start expanding out. If you're a young person, I had graduate students. I try to be very, very candid with them about this. That it's most graduate students cannot become faculty members, right? It's a tough road, and so live the life you want to live, but do it with your eyes open about what it does to your job chances. And the more broad you are, and the less time you spend hyper specializing in your field, the lower your job chances. That's just an academic reality. It's terrible. I don't like it, but it's a reality. And for some people, that's fine. Like there's plenty of people who are wonderful scientists who have zero interest in branching out and talking to anyone outside their field. But it is disillusioning to me. Some of the romantic notion I had of the intellectual academic life is belied by the reality of it. The idea that we should reach out beyond it as a positive good is just so rare in universities that it may as well not exist.
But that said, even though you're saying you're doing it with the personal trainer because you just can't help it, you're also an inspiration to others. Like, I can speak for myself. I also have a career I'm thinking about right now. And without your podcast, I may have not have been doing this at all, right? So it makes me realize that these kinds of conversations is kind of what science is about. In many ways. So the reason we write papers, this exchange of ideas, it's much harder to do interdisciplinary papers, I would say.
Yeah.
Right? And conversations are easier. So conversations is the beginning. And in the field of AI, it's obvious that we should think outside of pure computer vision competitions and a particular data sets. We should think about the broader impact of how this could be reaching out to physics, to psychology, to neuroscience, and having these conversations. So that you're an inspiration. And so,
well, thank you very much.
Never know how the world changes. I mean, the fact that this stuff is out there, and I've a huge number of people come up to me, grad students, really loving the podcast, inspired by it, and they will probably have that ripple effects when they become that. We can end on a balance between pessimism and optimism. And Sean, thank you so much for talking to me. Awesome.
No, Lex, thank you very much for this conversation.
Following this conversation with Elon Musk, the CEO of Tesla, SpaceX, Neuralink, the co-founder of several other companies. This conversation is part of the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. The series includes leading researchers in academia and industry, including CEOs and CTOs of automotive, robotics, AI, and technology companies. This conversation happened after the release of the paper from our group at MIT on driver functional vigilance during use of Tesla's autopilot. The Tesla team reached out to me offering a podcast conversation with Mr. Musk. I accepted, with full control of questions I could ask and the choice of what is released publicly. I ended up editing out nothing of substance. I've never spoken with Elon before this conversation, publicly or privately. Neither he nor his companies have any influence on my opinion, nor on the rigor or integrity and scientific method that I practice in my position at MIT. Tesla has never financially supported my research, and I've never owned a Tesla vehicle. I've never owned Tesla stock. This podcast is not a scientific paper. It is a conversation. I respect Elon as I do all other leaders and engineers I've spoken with. We agree on some things and disagree on others. My goal is always with these conversations is to understand the way the guest sees the world. One particular point of disagreement in this conversation was the extent to which camera-based driver monitoring will improve outcomes, and for how long it will remain relevant for AI-assisted driving. As someone who works on and is fascinated by human-centered artificial intelligence, I believe that if implemented and integrated effectively, camera-based driver monitoring is likely to be of benefit in both the short term and the long term. In contrast, Elon and Tesla's focus is on the improvement of autopilot such that its statistical safety benefits override any concern of human behavior and psychology. Elon and I may not agree on everything, but and I deeply respect the engineering and the innovation behind the efforts that he leads. My goal here is to catalyze a rigorous, nuanced, and objective discussion in industry and academia on AI-assisted driving, one that ultimately makes for a safer and better world. And now, here's my conversation with Elon Musk. What was the vision, the dream of autopilot when, in the beginning, the big picture system level, when it was first conceived and started being installed in 2014 in the hardware in the cars? What was the vision, the dream?
I would characterize the vision or dream simply that there are obviously two massive revolutions in the automobile industry. One is the transition to electrification, and then the other is autonomy. And it became obvious to me that in the future, any car that did not have autonomy would be about as useful as a horse. Which is not to say that there's no use, it's just rare and somewhat idiosyncratic from as a horse at this point. It's just obvious that cars will drive themselves completely. It's just a question of time. And if we did not participate in the autonomy revolution, then our cars would not be useful to people relative to cars that are autonomous. I mean, an autonomous car is arguably worth 5 to 10 times more than a car which is not
In the long term.
That's what we mean by long term, but let's say at least for the next 5 years, perhaps 10 years.
So there are a lot of very interesting design choices with autopilot early on. First is showing on the instrument cluster or in the Model 3 on the center stack display what the combined sensor suite sees. What was the thinking behind that choice? Was there debate? What was the process?
The whole point of the display is to provide a health check on the vehicle's perception of reality. So the vehicle's taking in information from a bunch of sensors, primarily cameras, but also radar, ultrasonics, GPS, and so forth. And then that information is then rendered space, and that with a bunch of objects with properties like lane lines and traffic lights and other cars, and then in vector space that is re-rendered onto a display, so you can confirm whether the car knows what's going on or not by looking at the window.
Right. I think that's an extremely powerful thing for people to get an understanding, to become one with the system, and understanding what the system is capable of. Now, have you considered showing more? So if you look at the computer vision, like road segmentation, lane detection, vehicle detection, object detection underlying the system, there is at the edges some uncertainty. Have you considered revealing the parts that the uncertainty in the system,
So the probabilities associated with say, image recognition or something like that?
Yeah, so right now it shows like the vehicles in the vicinity, a very clean, crisp image, and people do confirm that there's a car in front of me, the system sees there's a car in front of me, but they help people build an intuition of what computer vision is by showing some of the uncertainty.
Well, I think it's my car. I always look at this in the debug view. And there's two debug views. One is augmented vision, which I'm sure you've seen, where it's basically we draw boxes and labels around objects that are recognized. And then there's what we visualizer, which is basically a vector space representation, summing up the input from both sensors.
That's an excellent question. Just for a moment. You're absolutely right. Thank you for bringing that up. Let's see what's going on. I made a. Hold on. I think I know why.
The following is a conversation with Sean Carroll. He's a theoretical physicist.
That one wasn't in order either. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It isn't. That's fucking Eric Schmidt. I wasn't even paying attention to the order, but this is not. This is not playing
as part of MIT course
the way that it should be. I told it to play this
I've gotten the chance
playlist.
to sit down with Max Techmark. He is a professor here at MIT MIT. He's a physicist. Spent a large part of his career
Excellent point,
studying the
Audie.
mysteries of our cosmological universe.
Lex Friedman, oldest to newest. Loop playlist.
As part of MIT course 6S099 on artificial general intelligence, I got a chance to sit down with Christoph Koch, who is one of the seminal figures in neurobiology and neuroscience, and generally in the study of consciousness. He's the president, the chief scientific officer of the Allen Institute for Brain Science in Seattle. From 1986 to 2013, he was a professor at
Are you
Caltech.
kidding me?
Before that, he was at MIT. He is extremely well cited, over 100,000 citations. His research, his writing, his ideas have had
Are you
big
kidding
impact
me?
on the scientific community and the general public in the way we think about consciousness and the way we see ourselves as human beings. He's the author.
Oh, this is such garbage. Okay. Such garbage. Come on.
As part of MIT course 6S099 on artificial general intelligence, I got a chance to sit down with Christoph Koch, who's one of the seminal figures in neurobiology and neuroscience, and generally in the study of consciousness. He's the president, the chief scientific officer of the Allen Institute for Brain Science in Seattle. From 1986 to 2013, he was a professor at Caltech. Before that, he was at MIT. He is extremely well cited, over 100,000 citations. His research, his writing, his ideas have had
Okay,
big
you are
impact.
very
Astute. Notice that. Here, I'm watching. We'll just do other things, but, okay, so what happened? When I made the playlist, I ordered it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, all the way to 25. I'll do them all, but in a minute. Okay, so because YouTube sucks and it does not give you a way to just reverse the playlist, when I played 1, it just went on to random plays. So it went from 1 to 8 to 26 or whatever. So I had to download an extension to reverse it because YouTube doesn't have this as a feature, which it just doesn't make any sense. Anyway, it should work now. I can't wait to see it. But excellent observation. Excellent. Like, impressive.
On the scientific community and the general public in the way we think about consciousness, in the way we see ourselves as human beings. He's the author of several books, The Quest for Consciousness, a Neurobiological Approach, and a more recent book, Consciousness, Confessions of a Romantic Reductionist. If you enjoy this conversation, this course, subscribe, click the little bell icon to make sure you never miss a video.
If he said
And
buy
in the
his book,
comments, leave suggestions for any people you'd like to see be part of the course, or any ideas that you'd like us to explore. Thanks very much. I hope you enjoy it. Okay, before we delve into the beautiful mysteries of consciousness, let's zoom out a little bit. And let me ask, do you think there's intelligent life out there in the universe?
Yes, I do believe so. There's no evidence of it, but I think the probabilities are overwhelming in favor of it. Given a universe where we have 10 to the 11 galaxies, and each galaxy has between 10 to the 11, 10 to the 12 stars, and we know most stars have one or more planets.
So how does that make you feel?
It still makes me feel special because I have experiences. I feel the world, I experience the world. And independent of whether there are other creatures out there, I still feel the world, and I have access to this world in this very strange, compelling way. And that's the core of human existence.
Now, you said human. Do you think if those intelligent creatures are out there, do you think they experience their world?
Yes, if they are evolved, if they are part of natural evolution, as they would have to be, they will also experience their own world. So consciousness isn't just human, you're right, it's much wider. It may be spread across all of biology. The only thing that we have special is we can talk about it. Because not all people can talk about it. Babies and little children can talk about it. Patients who have a stroke and let's say the left inferior frontal gyrus can talk about it. But most normal adult people can talk about it.
about it, and so we think that makes us special compared to, let's say, monkeys or dogs or cats or mice or all the other creatures that we share the planet with. But all the evidence seems to suggest that they too experience the world, and so it's like overwhelmingly likely that aliens would also experience their world. Of course, differently because they have a different sensorium, they have different sensors, they have a very different environment. But the fact that I would strongly suppose that they also have experiences, feel pain and pleasure, and see in some sort of spectrum, and hear, and have all the other senses.
Of course, their language, if they have one, would be different, so we might not be able to understand their poetry about the experiences that they have.
That's correct.
So, in a talk, in a video, I've heard you mention Saputso, the dachshund that you came up with, that you grew up with, as part of your family when you were young. First of all, you're technically a Midwestern boy. You just technically. But after that, you traveled around a bit, hence a little bit of the accent. You talked about Saputso, the dachshund, having these elements of humanness, of consciousness that you discovered. So I just wanted to ask, can you look back in your childhood and remember when was the first time you realized you yourself, so from a third person perspective, are a conscious being? This idea of stepping outside yourself and saying, there's something special going on here in my brain.
I can't really actually, it's a good question. I'm not sure I recall a discrete moment. I mean, you take it for granted because that's the only world you know, or the only world I know. You know, is the world of seeing and hearing voices and touching and all the other things. So it's only much later, that early in my undergraduate days, when I enrolled in physics and in philosophy, that I really started and thought, well, this is really fundamentally very, very mysterious. And there's nothing really in physics right now that examines the physics of the brain to feelings. Where do the feelings come in? The foundation equation of quantum mechanical relativity. You can look at the table of the elements. You look at the endless ATGC chat in our genes, and no is consciousness. Yet I wake up every morning to a world of experiences. And so that's the heart of the ancient mind-body problem. How do experiences get into the world?
So, what is consciousness?
Experience. Consciousness is any experience. Some people call it subjective feeling. Some people call it phenomenology. Some people call it qualia of the philosopher. But they all denote the same thing. It feels like something. The famous word of the philosopher Thomas Nagel. It feels like something to be a bat, or to be an American, or to be angry, or to be sad, or to be in love, or to have pain. And that is what experience is. Any possible experience. Could be as mundane as just sitting in a chair. Could be as exalted as, having a mystical moment, in deep meditation. Those are just different forms of experience.
So if you were to sit down with maybe the next, skip a couple generations of IB and Watson, something that won Jeopardy, what is the gap, I guess the question is, between Watson, that might be much smarter than you, than us, than any human alive, but may not have experience? What is the gap?
Well, so that's a big, big question. That's occupied people for the last, certainly the last 50 years since since the advent of computers. That's a question Alan Turing tried to answer, and of course he did it in this indirect way by proposing his test, an operational test. So, but that's not really, he tried to get at what does it mean for a person to think, and then he had this test, right, you log them away, and then you have a communication with them, and then you try to guess after a while whether that is a person or whether it's a computer system. There's no question that now or very soon, Alexa or Siri or Google Now will pass this test, right? And you can game it, but ultimately, certainly in your generation, there will be machines that will speak with complete poise, that will remember everything you ever said, they'll remember every email you ever had, like Samantha, remember in the movie Girl?
Yeah.
There's no question it's going to happen. But of course, the key question is, does it feel like anything to be Samantha in the movie Girl? Or does it feel like anything to be Watson? And there one has to very, very strongly think there are two different concepts here that we commingle. There is the concept of intelligence, natural or artificial, and there is a concept consciousness, of experience, natural or artificial. Those are very, very different things. Now, historically, we associate consciousness with intelligence. Why? Because we live in a world, leaving aside computers, of natural selection, where we're surrounded by creatures, either our own kin, that are less or more intelligent, or we go across species. Some are more adapted to a particular environment, others are less adapted, whether it's a whale or dog, or you go talk about a herpetium or a little worm, right? And we see the complexity of the nervous system goes from one cell to specialized cells, to a worm that has 3 nerves, that has 30% of its cells are nerve cells, to a creature like us, or like a blue whale that has 100 billion even more nerve cells. And so, based on behavioral evidence and based on the underlying neuroscience, we believe that as these creatures become more complex, they are better adapted to their particular ecological niche, and they become more conscious. Partly because their brain grows, and we believe consciousness, unlike the ancient people thought, almost every culture thought that consciousness with intelligence has to do with your heart. And you still say that today. You say, honey, I love you with all my heart. Yes. But what you should actually say, no, honey, I love you with all my lateral hypothalamus. And for Valentine's Day, you should give your sweetheart, hypothalamic piece of chocolate, and not a heart-shaped chocolate, right? Anyway, so we still have this language, but now we believe it's a brain. And so we see brains of different complexity, and we think, well, they have different levels of consciousness. They're capable of different experiences. But now we confront the world where we're beginning to engineer intelligence, and it's radically unclear whether the intelligence we're engineering has anything to do with consciousness and whether it can experience anything. Because fundamentally, intelligence is about function. Intelligence, no matter exactly how you define it, sort of adaptation to new environments, being able to learn and quickly understand, the setup of this and what's going on and who the actors and what's going to happen next. That's all about function. Consciousness is not about function. Consciousness is about being. It's in some sense much fundamental. You can see, folks, you can see this in several cases. You can see it, for instance, in the case of the clinic. When you're dealing with patients who are, let's say, had a stroke or were in traffic accident, etc., they're pretty much immobile. Terry Schiavo, you may have heard historically, she was a person here in the 90s in Florida. Her heart stood still. She was reanimated, and for the next 14 years, she was what's called in a vegetative state. So there's thousands of people in the vegetative state. So they're like this. Occasionally, they open their eyes for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 hours, and they close their eyes. They have sleep-wake cycle. Occasionally, they have behavior things. But there's no way that you can establish a lawful relationship between what you say or the doctor says or the mom says and what the patient does. Right? So there isn't any behavior. Yet in some of these people, there is still experience. You can design and build brain-machine interfaces where you can see they still experience something. And of course, these cases of locked-in state, there's this famous book called The Diving Bell and the Butterfly, where you have an editor, a French editor, he gets stroke in the brainstem, unable to move except his vertical eye movement. He could just move his eyes up and down. He dictated an entire book. And some people even lose this at the end. But all the evidence seems to suggest that they're still in there. In this case, you have no behavior, you have consciousness. Second case is tonight, like all of us, you're going to go to sleep. Close your eyes, you go to sleep. You will wake up inside your sleeping body and you will have conscious experiences. They're different from everyday experience. You might fly, you might not be surprised that you're flying, you might meet a long dead pet childhood dog, and you're not surprised that you're meeting them, but your conscious experience of love, of hate, they can be very emotional. Your body during this stage, typically to REM, state sends an active to your motor neurons to paralyze you. It's called hypnomia, right? Because if you don't have that, like some patients, what do? You act out your dreams. You get, for example, REM behavioral disorder, which is bad juju to get. Okay. Third case is pure experience. So I recently had this, what some people call a mystical experience. I went to Singapore and went into a flotation tank. Yeah. Right. So this is a big tub filled with water that's body temperature and Epsom salt. You strip completely naked, you lie inside of it, you close the darkness. Complete darkness, soundproof. So very quickly you become bodiless because you're floating and you're naked. You have no rings, no watch, no nothing. You don't feel your body anymore. There's no sound, soundless. There's no photon, sightless, timeless. Because after a while, early on, you actually hear your heart, but then that you sort of adapt to that, and then sort of the carriage of time ceases. And if you train yourself, like in a meditation, not to think, early on you think a lot, it's a little bit spooky, you feel somewhat uncomfortable, or you think, well, I'm going to get bored. But if you try to not to think actively, you become mindless. So there you are, bodiless, timeless, soundless, sightless, mindless. But you're in a conscious experience. You're not asleep. You're not asleep. You are being of you're pure being. There isn't any function. You aren't doing any computation. You're not remembering. You're not projecting. You're not planning. Yet you are fully conscious.
You're fully conscious. There's something going on there. It could be just a side effect. So what is
You mean the phenomena?
so what's the side effect? Meaning what is the function of you being able to lay in this sensory-free deprivation tank and still have a conscious experience?
Evolutionary, obviously we didn't evolve with flotation tanks in our environment. I mean, so biology is notoriously bad at asking why question, telenomical question. Why do we have 2 eyes? Why don't we have 4 eyes? Like some sketches or 3 eyes or something. Well, no, there is a function to that, but we're not very good at answering those questions. We can speculate endlessly. Biology is science is very good about mechanistic questions. Why is there charge in the universe? Right? We find a certain universe where there are positive and negative charges. Why? Why does quantum mechanics hold? Why doesn't some other theory hold? Quantum mechanics hold in our universe. It's very unclear why. So telenomical why questions are difficult to answer. Clearly, there's some relationship between complexity, brain processing power, and consciousness. But however, in these cases, in these 3 examples I gave, one is an everyday experience at night, the other one is a trauma, and third one is in principle everybody can have these sort of mystical experiences. You have a dissociation of function of intelligence from consciousness.
You caught me asking a why question. Let me ask a question that's not a why question. You're giving a talk later today on a Turing test for intelligence and consciousness, drawing lines between the two. So is there a scientific way to say there's consciousness present in this entity or not? And to anticipate your answer, because you also, there's a neurobiological answer. So we can test a human brain, but if you take a machine brain that you don't know tests for yet, how would you even begin to approach a test if there's consciousness present in this thing?
Okay, that's a really good question. So let me take it in 2 steps. So as you point out, for humans, let's just stick with humans. There's now a test called the ZAP and ZIP. It's a procedure where you ping the brain using transcranial magnetic stimulation. You look at the electrical reverberations, essentially using EG, and then you can measure the complexity of this brain response. And you can do this in awake people, in the sleep, normal people. You can do it in awake people and then anesthetize them. You can do it in patients, and it has 100% accuracy. That in all those cases, when you're clear, the patient or the person is either conscious or unconscious, the complexity is either high or low. And then you can adopt these techniques to similar creatures like monkeys and dogs and mice that have very similar brains. Now, of course, you point out that may not help you because we don't have a cortex. And if I send a magnetic pulse into my iPhone or my computer, it's probably going to break something. So we don't have that. So what we need ultimately, we need a theory of consciousness. We can't just rely on our intuition. Our intuition is, well, yeah, if somebody talks, they're conscious. However, then there are all these children, babies don't talk, right? But we believe that the babies also have conscious experiences, right? And then there are all these patients I mentioned, they don't talk. When you dream, you can't talk because you're paralyzed. So what we ultimately need, we can't just rely on our intuition. We need a theory of consciousness that tells us what is it about a piece of matter, what is it about a piece of highly excitable matter, like the brain or like a computer, that gives rise to conscious experience. We all believe, none of us believes anymore in the old story, it's a soul. But that used to be the most common explanation that most people accept. And still a lot of people today believe, well, there's God, and God only asks with a special thing that animals don't have. René Descartes famously said, a dog, if you hit it with your carriage, may yell, may cry, but it doesn't have this special thing. It doesn't have the magic magic salt. It doesn't have, let's call it that, the soul. Now we believe that isn't the case anymore. So what is the difference between brains and these guys, silicon? And in particular, once the behavior matches. So if you have Siri or Alexa in 20 years from now that she can talk just as good as any possible human, what counts? You have to say she's not conscious. In particular, if she says, "It's of course she will." Well, of course I'm conscious. You ask her, how are you doing? And she'll say, well, they'll generate some way to. Of course, exactly. She'll behave like a person. Now, there's several differences. One is, so this relates to the problem, the very hard. Why is consciousness a hard problem? It's because it's subjective, right? Only I have it. Only I know. I have direct experience of my own consciousness. I don't have experience in your consciousness. Now, I assume as a sort of a Bayesian person who believes in probability theory and all of that, I can do an abduction to the best available facts. I deduce your brain is very similar to mine. If I put you in a scanner, your brain is roughly going to behave the same way as I do. If I give you this muesli and ask you how does it taste, you tell me things that that I would also say more or less. Right? So I infer this on all of that you're conscious. Now with theory I can't do that. So there I really need a theory that tells me what is it about any system, this or this, that makes it conscious. We have such a theory.
Yes, so the integrated information theory. But let me first, maybe as an introduction for people who are not familiar, the car. Can you talk a lot about panpsychism? Can you describe what physicalism versus dualism? This, you mentioned the soul. What is the history of that idea?
The idea of panpsychism?
Well, no, the debate really, out of which panpsychism can emerge of dualism versus physicalism, or do you not see panpsychism as fitting into that?
No, you can argue there's some. Well, okay, so let's step back. So panpsychism is a very ancient belief that's been around. Plato and Aristotle talks about it. Modern philosophers talk about it. Of course, in Buddhism, the idea is very prevalent. There are different versions of it. One version says everything is in soul. Everything. Rocks and stones and dogs and people and forest and iPhone, all of the soul. Right? All matter is in soul. That's sort of one version. Another version is that all biology, all creatures, small or large, from a single cell to a giant sequoia tree, feel like something. That's one I think is somewhat more realistic. So there are different versions.
What do you mean by feel like something?
Have
feeling, have some kind of.
It feels like something. It may well be possible that it feels like something to be a paramecium. I think it's pretty likely it feels like something to be a bee or a mouse or a dog.
Sure. So okay.
So that you can see there's also, so panpsychism is very broad, right? And you can, so some people, for example, Bertrand Russell, try to advocate this idea. It's called Russellian monism, that panpsychism is really physics viewed from the inside. So the idea is that physics is very good at describing a relationship among objects, like charges or like gravity, right? It describes the relationship between curvature and mass distribution. Okay, that's a relationship among things. Physics doesn't really describe the ultimate reality itself. It's just relationship among quarks or all these other stuff.
From like a third person observer.
Yes. And consciousness is what physics feels from the inside. So my conscious experience is the way the physics of my brain, particularly my cortex, feel from the inside. And so if you're a paramecium, you got to remember, you say paramecium, well, that's a pretty dumb creature. It is, but it has already a billion different molecules, probably 5,000 different proteins assembled in a highly, highly complex system that no single person, no computer system so far on this planet has ever managed to accurately simulate. Its complexity vastly escapes us. Yes, and it may well be that little thing feels like a tiny bit. Now, it doesn't have a voice in the head like me. It doesn't have expectations. It doesn't have all that complex things, but it may well feel like something.
Yeah. So this is really interesting. Can we draw some lines and maybe try to understand the difference between life, intelligence, and consciousness? How do you see all of those? If you had to define what is a living thing, what is a conscious thing, and what is an intelligent thing, do those intermix for you, or are they totally separate?
Okay, so that's a question that we don't have a full answer to.
A lot of the stuff we're talking about today is full of mysteries and fascinating.
well, you can go to Aristotle, who's probably the most important scientist and philosopher who's ever lived in certainly Western culture. He had this idea, it's called hylomorphism, it's quite popular these days, that there are different forms of soul. The soul is really the form of something. He says all biological creatures have a vegetative soul. That's life principle. Today we think we understand something about it. It's biochemistry, nonlinear thermodynamics, right? Then he said they have a sensitive soul. Only animals and humans have also a sensitive soul or an appetitive soul. They can see, they can smell, and they have drives. They want to reproduce, they want to eat, etc. And then only humans have what he called a rational soul. Okay, and that idea that made it into Christendom, and then the rational soul is the one that lives forever. He was very unclear. He wasn't really. I mean, different readings of Aristotle did different. Did he believe that the rational soul was immortal or not? I probably think he didn't. But then, of course, that made it into through Plato into Christianity, and then this soul became immortal, and then became the connection to God. Now, so you asked me essentially, what is our modern conception of these three? Aristotle would have called them different forms. Life, we think we know something about it, and it's life on this planet, right? Although we don't understand how it originated, but it's been difficult to rigorously pin down. You see this in modern definition of death. It's in fact right now there's a conference ongoing again that tries to define legally and medically what is death. It used to be very simple. Death is you stop breathing, your heart stops beating, you're dead. Right? Totally uncontroversial. If you're unsure, you wait another 10 minutes. If the patient doesn't breathe, he's dead. Well, now we have ventilators, we have heart pacemakers, so it's much more difficult to define what death is. Typically, death is defined as the end of life, and life is defined before death. So, okay, so we don't have really very good definitions. Intelligence, we don't have a rigorous definition. We know something how to measure it. It's called IQ or G factors, right? And we're beginning to build it in a narrow sense, right? Like AlphaGo and Watson and Google cars and Uber cars and all of that. That's still narrow AI, and some people are thinking about the artificial general intelligence. But roughly, as we said before, it's something to do with the ability to learn and to adapt to new environments. But that is, as I said, also it's radical difference from experience. And it's very unclear if you build a machine that has AGI, it's not at all a priori, it's not at all clear that this machine will have consciousness. It may or may not.
So let's ask it the other way. Do you think if you were to try to build an artificial general intelligence system, do you think figuring out how to build artificial consciousness would help you get to an AGI? So I want to put it another way. Do you think intelligence requires consciousness?
In human, it goes hand in hand. In human, or I think in biology, consciousness and intelligence goes hand in hand with evolution, because the brain evolved to be highly complex. Complexity via the theory, integrated information theory, is sort of ultimately is what is closely tied to consciousness. Ultimately, it's causal power upon itself. And so in evolved systems, they go together. In artificial systems, particularly in digital machines, they do not go together. And if you ask me point blank, is Alexa 20.0 in the year 2040 when she can easily pass every Turing test? Is she conscious? No. Even if she claims she's conscious. In fact, you can even do a more radical version of this thought experiment. We can build a computer simulation of the human brain. What Henry Markham in the Blue Brain Project or the Human Brain Project in Switzerland is trying to do. Let's grant them all the success. So in 10 years, we have this perfect simulation of the human brain. Every neuron is simulated. And it has a larynx, and it has motor neurons, it has a Broca's area, and of course they'll talk, and they'll say, hi, I just woke up, I feel great, okay? Even that computer simulation that can in principle map onto your brain will not be conscious. Why? Because it simulates, it's a difference between the simulated and the real. So it simulates the behavior associated with consciousness. It might be, it will, if it's done properly, will have all the intelligence that that particular person that's simulating has. But simulating intelligence is not the same as having conscious experiences. And I give you a really nice metaphor that engineers and physicists typically get. I can write down Einstein's field equation, 9 or 10 equations that describe the link in general relativity between curvature and mass. I can do that. I can run this on my laptop to predict that the black hole at the center of our galaxy will be so massive that it'll twist space-time around it so no light can escape by. It's a black hole, right? But funny, have you ever wondered why doesn't this computer simulation suck me in. Right? It simulates gravity, but it doesn't have the causal power of gravity. It's a huge difference. So it's a difference between the real and the simulated. Just like it doesn't get wet inside the computer when the computer runs code that simulates a weather storm. And so in order to have artificial consciousness, you have to give it the same causal power as a human brain.
Yes.
You have to build so-called a neuromorphic machine that has hardware that is very similar to the human brain, not a digital clock phenomenal computer.
So that's just to clarify, though. You think that consciousness is not required to create human-level intelligence. It seems to accompany in the human brain, but for a machine, not. Correct. So maybe just because this is AGI, let's dig in a little bit about what we mean by intelligence. So one thing is the G factor, this kind of IQ test of intelligence. But I think if you, maybe another way to say, so in 2040, 2050, people will have Siri that is just really impressive. Do you think people will say Siri is intelligent?
Yes.
Intelligence is this amorphous thing. So to be intelligent, it seems like you have to have some kind of connections with other human beings. In the sense that you have to impress them with your intelligence. And there feels you have to somehow operate in this world full of humans. And for that, there feels like there has to be something like consciousness. So you think you can have just the world's best natural NLP system, natural understanding generation, and that will get us happy and say, you know what, we've created an AGI.
I don't know, happy.
No,
Yes, I do believe we can get what we call high-level functional intelligence, particularly sort of the G, this fluid-like intelligence that we cherish, particularly at a place like MIT, right? In machines, I see a priori no reasons, and I see a lot of reason to believe it's going to happen very, over the next 50 years, 30 years.
So for beneficial AI, for creating an AI system that's, you mentioned ethics, that is exceptionally intelligent, but also aligns its values with our values as humanity. Do you think then it needs consciousness?
Yes, I think that is a very good argument that if we're concerned about AI and the threat of AI, and it was called existentialist threat, I think having an intelligence that has empathy, right? Why do we find abusing a dog? Why do most of us find that abhorrent, abusing any animal, right? Why do we find that abhorrent? Because we have this thing called empathy, which, if you look at the Greek, really means feeling with. I feel a pathos, empathy. I have feeling with you. I see somebody else suffer that isn't even my conspecific. It's not a person. It's not a loved one. It's not my wife or my kids. It's a dog. But I feel naturally, most of us, not all of us, most of us will feel emphatic. And so it may well be in the long-term interest of survival of Homo sapiens sapiens that if we do build AGI that really becomes very powerful, that it has an emphatic response and doesn't just exterminate humanity.
So as part of the full conscious experience, to create a consciousness, artificial or in our human consciousness, do you think fear, maybe we're going to get into your earlier days of Nietzsche and so on, but do you think fear and suffering are essential to have consciousness? Do you have to have the full range of experience to have a system that has experience? Or can you have a system that only has a very particular kinds of very positive experiences?
Look, you can have, in principle, people have done this in the rat, where you implant an electrode in the hypothalamus, the pleasure center of the rat, and the rat stimulates itself above and beyond anything else. It doesn't care about food or natural sex or drink anymore. It just stimulates itself because it's such a pleasurable feeling. I guess it's like an orgasm just you have, all day long. And so, a priori, I see no reason why you need why you need a great variety. Now, clearly, to survive, that wouldn't work, right? But if I engineer it artificially, I don't think you need a great variety of conscious experience. You could have just pleasure or just fear. It might be a terrible existence, but I think that's possible, at least on conceptual, logical grounds. Because any real creature, whether artificially engineered, you want to give it fear, the fear of extinction, right, that we all have. And you also want to give it positive repetitive states. states that you want the machine coach to do because they give the machine positive feedback.
So you mentioned panpsychism, to jump back a little bit. Everything having some kind of mental property. How do you go from there to something like human consciousness? So everything having some elements of consciousness. Is there something special about human consciousness?
So just it's not everything. Like a spoon, the form of panpsychism I think about doesn't apply consciousness to anything like this, the spoon or the liver. However, it is the theory, integrated information theory, does say that system, even ones that look from the outside relatively simple, at least if they have this internal causal power, they just feel like something. The theory up here doesn't say anything what's special about human. Biologically, we know what the one thing that's special about human is we speak and we have overblown sense of our own importance. Right? We believe we're exceptional and we're just God's gift to the universe. But behaviorally, the main thing that we have, we can plan over the long term with language, and that gives us enormous amount of power. That's why we are the current dominant species on the planet.
So you mentioned God. You grew up a devout Roman Catholic, in a Roman Catholic family. So, with consciousness, you're sort of exploring some really deeply fundamental human things that religion also touches on. So where does religion fit into your thinking about consciousness? And you've grown throughout your life and changed your views on religion, as far as I understand.
Yeah, I mean, I'm now much closer to, so I'm not a Roman Catholic anymore. I don't believe there's sort of this God, the God I was educated to believe in, sits somewhere in the fullness of time, I'll be united in some sort of everlasting bliss. I just don't see any evidence for that. Look, the night is large and full of wonders, right? There are many things that I don't understand. I think many things that we as a cult, look, we don't even understand more than 4% about the universe, like dark matter, dark energy. We have no idea what it is. Maybe it's lost sauce. What do I know? So all I can tell you is it's sort of my current religious or spiritual sentiment is much closer to some form of Buddhism.
Can you describe
without the reincarnation? Unfortunately, there's no evidence for reincarnation.
So can you describe the way Buddhism sees the world a little bit?
Well, so they talk about, so when I spent several meetings with the Dalai Lama, what always impressed me about him, he really, unlike, for example, let's say the Pope or some cardinal, he always emphasized minimizing the suffering of all creatures. So they have this, from the early beginning, they look at suffering in all creatures, not just in people, but in everybody. It's universal. And of course, by degrees, right? In the animal gel will have is less capable of suffering than a well-developed, normally developed human. And they think consciousness pervades in this universe. And they have these techniques, you can think of them like mindfulness, etc., and meditation that tries to access sort of what they claim of this more fundamental aspect of reality. I'm not sure it's more fundamental. I think about it, there's the physical and then there's this inside view, consciousness, and those are the two aspects. That's the only thing I have access to in my life. You've got to remember, my conscious experience and your conscious experience comes prior to anything you know about physics. It comes prior to knowledge about the universe and atoms and superstrings and molecules and all of that. The only thing you directly are acquainted with is this world that's populated with things and images and sounds in your head and touches and all of that.
Actually, I have a question. So it sounds like you kind of have a rich life. You talk about rock climbing, and it seems like you really love literature. Consciousness is all about experiencing things. So do you think that has helped your research on this topic?
Yes. If you think about it, the various states of, for example, you do rock climbing, or now I do rowing, and a bike every day, you can get into this thing called the zone. And I've always I want to talk about it, particularly with respect to consciousness, because it's a strangely addictive state. You want to appear. I mean, once people have it once, you want to keep on going back to it, and you wonder what is it so addicting about it? And I think it's the experience of almost close to pure experience because in the zone, you're not conscious of inner voice anymore. Right? There's always this inner voice nagging you. Like you have to do this, you have to do that, you have to pay your taxes, you have to fight with your ex, and all of those things are always there. But when you're in the zone, all of that is gone, and you're just in this wonderful state where you're fully out in the world, like you're climbing or you're rowing or biking or doing soccer or whatever you're doing. And so consciousness sort of is this, you're all action, or in this case of pure experience, you're not action at all. But in both cases, you experience some aspect of you touch some basic part of conscious existence that is so basic and so deeply satisfying. I think you touch the root of being. That's really what you're touching there. You're getting close to the root of being. And that's very different from intelligence.
So what do you think about the simulation hypothesis, simulation theory, the idea that we all live in a computer simulation? Have you given it
Just for nerds.
Just for nerds.
I think it's as likely as the hypothesis that engaged hundreds of scholars for many centuries. Are we all just existing in the mind of God? Right? And this is just a modern version of it. It's equally plausible. People love talking about these sorts of things. I know there are book written about the simulation hypothesis. If that's what people want to do, that's fine. It seems rather esoteric. It's never testable.
But it's not useful for you to think of it in those terms. So maybe connecting to the questions of free will, which you've talked about. I think I remember you saying that the idea that there's no free will, it makes you very uncomfortable. So what do you think about free will? And from a physics perspective, from a consciousness perspective, what does it all fit?
Okay, so from the physics perspective, leaving aside quantum mechanics, we believe we live in a pretty deterministic world, right? But then comes, of course, quantum mechanics, and now we know that certain things are in principle not predictable, which, as you said, I prefer, because the idea that at the initial condition of the universe, and then everything else, we're just acting out the initial condition of the universe, that doesn't.
It's not a romantic notion.
Certainly not. Right? Now, when it comes to consciousness, I think we do have certain freedom. We are much more constrained by physics, of course, and by our past and by our own conscious desires and what our parents told us and what our environment tells us. We all know that. Right? There's hundreds of experiments that show how we can be influenced. But finally, in the final analysis, when you make a life, and I'm talking about really what critical decision, where you really think, should I marry? Should I go to this school or that school? Should I take this job or that job? Should I cheat on my taxes or not? These are things where you really deliberate. And I think under those conditions, you are as free as you can be. When you bring your entire being, your entire conscious being to that question and try to analyze it on all the various conditions, then you make a decision. You are as free as you can ever be. That is, I think, what free will is. It's not a will that's totally free to do anything it wants. That's not possible.
Right. So, as Jack mentioned, you actually read a blog about books you read, amazing books from a Russian, from Bulgaria. Yeah. Neil Gaiman, Carl Sagan, Murakami. So, what is a book that early in your life transformed the way you saw the world? Something that changed your life?
Nietzsche, I guess, does books are a twister because he talks about some of these problems. He was one of the first discoverers of the unconscious. This is, a little bit before Freud, when it was in the air. And, he makes all these claims that people sort of under the guise or under the mask of charity actually are very non-charitable. So he's sort of really the first discoverer of the great land of the unconscious, and that really struck me.
And what do you think? What do you think about the unconscious? What do you think about Freud? What do you think about these ideas? What's just like dark matter of the universe? What's over there in that unconscious?
A lot. I mean, much more than we think. Right? This is what a lot of the last 100 years of research has shown. So I think he was a genius, misguided towards the end. But he started out as a neuroscientist. Right? He contributed. He did the studies on the Lamprey. He contributed himself to the neuron hypothesis, the idea that they're discrete units that we call nerve cells now. And then he wrote, about the unconscious. And I think it's true. There's lots of stuff happening. You feel this particular when you're in a relationship and it breaks asunder, right? And then you have this terrible, you can have love and hate and lust and anger, and all of it's mixed in. And when you try to analyze yourself, why am I so upset? It's very, very difficult to penetrate to those basements, those caverns in your mind, because the prying eyes of conscience doesn't have access to those. But they're there maybe in the amygdala or lots of other places. They make you upset or angry or sad or depressed. And it's very difficult to try to actually uncover the reason. You can go to a shrink, you can talk with your friend endlessly, you construct finally a story why this happened, why you love her or don't love her, or whatever, but you don't really know whether that's actually whether that actually happened, because you simply don't have access to those parts of the brain, and they're very powerful.
Do you think that's a feature or a bug of our brain? The fact that we have this deep, difficult to dive into subconscious.
I think it's a feature, because otherwise, look, we are like any other brain or nervous system or computer. We are severely band limited. If everything I do, every emotion I feel, every eye movement I make, if all of that had to be under the control of consciousness, I wouldn't be here, right? So what you do early on, your brain, you have to be conscious when you learn things like typing or like riding on a bike. But then what you do, you train up, I think that more basal ganglia and striatum. You train up different parts of your brain, and then once you do it automatically, like typing, you can show you do it much faster without even thinking about it, because you've got these highly specialized, what Franz Crick and I call zombie agents, that are they're taking care of that. While your consciousness can sort of worry about the abstract sense of the text you want to write. I think that's true for many, many things.
But for the things like all the fights you had with an ex-girlfriend, things that you would think are not useful to still linger somewhere in the subconscious. So that seems like a bug that it would stay there.
I think it would be better if you could analyze it and then get it out of the system.
Get it out of the system, or just forget it ever happened. That seems a very buggy kind of.
Well, yeah, in general, we don't have, and that's probably functional, we don't have an ability, unless it's extreme. The other case is clinical dissociations, right? When people are heavily abused, when they completely repress the memory, but that doesn't happen in normal people. We don't have an ability to remove traumatic memories. And of course, we suffer from that. On the other hand, probably if you have the ability to constantly wipe your memory, you probably do it to an extent that isn't useful to you. So,
yeah, it's a good question. So, on the books, as Jack mentioned, correct me if I'm wrong, but broadly speaking, academia and different scientific disciplines, certainly in engineering, reading literature seems to be a rare pursuit. Perhaps I'm wrong in this, but that's in my experience. Most people read much more technical texts and do not sort of escape or seek truth in literature. It seems like you do. So what do you think is the value? What do you think literature adds to the pursuit of scientific truth? Do you think it's good? It's useful for
giving access to much wider array of human experiences.
How valuable do you think it is?
Well, if you want to understand human nature in general, then I think you have to better understand a wide variety of experiences, not just sitting in a lab staring at a screen and having a face flashed onto you for minutes and pushing a button. That's what I used to do. That's what most psychologists do. There's nothing wrong with that, but you need to consider lots of other strange states. And literature is a shortcut for this. Literature, that's what literature is all about. All sorts of interesting experiences that people have. The contingency of it, the fact that women experience the world different, black people experience the world different, and the one way to experience that is reading all these different literature and try to find out. You see everything so relative. Right? You read a book 100 years ago, they thought with certain problems very, very differently than us today. We today, like any culture, think we know it all. That's common to every culture. Every culture believes that they know it all. And then you realize, well, there's other ways of viewing the universe, and some of them may have lots of things in their favor.
So this is a question I wanted to ask about time scale or scale in general. When you, with IIT, you're trying to think about consciousness, trying to think about these ideas, you kind of naturally think in human time scales. Do you, and also entities that are sized close to humans. Do you think of things that are much larger and much smaller as containing consciousness? And do you think of things that take, the age of eons to operate in a conscious cause effect.
It's a very good question. So yeah, I think a lot about small creatures because experimentally, a lot of people work on flies and bees. Right? So and most people just think they're automata, they're just bugs for heaven's sake, right? But if you look at their behavior, like bees, they can recognize individual humans. They have this very complicated way to communicate. If you've ever been involved or you know your parents when they bought a house, what sort of agonizing decision that is. And bees have to do that once a year, like when they swarm in the spring, and then they have this very elaborate way. They have 300 scouts. They go to the individual sites. They come back. They have this power, this dance, literally, where they dance for several days. They try to recruit other bees. It's a very complicated decision way. When they finally want to make a decision, the entire swarm, the scouts warm up the entire swarm, and then go to one location. They don't go to 50 locations. They go to one location that the scouts have agreed upon by themselves. That's awesome. But look at the circuit complexity, it's 10 times more denser than anything we have in our brain. Now, they only have a million neurons, but the neurons are amazingly complex. Complex behavior, very complicated circuitry, so there's no question they experience something. Their life is very different. They're tiny. They only live, for workers live maybe for 2 months. So I think, and IIT tells you this, in principle, the substate of consciousness is the substate that maximizes the cause-effect power over all possible spatial temporal grains. So when I think about, for example, do you know the science fiction story, The Black Cloud? It's a classic by Fred Hoyle, the astronomer. He has this cloud intervening between the Earth and the Sun, and leading to some sort of global cooling. It's written in the 50s. It turns out you can, using the radio dish, they communicate with actually an entity. It's actually an intelligent entity, and they convince it to move away. So here you have a radical different entity, and in principle, IT says, well, you can measure the integrated information in principle at least. And yes, if the maximum of that occurs at a time scale of months, rather than in a sort of fraction of a second, yes, then they would experience life where each moment is a month rather than or microsecond, right? Rather than a fraction of a second in the human case. And so there may be forms of consciousness that we simply don't recognize for what they are because they are so radical different from anything you and I are used to. Again, that's why it's good to read or to watch science fiction movie. You want to think about this. Like this is, do you know Stanislav Lem, this Polish science fiction writer? He wrote Solaris and was turned into a Hollywood movie. Yes. His best novel was in the 60s. A very engineering background. His most interesting novel is called The Victorious, where human civilization, they have this mission to this planet, and everything's destroyed. They discover machines. Humans got killed, and then these machines took over, and there was this machine evolution. Darwinian evolution, he talks about this very vividly. And finally, the dominant machine intelligence organism that survived are gigantic clouds of little hexagonal universal automata. This is what they say. So typically they're all lying on the ground individual by themselves, but in times of crisis they communicate, they assemble into gigantic nets, into clouds or trillions of these particles, and then they become hyper-intelligent and they can beat anything that humans can throw at it. It's very beautiful and compelling where you have an intelligence where finally the humans leave the planet, they simply are unable to understand and comprehend this creature. They can say, well, either we can nuke the entire planet and destroy it, or we just have to leave because fundamentally it's an alien. It's so alien from us and our ideas that we cannot communicate with them.
Yeah, actually, in the conversation with Steve Wolf brought up is that there could be his ideas that you already have these artificial general intelligence, like super smart or maybe conscious beings, and you saw you're talking to them, you just don't know how to talk to them. So it's the language of communication. You just don't know what to do with it. So that's one sort of view. It's consciousness is only something you can measure. So it's not conscious if you can't measure it.
But so you're making an ontological and an epistemic statement. One is they are. It's just like saying they're multiverses. That might be true, but I can't communicate with them. I can't have any knowledge. That's an epistemic argument. But those are two different things. So it may well be possible. Look, in another case that's happening right now, people are building these mini organoids. Do you know about this? So, you can take stem cells from under your arm, put them in a dish, add 4 transcription factors, and then you can induce them to grow into large, they're a few millimeters, they're like 500,000 neurons that look like nerve cells in a dish called mini organoids. At Harvard, at Stanford, everywhere they're building them. it may well be possible that they're beginning to feel like something, but we can't really communicate with them right now. So people are beginning to think about the ethics of this. Right? So yes, he may be perfectly right, but it's one question, are they conscious or not? It's a totally separate question, how would I know? Those are two different things.
Right. If you could give advice to a young researcher sort of dreaming of understanding or creating human level intelligence or consciousness, what would you say?
Just follow your dreams. Read widely.
No, I mean, I suppose with discipline, what is the pursuit that they should take on? Is it neuroscience, computational cognitive science? Is it philosophy? Is it computer science, robotics?
No, in a sense that, okay, so the only known system that has high level of intelligence is Homo sapiens. So if you wanted to build it, it's probably good to continue to study closely what humans do, so cognitive neuroscience. Somewhere between cognitive neuroscience on the one hand, and some philosophy of mind, and then AI and computer science. You can look at all the original ideas, neural networks, they all came from neuroscience, right? Reinforcement, whether it's Snarky, Minsky building it Snarky, or whether it's, the early Schubel-Wiesel experiment at Harvard that then gave rise to networks and then multi-layer networks. So it may well be possible. In fact, some people argue that to make the next big step in AI, once we realize the limits of convolutional networks, they can do certain things, but they can't really understand. But they can't really, I can't really show them one image. I can show you a single image of somebody, a pickpocket who steals a wallet from a person. You immediately know that's a pickpocket. Right? A computer system would just say, well, it's a man, it's a woman, it's a purse, right? Unless you train this machine on showing it 100,000 pickpockets, right? So it doesn't have this easy understanding that people have. Right. So some people make the argument, in order to go to the next step, or you really want to build machines that understand in a way you and I, we have to go to psychology. We need to understand how we do it and how our brains enable us to do it. And so therefore, being on the cusp, it's also so exciting. Right? We try to understand better our nature and then to take some of those insights and build them. So I think the most exciting thing is somewhere in the interface between cognitive science, neuroscience, AI, computer science, and philosophy of mind.
Beautiful. Yeah, I'd say if there is, from the machine learning, from the computer science, computer vision perspective, many of the researchers kind of ignore the way the human brain works. So ignore even psychology or literature or studying the brain. I hope Jeff Tenenbaum talks about bringing that in more and more. So you worked on some amazing stuff throughout your life. What's the thing that you're really excited about? What's the mystery that you would love to uncover in your term beyond all the mysteries you're already surrounded by?
Well, so there's a structure called the claustrum. Okay? This is a structure, it's underneath our cortex, it's yay big. You have one on the left, on the right, underneath the insula. It's very thin, it's like 1 millimeter. It's embedded in wiring, in white matter, so it's very difficult to image. And it has connection to every cortical region. And Francis Crick, the last paper he ever wrote, he dictated corrections the day he died in hospital on this paper. We hypothesized, well, because it has this unique anatomy, it gets input from every cortical area and projects back to every cortical area. That the function of this structure is similar, it's just a metaphor, to the role of a conductor in a symphony orchestra. You have all the different cortical players. You have some that do motion, some that do theory of mind, some that infer social interaction and color and hearing and all the different modules in cortex. But of course, what consciousness puts it all together into one place, the binding of all of that. And this is because it has relatively neurons compared to cortex. It receives input from all of them and it projects back to all of them. And so we are testing that right now. We've got this beautiful neuronal reconstruction in the mouse called crown of thorn neurons that are in the claustrum that have the most widespread connection of any neuron I've ever seen. They're very big. You have individual neurons that sit in the claustrum, tiny, but then they have this single neuron that this huge axonal tree that cover both IPSI and contralateral cortex. And trying to turn, using fancy tools like optogenetics, trying to turn those neurons on or off and study what happens in the mouse.
So this thing is perhaps where the parts become the whole.
Perhaps it's one of the structures. It's a very good way of putting it, where the the individual parts turn into the whole of the conscious experience.
Well, with that, thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you very much, and Jack. Thank you very much.
You've studied the human mind, cognition, language, vision, evolution, psychology, child to adult, from the level of individual to the level of our entire civilization. So I feel like I can start with a simple multiple choice question. What is the meaning of life? Is it A, to attain knowledge, as Plato said, B, to attain power, as Nietzsche said, C, to escape death, as Ernest Becker said, D, to propagate our genes, as Darwin and others have said, E, there is no meaning, as the nihilists have said, F, knowing the meaning of life is beyond our cognitive capabilities, as Steve Pinker said, based on my interpretation 20 years ago, and G, none of the above.
I'd say 8 comes closest, but I would admit that.
Why no? No, you don't. Oh, I just what would you like to talk about? I mean, it sounds like you want to talk about something. What do you want to talk about? You mean the people out there, have they taken notes? No, just let it absorb.
That's to attain not only knowledge, but fulfillment more generally. That is, life, health, stimulation, access to the living cultural and social world. Now, this is our meaning of life. It's not the meaning of life if you were to ask our genes. Their meaning is to propagate copies of themselves, but that is distinct from the meaning of the brain that they need to sets for itself.
So to you, knowledge is a small subset or a large subset?
It's a large subset, but it's not the entirety of striving, because we also want to interact with people who want to experience beauty, who want to experience the richness of the natural world, but understanding what makes the universe tick is way up there. For some of us more than others, certainly for me, that's one of the top 5.
So is that a fundamental aspect? Are you just describing your own preference, or is this a fundamental aspect of human nature is to seek knowledge? In your latest book, you talk about the power, usefulness of rationality and reason and so on. Is that a fundamental nature of human beings, or is it something we should just strive for?
It's both. It is. We're capable of striving for it because it is one of the things that make us what we are, Homo sapiens, wise man. We are unusual among animals in the degree to which we acquire knowledge and use it to survive. We make tools, we strike agreements via language, we extract poisons, we predict the behavior of animals, we try to get at the workings of plants. And when I say we, I don't just mean we in the modern West, but we as a species everywhere, which is how we've managed to occupy every niche on the planet, how we've managed to drive other animals to extinction, and the refinement of reason in pursuit of human well-being, of health, happiness, social richness, cultural richness, is our main challenge in the present. That is, using our intellect, using our knowledge to figure out how the world works, how we work, order to make discoveries and strike agreements that make us all better off.
Right, and you do that almost undeniably and in a data-driven way in your recent book. I'd like to focus on the artificial intelligence aspect of things, and not just artificial intelligence, but natural intelligence too. So 20 years ago, in the book you've written on how the mind works, you conjecture, again, am I right to interpret things? You can correct me if I'm wrong, but you conjecture that human thought in the brain may be a result of a massive network of highly interconnected neurons. So from this interconnectivity emerges thought. Compared to artificial neural networks, which we use for machine learning today, is there something fundamentally more complex, mysterious, even magical about the biological neural networks versus the ones we're starting to use over the past 60 years and to come to success in the past 10?
There is something a little bit mysterious about human neural networks, which is that each one of us who is a neural network knows that we ourselves are conscious. Conscious not in the sense of registering our surroundings or registering our internal state, but in having subjective first-person present tense experience. Whereas when I see red, it's not just different from green, but just there's a redness to it. You know, whether an artificial system would experience that or not, I don't know, and I don't think I can know. That's why it's mysterious. If we had a perfectly lifelike robot that was behaviorally distinguishable from a human, would we attribute consciousness to it, or ought we to attribute consciousness to it? And that's something that it's very hard to know. But putting that aside, that largely philosophical question, the question is there some difference between the human neural network and the ones that we're building in artificial intelligence? Will mean that we're on the current trajectory not going to reach the point where we've got a lifelike robot indistinguishable from a human, because the way their so-called neural networks are organized are different from the way ours are organized. I think there's overlap. I think there are some big differences. Their current neural networks, or so-called deep learning systems, are in reality not all that deep. That is, they are very good at extracting high-order statistical regularities, but most of the systems don't have a semantic level, a level of actual understanding of who did what to whom, why, where, how things work, what causes what else.
Do you think that kind of thing can emerge? So artificial neural networks are much smaller, the number of connections and so on, than the current human biological networks. But do you think sort of go to consciousness, or to go to this higher level semantic reasoning about things, do you think that can emerge with just a larger network, with a more richly, weirdly interconnected network?
Separate it in consciousness, because consciousness isn't a matter of complexity.
Really,
yeah, you could sensibly ask the question of whether shrimp are conscious, for example. They're not terribly complex, but maybe they feel pain. So let's just put that part to the side. But I think sheer size of a neural network is not enough to give it structure and knowledge. But if it's suitably engineered, then why not? That is, we're neural networks. Natural selection did a kind of equivalent of engineering of our brains. So I don't think there's anything mysterious in the sense that no system made out of silicon could ever do what a human brain can do. I think it's possible in principle. Whether it'll ever happen depends not only on how clever we are in engineering systems, but whether we even want to, whether that's even a sensible goal. That is, we ask the question, is there any locomotion system that is as good as a human? Well, we kind of want to be better than a human ultimately in terms of locomotion. There's no reason that humans should be our benchmark. They're tools that might be better in some ways. It may just be not as maybe that we can't duplicate a natural system, because at some point it's so much cheaper to use a natural system that we're not going to invest more brain power and resources. So, for example, we don't really have an exact substitute for wood. We still build houses out of wood. We still build furniture out of wood. We like the look. We like the feel. Wood has certain properties that synthetics don't. It's not that there's anything magical or mysterious about wood. It's just that the extra steps of duplicating everything about wood is something we just have to bother because we have wood. Like when I say cotton, clothing now. It feels much better than polyester. It's not that cotton has magic in it, and it's not that if it couldn't ever synthesize something exactly like cotton, but at some point it's just not worth it. We've got cotton, and likewise in the case of human intelligence, the goal of making an artificial system that is exactly like the human brain is a goal that we probably no one is going to pursue to the bitter end, I suspect, because if you want tools that do things better than humans, you're not going to care whether it does something like humans. So, for example, diagnosing cancer or predicting weather, why set humans as your benchmark?
But in general, I suspect you also believe that even if the human should not be a benchmark, but don't want to imitate humans in their system, there's a lot to be learned about how to create an artificial intelligence system by studying humans.
Yeah, I think that's right. In the same way that to go flying machines who learn and laws of aerodynamics, and including birds, but not mimic birds, right? Like the same laws.
You have a view on AI, artificial intelligence, and safety that, from my perspective, is refreshingly rational, or perhaps more importantly, has elements of positivity to it, which I think can be inspiring and empowering as opposed to paralyzing. For many people, including AI researchers, the eventual existential threat of AI is obvious. Not only possible, but obvious. And for many others, including AI researchers, the threat is not obvious. So Elon Musk is famously in the highly concerned about AI camp, saying things like AI is far more dangerous than nuclear weapons, and that AI would likely destroy human civilization. So in February, he said that if Elon was really serious about AI, the threat of AI, he would stop building self-driving cars that he's doing as successfully as part of Tesla. Then he said, wow, even Thinker doesn't understand the difference between narrow AI, like a car, and general AI, when the latter literally has a million times more compute power and an open-ended utility function. Humanity is in deep trouble. So first, what did you mean by the statement about Elon Musk should stop building self-driving cars if he's deeply concerned?
Not the last time that Elon Musk was fired off a contemporary tweet.
Well, we live in a world where Twitter has power.
Yes. Yeah, I think there are two kinds of existential threat that have been discussed in connection with artificial intelligence, and I think that they're both incoherent. One of them is the big fear of AI takeover, that just as we subjugated animals and less technologically advanced peoples, so if we build something that's more advanced than us, it will inevitably turn us into pets or slaves or domesticated animal equivalents. I think this confuses intelligence with will to power. That it so happens that in the intelligence system we're most familiar with, Homo sapiens, we are products of natural selection, which is a competitive process. And so bundled together with our problem-solving capacity are a number of nasty traits like dominance and exploitation and maximization of power and glory and resources and influence. There's no reason to think that sheer problem-solving capability will set that as one of its goals. Its goals will be whatever we set its goals as long as someone isn't building a megalomaniacal artificial intelligence. There's no reason to think that it would actually evolve in that direction. Now you might say, well, what if we gave it the goal of maximizing its own power source? That's a pretty stupid goal to give an autonomous system. You don't give it that goal. That's just self-evidently idiotic.
So if you look at the history of the world, there's been a lot of opportunities where engineers could instill in a system destructive power and they choose not to because that's the natural process of engineering.
Well, except the weapons. If you're building a weapon, its goal is to destroy people. And so I think there are reasons to not build certain kinds of weapons. I think building nuclear weapons was a massive mistake. But probably
You think, so maybe pause on that because that is one of the serious threats. Do you think that it was a mistake in a sense that it should have been stopped early on, or do you think it's just an unfortunate event of invention that this was invented?
Well,
Do you think it was possible to stop? I guess is the question.
Yeah, it's hard to rewind the clock because, of course, it was invented in the context of World War II and the fear that the Nazis might develop one first. Then once it was initiated for that reason, it was hard to turn off the symbol, especially since winning the war against the Japanese and the Nazis was such an overwhelming goal of every responsible person. There was just nothing that people wouldn't have done then to ensure victory. It's quite possible if World War II hadn't happened that nuclear weapons would have been invented. We can't know. But I don't think it was by any means a necessity, any more than some of the other weapon systems that were envisioned but never implemented, like planes that would disperse poison gas over cities like crop dusters, or systems to try to create earthquakes and tsunamis in enemy countries, to weaponize the weather, weaponize solar flares, all kinds of crazy schemes that we thought the matter of. I think analogies between nuclear weapons and artificial intelligence are fundamentally misguided because the whole point of nuclear weapons is to destroy things. The point of artificial intelligence is not to destroy things. So the analogy is misleading.
So there's two artificial intelligence you mentioned. The first one, I guess,
is the
highly intelligent or power hungry.
Yeah, a system that we design ourselves, where we give goals. Goals are external to the needs to attain the goals. If we don't design an artificial intelligence system to maximize dominance, then it won't maximize dominance. It's just that we're so familiar with Homo sapiens, where these two traits come bundled together, particularly in men, that we are apt to confuse high intelligence with a will to power. But that's just an error. The other fear is that we'll do collateral damage, that we'll give artificial intelligence a goal, like make paper clips, and it will pursue that goal so brilliantly that before we can stop it, it turns us into paper clips. We'll give it the goal of curing cancer, and it will turn us into guinea pigs for lethal experiments. Or give it the goal of world peace, and its conception of world peace is no people, therefore no fighting, so it will kill us all. Now, I think these are utterly fanciful. In fact, I think they're actually self-defeating. They, first of all, assume that we can be so brilliant that we can design an artificial intelligence that can cure cancer, but so stupid that we don't specify what we mean by curing cancer in enough detail that it won't kill us in the process. And it assumes that the system will be so smart that it can cure cancer. It's so idiotic that it can't figure out that what we mean by curing cancer is not killing everyone. So I think that the collateral damage scenario, the value alignment problem, is also based on a misconception.
So one of the challenges, of course, we don't know how to build either system currently, or are we even close to knowing? Of course, those things can change overnight, but at this time, theorizing about it is very challenging in either direction. So that's probably at the core of the problem. Without that ability to reason about the real engineering things in your hand, it's your imagination runs away with things. But let me sort of ask, what do you think was the motivation and the thought process of Elon Musk? Well, I build autonomous vehicles. I study autonomous vehicles. I study Tesla Autopilot. I think it is one of the greatest currently large-scale applications of artificial intelligence in the world. It has potentially a very positive impact on society. So how does a person who's creating this very good, quote-unquote, narrow AI system also seem to be so concerned about this other general AI? What do you think is the motivation for it?
Well, you probably have to ask him, but and he is notoriously flamboyant, impulsive, as we have just seen, to the detriment of his own goals of the health of the company. So I don't know what's going on his mind. You probably have to ask him. But I don't think the distinction between special purpose AI and so-called general AI is relevant. That in the same way that special purpose AI is not going to do anything conceivable in order to attain a goal. All engineering systems are designed to trade off across multiple goals. When we built cars in the first place, we didn't forget to install brakes because the goal of the car is to go fast. It occurred to people, yes, you have to go fast, but not always. So you build the brakes too. Likewise, if a car is going to be autonomous, it doesn't program program it to take the shortest route to the airport. It's not going to take the diagonal and low down people and trees and fences because that's the shortest route. That's not what we mean by the shortest route when we program it, and that's just what an intelligence system is by definition. It takes into account multiple constraints. The same is true, in fact, even more true of so-called general intelligence. That is, if it's genuinely intelligent, it's not going to pursue some goal single-mindedly, or maybe every other consideration and collateral effect. That's not artificial general intelligence. That's artificial stupidity. I agree with you, by the way, on the promise of autonomous vehicles for improving human welfare. I think it's spectacular, and I'm surprised at how little press coverage notes that in the United States alone, something like 40,000 people die every year on the highways, vastly more than are killed by terrorists. And we spend $1 trillion on a war to combat the deaths by terrorism, about half a dozen a year. Whereas year in, year out, 40,000 people are massacred on the highways, which could be brought down to very close to zero. So I'm with you on the humanitarian benefit.
Let me just mention that it's, as a person who's building these cars, it is a little bit offensive to me to say that engineers would be clueless enough not to engineer safety into the system. I often stay up at night thinking about those 40,000 people that die. And everything I try to engineer is to save those people's lives. So every new invention that I'm super excited about, every new, all the deep learning literature, the APR conferences, the NIPS, everything I'm super excited about is all grounded, safe, and help people. So I just don't see how that trajectory can all of a sudden slip into a situation where intelligence will be highly limited.
You and I certainly agree on that, and I think that's only the beginning of the potential humanitarian benefits of artificial intelligence. There's been enormous attention to what we're going to do with the people whose jobs are made obsolete by artificial intelligence. But very little attention is given to the fact that the jobs that are going to be made obsolete are horrible jobs. The fact that people are going to be picking crops and making beds and driving trucks and weighing coal, these are soul-deadening jobs. And we have a whole literature sympathizing with people stuck in these menial, mind-dead, dangerous jobs. If we can limit them, this is a fantastic route to humanity. Now, granted, we solve one problem and there's another one. How do we get these people a decent income? But if we're smart enough to invent machines that can make beds and put away dishes and handle hospital patients, well, I think we're smart enough to figure out how to redistribute income to apportion some of the vast economic savings to the human beings who will no longer be able to make beds.
Okay. Sam Harris says that it's obvious that eventually AI will be an existential risk. He's one of the people who says it's obvious. We don't know when the claim goes, but eventually it's obvious. And because we don't know when, we should worry about it now. It's a very interesting argument in my eyes. So how do we think about time scale? How do we think about existential threats when we don't really, we know so little about the threat? Unlike nuclear weapons, perhaps, about this particular threat, that it could happen tomorrow. Right? So, but very likely it won't. Yeah, very likely it'll be 100 years away. So how do we ignore it? How do we talk about it? Do we worry about it? How do we think about this?
What is it?
A threat that we can imagine. It's within the limits of our imagination, but not within our limits of understanding to sufficient to accurately predict it.
What is the it that we're
AI. Sorry, AI being the existential threat. AI can
enslaving us or turning us into paperclips?
I think the most compelling from the Sam Harris perspective would be the paperclip situation.
Yeah, I just it's totally fanciful. That is, don't build the system. Don't give it. Don't. First of all, the code of engineering is you don't implement a system with massive control before testing it. Now, perhaps the culture of engineering will radically change. Then I would worry. I don't see any signs that engineers will suddenly do idiotic things, like put a electric power plant in control of the system that they haven't tested first. Or all of these scenarios not only imagine almost a magically powered intelligence, including things like cure cancer, which is probably an incoherent goal because there's so many different kinds of cancer, or bring about world peace. How do you specify that as a goal? But the scenarios also imagine some degree of control of every molecule in the universe, which not only is itself unlikely, but we would not start to connect these systems to infrastructure without testing it as we any kind of engineering system. There may be some engineers would be irresponsible and would need legal and regulatory and legal responsibility implemented so that engineers don't do things that are stupid by their own standards. But I've never seen enough of a plausible scenario of existential threat to devote large amounts of brain power to forestall it.
So you believe in the sort of the power en masse of the engineering of reason, as you argue in the latest book of Reason Science, to sort of be the very thing that guides the development of new technology so it's safe and also keeps it safe.
Yeah, it's the same, granted, the same culture of safety that currently is part of the engineering mindset for airplanes, for example. So, yeah, I don't think that should be thrown out the window and that untested, all-powerful systems should be suddenly implemented. But there's no reason to think that they are. And in fact, if you look at the progress of artificial intelligence, it's been impressive, especially in the last 10 years or so. But the idea that suddenly there'll be a step function, that all of a sudden, before we know it, it will be all-powerful, that there'll be some kind of recursive self-improvement, some kind of food, is also fanciful. Certainly by the technology that now impresses us, such as deep learning, where you train something on hundreds of thousands or millions of examples. They're not hundreds of thousands of problems of which curing cancer is a typical example. And so the kind of techniques that have allowed AI to increase in the last 5 years are not the kind that are going to lead to this fantasy of exponential sudden self-improvement. So I think it's kind of a magical thinking. It's not based on our understanding of how AI actually works.
Now, give me a chance here. So you said fanciful, magical thinking. In his TED Talk, Sam Harris says that thinking about AI killing all of human civilization is somehow fun intellectually. Now, I have to say, as a scientist and engineer, I don't find it fun. But when I'm having beer with my non-AI friends, there is indeed something fun and appealing about it. Like talking about an episode of Black Mirror, considering if a large meteor is headed towards Earth, and we were just told that a large meteor is headed towards Earth, something like this. And can you relate to this sense of fun? And do you understand the psychology of it?
That's a good question. I personally don't find it fun. I find it actually a waste of time because there are genuine threats we ought to be thinking about, like pandemics, like cybersecurity vulnerabilities, like the possibility of nuclear war, and certainly this is enough to fill many conversations without. And I think Sam did put his finger on something, namely that there is a community, sometimes called the rationality community, that delights in using its brain power to come up with scenarios that would not occur to mere mortals, to less cerebral people. So there is a kind of intellectual thrill in finding new things to worry about that no one has worried about yet. I actually think, though, that it's not only is it a kind of fun that doesn't give me particular pleasure, but I think there can be a pernicious side to it, namely that you overcome people with such dread, such fatalism, that there's so many ways to die, to annihilate our civilization, that we may as well enjoy life while we can. There's nothing we can do about it. If climate change doesn't do us in, then runaway robots will. So let's enjoy ourselves now. We've got to prioritize. We have to look at threats that are close to certainty, such as climate change, and distinguish those from ones that are merely imaginable but with infinitesimal probabilities. And we have to take into account people's worry budget. You can't worry about everything. And if you sow dread and fear and terror and fatalism, it can lead to a kind of numbness. Well, these problems are overwhelming, and the engineers are just going to kill us all Let's either destroy the entire infrastructure of science, technology, or let's just enjoy life while we can.
So there's a certain line of worry, which I'm worried about a lot of things in engineering. There's a certain line of worry when you cross, you're allowed to cross, that it becomes paralyzing fear as opposed to productive fear. And that's kind of what you're highlighting.
Exactly right. And we've seen some, we know that human effort is not well calibrated against risk. In that, because a basic tenet of cognitive psychology is that perception of risk and hence perception of fear is driven by imaginability, not by data. And so we misallocate vast amounts of resources to avoiding terrorism, which kills on average about 6 Americans a year, with one exception of 9/11. We invade countries, we invent entire new departments of government, massive expenditure of resources to defend ourselves against a trivial risk, whereas guaranteed risks, eventually, one of them is eventually traffic fatalities, and even risks that are not here but are plausible enough to worry about, like pandemics, like nuclear war, receive far too little attention. The presidential debates, there's no discussion of how to minimize the risk of nuclear war. Lots of discussion of terrorism, for example. And so I think it's essential to calibrate our budget of fear, worry, concern planning to the actual probability of harm.
Yep. So let me ask this question. So speaking of imaginability, you said it's important to think about reason. And one of my favorite people who likes to dip into the outskirts of reason, for fascinating exploration of his imagination, is Joe Rogan.
Oh, yes.
So who has, through reason, used to believe a lot of conspiracies, and through reason has stripped away a lot of his beliefs in that way. So it's fascinating actually to watch him through rationality kind of throw away the ideas of Bigfoot and 9/11. I'm not sure exactly.
Trails, I don't know what the reason. Yes,
exactly. But he no longer believes in it.
No, he became a real force for good.
Yeah. So you were on the Joe Rogan podcast in February and had a fascinating conversation, but as far as I remember, didn't talk much about artificial intelligence. I will be on this podcast in a couple of weeks. Joe is very much concerned about existential threat of AI. I'm not sure if you're, which is why I was hoping you get into that topic. And in this way, he represents quite a lot of people who look at the topic of AI from 10,000-foot level. So, as an exercise of communication, he said it's important to be rational and reason about these things. Let me ask, if you were to coach me as an AI researcher about how to speak to Joe and the general public about AI, what would you advise?
Well, the short answer would be to read the sections that I wrote in my bio about AI. But a longer reason would be, I think, to emphasize, as you're very well positioned as an engineer, to remind people about the culture of engineering, that it really is safety oriented. That another discussion in Enlightenment Now, I plot rates of accidental death from various causes, plane crashes, car crashes, occupational accidents, even death by lightning strikes, and they all plummet because the culture of engineering is how you squeeze out the lethal risks: death by fire, death by drowning, death by asphyxiation, all drastically declined because of advances in engineering. And I got to say, I did not appreciate until I saw those graphs. And it is because exactly people like you who stay up at night think, oh my God, so what I'm inventing might get hurt people, and to deploy ingenuity to prevent that from happening. Now, I'm not an engineer, although I spent 22 years at MIT, so I know something about the culture of engineering. My understanding is this is the way you think if you're an engineer. And it's essential that that culture not be suddenly switched off when it comes to artificial intelligence. So that could be a problem, but is there any reason to think it would be switched off?
I don't think so. One, there's not enough engineers speaking up for this way, for this the excitement, for the positive view of human nature. What you're trying to create is positivity. Like everything we try to invent is trying to do good for the world. But let me ask you about the psychology of negativity. It seems just objectively, not considering the topic, it seems that being negative about the future makes you sound smarter than being positive about the future, regardless of topic. Am I correct in this observation? And if so, why do you think that is?
Yeah, I think there is that phenomenon that, as Tom Lehrer, the satirist, said, always predict the worst and every goal is a profit. It may be part of our overall negativity bias. We are, as a species, more attuned to the negative than the positive. We dread losses more than we enjoy gains. And that might open up a space for prophets to remind us of harms and risks and losses that we may have overlooked. So I think there is that asymmetry.
So you've written some of my favorite books all over the place. So starting from Enlightenment Now to The Better Engines of Our Nature, Blank Slate, How the Mind Works, the one about language, Language Instinct. Bill Gates, big fan too, said in your most recent book that it's my new favorite book of all time. So for you as an author, what was a book early on in your life that had a profound impact on the way you saw?
Certainly this book, Enlightenment Now, is influenced by David Deutsch's The Beginning of Infinity. A rather deep reflection on knowledge and the power of knowledge to improve the human condition. They end with bits of wisdom such as that problems are inevitable, that problems are solvable given the right knowledge, and that solutions create new problems that have to be solved in their turn. That's I think a kind of wisdom about the human condition that includes the writing of this book. There's some books that are excellent but obscure, some of which I have on a page on my website. I read a book called The History of Force, self-published by a political scientist named James Payne on the historical decline of violence. That was one of the inspirations for The Better Angels of Our Nature.
What about early on? If you look back when you were maybe a teenager.
I loved a book called 1, 2, 3 Infinity when I was a young adult. I read that book by George Gamow, the physicist. Very accessible and humorous explanations of relativity, of number theory, of dimensionality, height, multiple dimensional spaces, in a way that I think is still delightful 7 years after it was published. I like the Time Life Science series. These are books that arrive every month that my mother subscribed to, each one on a different topic. One would be on electricity, one would be on forests, one would be on evolution, and then one was on the mind. And I was just intrigued that there could be a science of mind, and that book on science and influence as well. Then later
That's
on,
when you fell in love with the idea of studying the mind.
That's
Was that
one
the thing that grabbed you?
it was one of the things, I would say. I read, as a college student, the book Reflections on Language by Noam Chomsky. He spent most of his career here at MIT. Richard Dawkins' 2 books, The Good and the Selfish Gene, were enormously influential, mainly for the content, but also for the writing style, the ability to explain abstract concepts in lively prose. Stephen Jay Gould's first collection, Emerson's Darwin, also an excellent example of lively writing. George Miller, a psychologist that most psychologists are familiar with, came up with the idea that human memory has a capacity of 7 plus or minus 2 chunks, and that's about as big as light to be. He wrote a couple of books on language and communication that I read as a graduate. Again, beautifully written and intellectually deep.
Wonderful. Stephen, thank you so much for taking the time today.
My pleasure. Thanks a lot, Max.
What difference between biological neural networks and artificial neural networks is most mysterious, captivating, and profound?
First of all, there's so much we don't know about biological neural networks. That's very mysterious and captivating because maybe it holds the key to improving artificial neural networks. one of the things I studied recently is something that we don't know how biological neural networks do, but would be really useful for artificial ones, is the ability to do credit assignment through very long time spans. There are things that we can, in principle, do with artificial neural nets, but it's not very convenient and it's not biologically plausible. And this mismatch, I think, this kind of mismatch may be an interesting thing to study to understand better how brains might do these things, because we don't have good corresponding theories with artificial neural nets, and B, maybe provide new ideas that we could explore about things that brain do differently and that we could incorporate in artificial neural nets.
So let's break greater assignment up a little bit.
Yes.
So what? It's a beautifully technical term, but it can incorporate so many things. So is it more on the RNN memory side, that thinking like that, or is it something about knowledge, building up common sense knowledge over time, or is it more in the reinforcement learning sense that you're picking up rewards over time for a particular that to achieve a certain kind of goal?
So I was thinking more about the first two meetings, whereby we store all kinds of memories, episodic memories in our brain, which we can access later in order to help us both infer causes of things that we're observing now and assign credit to decisions or interpretations we came up with a while ago when those memories were stored. And then we can change the way we would have reacted or interpreted things in the past. Now that's credit assignment used for learning.
So in which way do you think artificial neural networks, the current LSTM, the current architectures are not able to capture the presumably you're thinking of very long term?
Yes. So current nets are doing a fairly good jobs for sequences with dozens or say hundreds of timestamps. And then it gets sort of harder and harder, and depending on what you have to remember and so on, as you consider longer durations. Whereas humans seem to be able to do credit assignment through essentially arbitrary times. Like I could remember something I did last year, and then now because I see some new evidence, I'm going to change my mind about the way I was thinking last year, and hopefully not do the same mistake again.
I think a big part of that is probably forgetting. You're only remembering the really important things. So it's very efficient forgetting.
Yes, so there's a selection of what we remember, and I think there are really cool connections to higher level cognition here regarding consciousness, deciding and emotions, so deciding what comes to consciousness and what gets stored in memory, which are not trivial either.
So you've been at the forefront there all along, showing some of the amazing things that deep neural networks can do in the field of artificial intelligence broadly in all kinds of applications. But we can talk about that forever. But what, in your view, because we're thinking towards the future, is the weakest aspect of the way deep neural networks represent the world? What is in your view missing?
So current state-of-the-art neural nets trained on large quantities of images or texts have some level of understanding of what explains those data sets, but it's very basic. It's very low level, and it's not nearly as robust and abstract and general as our understanding. Okay, so that doesn't tell us how to fix things, but I think it encourages us to think about how we can maybe train our neural nets differently so that they would focus, for example, on causal explanation, something that we don't do currently with neural net training. Also, one thing I'll talk about in my talk this afternoon is instead of learning separately from images and videos on one hand and from text on the other hand, we need to do a better job of jointly learning about language and about the world to which it refers, so that both sides can help each other. We need to have good role models in our neural nets for them to really understand sentences which talk about what's going on in the world. And I think we need language input to help provide clues about what high-level concepts, like semantic concepts, should be represented at the top levels of these neural nets. In fact, there's evidence that the purely unsupervised learning of representations doesn't give rise to high-level representations that are as powerful as the ones we're getting from supervised learning. And so the clues we're getting just with the labels, not even sentences, is already very powerful.
Do you think that's an architecture challenge or is it a data set challenge?
Neither.
I'm tempted to just end it there. So you elaborate slightly.
Of course, data sets and architectures are something you want to always play with, but I think the crucial thing is more the training objectives, training frameworks. For example, going from passive observation of data to more active agents, which learn by intervening in the world, the relationships between causes and effects, the sort of objective functions which could be important to allow the highest level explanations to rise from the learning, which I don't think we have now. The kinds of objective functions which could be used to reward exploration, the right kind of exploration. So these kinds of questions are neither in the data set nor in the architecture, but more in how we learn under what objectives and so on.
Yeah, that's pretty conventional so context. The idea of sort of the way children learn to interact with objects in the world, and it seems fascinating because, in some sense, except for some cases in reinforcement learning, that idea is not part of the learning process in artificial neural networks. It's almost like, do you envision something like an objective function saying, you know what, if you poke this object in this kind of way, it would be really helpful for me to further learn. Right. So almost guiding some aspect of the learning.
Right. So I was talking to Rebecca Sachs just an hour ago, and she was talking about lots and lots of evidence from infants who seem to clearly pick what interests them in a directed way. So they're not passive learners. They focus their attention on aspects of the world which are most interesting, surprising in a non-trivial way that makes them change their theories of the world.
So that's a fascinating view of future progress, but on a more maybe boring question, do you think going deeper and larger, so do you think just increasing the size of the things that have been increasing a lot in the past few years will also make significant progress? So some of the representational issues that you mentioned is kind of shallow in some sense.
Shallow
prior
in the sense of abstraction.
In the sense of abstraction, they're not getting stuff.
I don't think that having more depth in the network in the sense of instead of 100 layers we have 10,000 is going to solve our problem.
You don't think so? Is that obvious?
Yes. What is clear to me is that engineers and companies and labs, grad students will continue to
tune architectures and explore all kinds of tweaks to make the current state of the art slightly better. But I don't think that's going to be nearly enough. I think we need some fairly drastic changes in the way that we are considering learning to achieve the goal that these learners actually understand in a deep way the environment in which they are observing and acting.
But I guess I was trying to ask a question that's more interesting than just more layers. It is basically once you figure out a way to learn through interacting, how many parameters does it take to store that information? So I think our brain is quite bigger than most neural networks.
Right. Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, I'm with you there. So I agree that in order to build neural nets with the kind of broad knowledge of the world that typical adult humans have, probably the kind of computing power we have now is going to be insufficient. So the good news is there are hardware companies building neural net chips, and so it's going to get better. However, the good news, in a way, which is also bad news, is that even our state-of-the-art deep learning methods fail to learn models that understand even very simple environments like some grid worlds that we have built. Even these fairly simple environments, I mean, of course, if you train them with enough examples, eventually you get it. But it's just like instead of what humans might need just dozens of examples, these things will need millions for very, very, very simple tasks. And so I think there's an opportunity for academics who don't have the kind of computing power that, say, Google has, to do really important and exciting research to advance the state of the art in training frameworks, learning models, agent learning in even simple environments that are synthetic, that seem trivial, but yet current machine learning fails.
We talked about priors and common sense knowledge. It seems like we humans take a lot of knowledge for granted. So what's your view of these priors of forming this broad view of the world with this accumulation of information and how we can teach neural networks or learning systems to pick that knowledge up? So knowledge, for a while, the artificial intelligence was maybe like there was a time where knowledge representation, knowledge acquisition, expert systems, symbolic AI was a view, was an interesting problem set to solve, and it was kind of put on hold a little bit. It seems like
because it doesn't work.
It doesn't work. That's right. But that's right. But the goals of that
remain important.
Yes, remain important. And how do you think those goals can be addressed?
Right. So first of all, I believe that one reason why the classical expert systems approach failed is because a lot of the knowledge we have, so you talked about common sense, intuition, there's a lot of knowledge like this which is not consciously accessible. There are lots of decisions we're taking that we can't really explain, even if sometimes we make up a story. And that knowledge is also necessary for machines to take good decisions. That knowledge is hard to codify in expert systems, rule-based systems, and classical AI formalism. And there are other issues, of course, with the old AI, like not really good ways of handling uncertainty. I would say something more subtle, which we understand better now, but I think still isn't enough in the minds of people. There's something really powerful that comes from distributed representations, the thing that really makes neural nets work so well. And it's hard to replicate that kind of power in the symbolic world. The knowledge in expert systems and so on is nicely decomposed into like a bunch of rules. Whereas if you think about a neural net, it's the opposite. You have this big blob of parameters which work intensely together to represent everything the network knows. And it's not sufficiently factorized. And so I think this is one of the weaknesses of current neural nets. That we have to take lessons from classical AI in order to bring in another kind of compositionality, which is common in language, for example, and in these rules, but that isn't so native to neural nets.
And on that line of thinking, disentangled representations.
Yes.
So
So let me connect with disentangled representations, if you might. If you don't mind.
yes, exactly.
Yeah. So for many years, I thought, and I still believe, that it's really important that we come up with learning algorithms, either unsupervised or supervised, but reinforcement, whatever, that deal representations in which the important factors, hopefully causal factors, are nicely separated and easy to pick up from the representation. So that's the idea of disentangled representations. It says transform the data into a space where everything becomes easy. We can maybe just learn with linear models about the things we care about. And I still think this is important, but I think this is missing out on a very important ingredient, which classical AI systems can remind us of. So let's say we have these disentangled representations. We still need to learn about the relationships between the variables, those high-level symmetric variables. They're not going to be independent. I mean, this is like too much of an assumption. They're going to have some interesting relationships that allow to predict things in the future, to explain what happened in the past. The kind of knowledge about those relationships in classical AI system is encoded in rules. Like a rule is just like a little piece of knowledge that says, oh, I have these 2, 3, 4 variables that are linked in this interesting way, then I can say something about 1 or 2 of them given a couple of others. Right? In addition to disentangling the elements of the representation, which are like the variables in a rule-based system, you also need to disentangle the mechanisms that relate those variables to each other. So like the rules. So if the rules are neatly separated, each rule is living on its own, and when I change a rule because I'm learning, it doesn't need to break other rules. Whereas current neural nets, for example, are very sensitive to what's called catastrophic forgetting, where after I learn some things and then I learn new things, and it can destroy the old things that I have learned. If the knowledge was better factorized and separated, disentangled, then you would avoid a lot of that. Now, you can't do this in the sensory domain, but with my idea, in like a pixel space. But my idea is that when you project the data in the right semantic space, it becomes possible to now represent this extra knowledge beyond the transformation from input to representations, which is how representations act on each other and predict the future and so on, in a way that can be neatly disentangled. So now it's the rules that are disentangled from each other and not just the variables that are disentangled from each other.
And you draw a distinction between semantic space. So, like,
yes,
does there need to be an architectural difference, or?
Well, yeah. So the sensory space, like pixels, where everything is entangled. The information, like the variables, are completely interdependent in very complicated ways, and also computation, like it's not just variables; it's also how they are related to each other is all intertwined. But I'm hypothesizing that in the right high-level representation space, both the variables and how they relate to each other can be disentangled, and that will provide a lot of generalization power.
Generalization power.
Yes.
Distribution of the test set is
Yes.
assumed to be the same as the distribution of the training set.
Right. This is where current machine learning is too weak. It doesn't tell us anything. It's not able to tell us anything about how our, let's say, are going to generalize to a new distribution. And people may think, well, but there's nothing we can say if we don't know what the new distribution will be. The truth is, humans are able to generalize to new distributions.
And how are we able to do that? So
Yeah, because there is something, these new distributions, even though they could look very different from the training distributions, they have things in common. So let me give you a concrete example. You read a science fiction novel. The science fiction novel maybe, brings you in some other planet where things look very different on the surface, but it's still the same laws of physics. Right? And so you can read the book and you understand what's going on. So the distribution is very different. But because you can transport a lot of the knowledge you had from Earth about the underlying cause and effect relationships, and physical mechanisms, and all that, and maybe even social interactions, you can now make sense of what is going on this planet, where, like, visually, for example, things are totally different.
Taking that analogy further and distorting it, let's enter a science fiction world of, say, Space Odyssey 2001 with HAL.
Yeah.
Or maybe, which is probably one of my favorite AI movies. And then
Me too.
and then there's another one that a lot of people love that maybe a little bit outside the AI community. It's Ex Machina. Right? I don't know if you've seen it.
Yes.
By the way, what are your views on that movie? Right? Are you able to
So
enjoy
there
it?
are things I like and things I hate.
So let me, you can talk about that in the context of a question I want to ask, which is there's quite a large community of people from different backgrounds, often outside of AI, who are concerned about existential threat of artificial intelligence. Right? You've seen this community develop over time. You've seen have a perspective. So, what do you think is the best way to talk about AI safety, to think about it, to have discourse about it within AI community and outside, and grounded in the fact that Ex Machina is one of the main sources of information for the general public about AI?
So I think you're putting it right. There's a big difference between the sort of discussion on how to have within the AI community and the sort of discussion that matter in the general public. So I think the picture of Terminator and AI groups and killing people and super intelligence that's going to destroy us whatever we try isn't really so useful for the public discussion, because for the public discussion, the things I believe really matter are the short-term and medium-term, very likely negative impacts of AI on society, whether it's from security, like Big Brother scenarios with face recognition or killer robots, or the impact of the job market, or concentration of power and discrimination, all kinds of social issues, which could actually, some of them could really threaten democracy, for example.
Just to clarify, when you said killer robots, you mean autonomous weapon system?
Yes,
not Terminator.
No, that's right. So I think these short and medium term concerns should be important parts of the public debate. Now, existential risk for me is a very unlikely consideration, but still worth academic investigation. In the same way that you could say, should we study what could happen if meteorite, came to Earth and destroyed it? So I think it's very unlikely that this is going to happen or happen in a reasonable future. It's very the sort of scenario of an AI getting loose goes against my understanding of at least current machine learning and current neural nets and so on. It's not plausible to me. But of course, I don't have a crystal ball, and who knows what AI will be in 50 years from now. So I think it is worth that scientists study those problems. It's just not a pressing question as far as I'm concerned.
So before I continue down that line, a few questions there, but what do you like and not like about Ex Machina as a movie? Because I actually watched it for the second time and enjoyed it. I hated it the first time, and I enjoyed it quite a bit more the second time when I sort of learned to accept certain pieces of it. See it as a conflict movie. What was your experience with it?
So the negative is the picture paints of science is totally wrong. Science in general and AI in particular. Science is not happening in some hidden place by some really smart guy, one person. This is totally unrealistic. This is not how it happens. Even a team of people in some isolated place will not make it. Science moves by small steps thanks to the collaboration and community of a large number of people interacting. And all the scientists who are expert in their field kind of know what is going on, even in the industrial labs. information flows and peaks and so on, and the spirit of it is very different from the way science is painted in this movie.
Yeah, let me ask on that point. It's been the case to this point that kind of, even if the research happens inside Google or Facebook, inside companies, it still kind of comes out, ideas come up. Absolutely. Do you think that will always be the case with AI? Is it possible to bottle ideas to the point where there's a set of breakthroughs that go completely undiscovered by the general research community? Do you think that's even possible?
It's possible, but it's unlikely. It's not how it is done now. It's not how I can foresee it in the foreseeable future. But of course, I don't have a crystal ball, and so who knows? This is science fiction after all. But usually,
It's ominous that the lights went off during that discussion.
so the problem again is, one thing is the movie, and you can imagine all kinds of science fiction. The problem with me, maybe similar to the question about existential risk, is that this kind of movie paints such a wrong picture of what is actual, the actual science and how it's going on, that it can have unfortunate effects on people's understanding of current science, and so that's kind of sad. There's a new principle in research, which is diversity. So in other words, research is exploration. Research is exploration in the space of ideas, and different people will focus on different directions. And this is not just good; it's essential. So I'm totally fine with people exploring directions that are contrary to mine or orthogonal to mine. I'm more than fine. I think it's important. I and my friends don't claim we have universal truth about especially about what will happen in the future. Now, that being said, we have our intuitions, and then we act accordingly, according to where we think we can be most useful and where society has the most to gain or to lose. We should have those debates and not end up in a society where there's only one voice and one way of thinking. Research money is spread out, so
disagreement is a sign of good research, good science. So
yes.
The idea of bias and the human sense of bias.
Yeah.
How do you think about instilling in machine learning something that's aligned with human values in terms of bias? We intuitively as human beings have a concept of what bias means, of what fundamental aspects for other human beings means, but how do we instill that into machine learning systems?
So I think there are short-term things that are already happening, and then there are long-term things that we need to do. In the short term, there are techniques that have been proposed, and I think will continue to be improved, and maybe alternatives will come up to take data sets in which we know there is bias, we can measure it. Pretty much any data set where humans are being observed taking decisions will have some sort of bias, discrimination against particular groups, and so on. And we can use machine learning techniques to try to build predictors, classifiers that are going to be less biased. We can do it, for example, using adversarial methods to make our systems less sensitive to these variables we should not be sensitive to. So these are clear, well-defined ways of trying to address the problem. Maybe they have weaknesses, and more research is needed, and so on. But I think, in fact, they're sufficiently mature that governments should start regulating companies where it matters, say like insurance companies, so that they use those techniques, because those techniques will probably reduce bias, but at a cost. For example, maybe their predictions will be less accurate, and so companies will not do it until you force them. All right, so this is short term. Long term, I'm really interested in thinking of how we can instill moral values into computers. Obviously, this is not something we'll achieve in the next 5 or 10 years. How can we, there's already work in detecting emotions, for example, in images and sounds and texts, and also studying how different agents interacting in different ways, they correspond to patterns of, say, injustice, which could trigger anger. So these are things we can do in the medium term, and eventually train computers to model, for example, how humans react emotionally. I would say the simplest thing is unfair situations which trigger anger. This is one of the most basic emotions that we share with other animals. I think it's quite feasible within the next few years that we can build systems that can detect these kind of things to the extent, unfortunately, that they understand enough about the world around us, which is a long time away, but maybe we can initially do this in virtual environments. So you can imagine like a video game where agents interact in some ways, and then some situations trigger an emotion. I think we can train machines to detect those situations and predict that particular emotion will likely be felt if a human was playing one of the characters.
You have shown excitement and done a lot of excellent work with supervised learning, but on the there's been a lot of success on the supervised learning.
Yes.
And one of the things I'm really passionate about is how humans and robots work together. And in the context of supervised learning, that means the process of annotation. Do you think about the problem of annotation, of put in a more interesting way, is humans teaching machines?
Yes.
Is there?
Yes, I think it's an important subject. Choosing it to annotation may be useful for somebody building a system tomorrow, but longer term, the process of teaching is something that deserves a lot more attention from the machine learning community. So there are people who've coined the term machine teaching. So what are good strategies for teaching a learning agent? And can we train a system that is going to be a good teacher? So in my group, we have a project called BBI or BBI game, where there's a game or a scenario where there's a learning agent and a teaching agent. Presumably, the teaching agent would eventually be a human, but we're not there yet. And the role of the teacher is to use its knowledge of the environment, which can acquire in whatever way, brute force, to help the learner learn as quickly as possible. So the learner is going to try to learn itself, maybe using some exploration and whatever. But the teacher can choose, can have an influence on the interaction with the learner, so as to guide the learner, maybe teach it the things that the learner has most trouble with, or just at the boundary between what it knows and doesn't know, and so on. So there's a tradition of these kind of ideas from other fields, like tutorial systems, for example, and AI, and of course people in the humanities have been thinking about these questions. But I think it's time that machine learning people look at this, because in the future we'll have more and more human-machine interaction with a human loop. And I think understanding how to make this work better.
All the problems around that are very interesting and not sufficiently addressed. You've done a lot of work with language too. What aspect of the traditionally formulated Turing test, a test of natural language understanding and generation, in your eyes is the most difficult of conversation? What in your eyes is the hardest part of conversation to solve for machines?
So I would say it's everything having to do with the non-linguistic knowledge, which implicitly you need in order to make sense of sentences. Things like the Winograd schema, so these sentences that are semantically ambiguous. In other words, you need to understand enough about the world in order to really interpret properly those sentences. I think these are interesting challenges for machine learning, because they point in the direction of building systems that both understand how the world works and its causal relationships in the world, and associate that knowledge with how to express it in language, either for reading or writing.
You speak French?
Yes, it's my mother tongue.
It's one of the Romance languages. Do you think passing the Turing test and all the underlying challenges we just mentioned depend on language? Do you think it might be easier in French than it is in English? Or is it independent of language?
I think it's independent of language. I would like to build systems that can use the same principles, the same learning mechanisms to learn from human agents, whatever their language.
Well, certainly us humans can talk more beautifully and smoothly in poetry. So I'm Russian originally. I know poetry in Russian is maybe easier to convey complex ideas than it is in English. But maybe I'm showing my bias, and some people can say that about French. But of course, the goal ultimately is our human brain is able to utilize any kind of those languages to use them as tools to convey meaning.
Of course, there are differences between languages, and maybe some are slightly better at some things, but in the grand scheme of things, where we're trying to understand how the brain works and language and so on, I think these differences are minute.
So you lived perhaps through an AI winter of sorts.
Yes.
How did you stay warm and continue with your research?
Stay warm with friends.
With friends. Okay, so it's important to have friends. And what have you learned from the experience?
Listen to your inner voice. Don't, be trying to just please the crowds and the fashion. And, if you have a strong intuition about something that is not contradicted by actual evidence, go for it. I mean, it can be contradicted by people,
but not your own instinct of based on everything else.
So of course, you have to adapt your beliefs when your experiments contradict those beliefs. But you have to stick to your beliefs, otherwise, and it's what allowed me to go through those years. It's what allowed me to persist in directions that took time, whatever the other people think, took time to mature and bring fruits.
So history of AI is marked with these, of course it's marked with technical breakthroughs, but it's also marked with these seminal events that capture the imagination of the community. Most recent, I would say, AlphaGo being the world champion human Go player was one of those moments. What do you think the next such moment might be?
Okay, so first of all, I think that these so-called seminal events are overrated. As I said, science really moves by small steps. Now, what happens is you make one more small step, and it's like the drop that allows to that fills the bucket, and then you have drastic consequences because now you are able to do something you were not able to do before. Or now, say, the cost of building some device or solving a problem becomes cheaper than what existed, and you have a new market that opens up. Right? So especially in the world of commerce and applications, the impact of a small scientific progress could be huge. But in the science itself, I think it's very, very gradual. And
where are these steps being taken now? So there's unsupervised.
Right. So if I look at one trend that I like in my community, so for example, in Mila and my institute, what are the two hottest topics? GANs and reinforcement learning. Even though in Montreal in particular, like reinforcement learning was something pretty much absent just 2 or 3 years ago. So it is really a big interest from students, and there's a big interest from people like me. So I would say this is something where we're going to see more progress, even though it hasn't yet provided much in terms of actual industrial fallout. Like even though there's AlphaGo, like Google is not making money on this right now. But I think over the long term, this is really, really important for many reasons. So in other words, I would say reinforcement learning may be more generally agent learning, because it doesn't have to be with rewards. It could be all kinds of ways that an agent is learning about its environment.
Now, reinforcement learning you're excited about. Do you think GANs can provide something,
Yes.
some moment in it?
Well, GANs or other generative models, I believe, will be crucial ingredients in building agents that can understand the world. A lot of the successes in reinforcement learning in the past has been with policy graded, where you just learn the policy, you don't actually learn the model of the world. But there are lots of issues with that, and we don't know how to do model-based RL right now. But I think this is where we have to go in order to build models that can draw lines faster and better, like new distributions, that capture, to some extent at least, the underlying causal mechanisms in the world.
Last question. What made you fall in love with artificial intelligence? If you look back, what was the first moment in your life when you were fascinated by the human mind and the artificial mind?
And when I was an adolescent, I was reading a lot, and then I started reading science fiction.
There you go.
There I got that's it. That's where I got hooked. And then I had one of the first personal computers, and I got hooked in programming. And so it just
Start with fiction and then make it a reality.
that's right.
Yosha, thank you so much for talking to me.
My pleasure.
The following is a conversation with Vladimir Vavnik. He's a co-inventor of support vector machine, support vector clustering, VC theory, and many foundational ideas of statistical learning. He was born in the Soviet Union and worked at the Institute of Control Sciences in Moscow. Then, in the United States, he worked at AT&T, NEC Labs, Facebook Research, and now is a professor at Columbia University. His work has been cited over 170,000 times. He has some very interesting ideas about artificial intelligence and the nature of learning, especially on the limits of our current approaches and the open problems in the field. This conversation is part of MIT course on Artificial General Intelligence and the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, please subscribe on YouTube or rate it on iTunes or your podcast provider of choice. Or simply connect with me on Twitter or other social networks at Lex Friedman, spelled F-R-I-D. And now, here's my conversation with Vladimir Vavnik. Einstein famously said that God doesn't play the dice.
Yeah.
You have studied the world through the eyes of statistics, so let me ask you, in terms of the nature of reality, fundamental nature of reality, does God play dice?
You don't know some factors because you don't know some factors which could be reported. It looks like the play dice. But you should discover. The philosophers have distinguished between two positions of instant intelligence, where you could see the prediction, and position of realism, where you try to understand that world.
Can you describe instrumentalism and realism a little bit?
For example, if you have some mechanical law, what is that? Is it law which true always and everywhere, or it is law which allow you to predict position of unique element? Is what you believe. You believe that it is God's law, and God created the law, which is physical law, or it is just law for predictions.
And which one is instrumentalism?
If you believe the law of God, and it is always true everywhere, that is. So you're trying to really understand God's law.
So the way you see the world is as an instrumentalist?
I'm working for some model of machine learning. So in this model, we can see circuit, and we try to resolve the software problem. And you can do it in two different ways, from the point of view of instrumentalists, and that's what everybody does now, because this is the goal of machine learning is to find the role for classification. That is true, but it exists in the prediction. But I can say the goal of machine learning is to learn about conditional probability. So how what use is Hitler, what is probability for one, what is probability for another given situation. But for prediction, I don't need this. I need the rule. But for understanding, I need conditional probability.
So let me just step back a little bit first to talk about. You mentioned, which I read last night, the parts of the 1960 paper by Eugene Wigner, Unreasonable Effectiveness of Mathematics and Natural Sciences. This is a beautiful paper, by the way. It made me feel, to be honest, to confess my own work in the past few years on deep learning, heavily applied, made me feel that I was missing out on some of the beauty of nature and what that math can uncover. So let me just step away from the poetry of that for a second. How do you see the role of math in your life? Is it a tool? Is it poetry? Where does it sit? And does math for you have limits of what it can describe?
Some people say that math is the language which use God. So I believe in
Speak to God or use God only? Use God.
Okay. So I believe that this article about effectiveness, unreasonable effectiveness of math, is that if you look at mathematical structures, they know something about life. And the most scientists of natural science, they're looking on equation and trying to understand reality. So the same with machine learning. If you try very carefully look on all equations which define conditional probability, you can understand something about reality more than through your fantasy.
So math can reveal the simple underlying principles of reality, perhaps.
That means simple. It is very hard to discover that. But then when you discover that and look at them, you see how beautiful they are. It is surprising why people did not see that before. You look at an equation and derive it from equations. For example, I talked yesterday about least square methods. And people had a lot of fantasy after it. We prove it square method. But if you look going step by solving some equations, you suddenly will get some terms which, after thinking, you understand that it describes position of observation point. In this square method, you throw out a lot of information. You don't look in composition of points of observations, you look only on residuals. But when you understood that, that's a very simple idea, but it's not too simple to understand. And you can derive this just from equation.
So some simple algebra, a few steps will take you to something surprising that when you think about.
And that is proof that human intuition not too rich and very primitive, and it does not see very simple situations.
So let me take a step back. In general, yes, right? But what about human, as opposed to intuition, ingenuity? um, moments of brilliance. So are you so? Do you have to be so hard on human intuition? Are there moments of brilliance in human intuition? They can leap ahead of math, and then the math will catch up.
Since I said that the best human intuition, it is putting axioms. Then it is technical. Very
See where the axioms take you.
but if they correctly make axioms, but it axiom polished with generations of scientists. This is integral wisdom.
So that's beautifully put. But you maybe look at when you think of Einstein and special relativity. What is the role of imagination coming first there in the moment of discovery of an idea? So there's obviously a mix of math and out-of-the-box imagination there.
What you think of? Whatever I do, I exclude any imagination. Because whatever I saw in machine learning, it comes from imagination, like features, like deep learning, they are not real the problem. When you're looking very carefully at mathematical equations, you're deriving very simple stuff, which goes far beyond the right scale than whatever people can imagine. Because it is not good for math. It is just interpretation. It is just one interpretation. Not what you don't need any imagination to derive some great principle of machine learning.
When you think about learning and intelligence, maybe thinking about the human brain and trying to describe mathematically the process of learning, that is something like what happens in the human brain. Do you think we have the tools currently? Do you think we will ever have the tools to try to describe that process of learning?
It is not description, it is interpretation. It is your interpretation. Your vision can be wrong. You know, one guy invented microscope, learning book for the first time. Only he got this instrument and nobody had which had secret about microscope. But he wrote report in London Academy of Science. And his report, that he looked at the blood, he looked everywhere, water, black, skin, but he described blood like child between green and king. So he saw blood cells, red cells, and he imagined that it was army fighting each other. And it was his interpretation of the situation. And he sent it. This report in the Academy of Science. They are very carefully looked because they believe he's right. He saw something. Yes, but he gave wrong interpretation. And they believe this interpretation.
Well,
Because
yeah.
the most important part, I believe in human language. In some progress, so much wisdom. For example, people say that it is better than 1,000 days of diligent studies with great teachers. But if I will ask you not teach a class, nobody knows. That is intelligence. And but we know from history and now from maths and machine learning that teaching can do a lot.
So what, from a mathematical point of view, is a great teacher?
I don't know.
That's not
There
the question.
is no example about what we can say that teacher can do. He can introduce some invariants, some predicate for creating invariants. How he do it? I don't know, because teacher knows reality. He can describe from this reality predicate invariants. But he knows that when he using invariant, he can decrease number of observations 100 times. That's
So, but maybe try to pull that apart a little bit. I think you mentioned like a piano teacher saying to the student, play like a butterfly. Right, I played piano, I played guitar for a long time, and yeah, there's maybe it's romantic, poetic, but it feels like there's a lot of truth in that statement. Like there is a lot of instruction in that statement, and so can you pull that apart? What is that? The language itself may not contain this information. It is not blah blah blah. Yeah. It's what?
Effective.
Yeah.
Effective playing.
Yes, it does, but what? It's not the language. It feels like what is the information being exchanged there? What is the nature of information? What is the representation of that information?
I believe that it is sort of predictive, but I don't know. That's exactly what intelligence and machine learning should be. Because the rest is just mathematical technique. I think that what was discovered is there is two mechanisms of learning. One called strong convergence mechanism and weak convergence mechanism. Before people using that. In weak convergence mechanism, you can use predicate. That's what player matter and it's effectively. You know, there is English. Yeah, it looks like a duck, seems like a duck, and quacks like a duck. Then it is probably duck. Yes. But this is exactly about predicates. It looks like a duck, what it means. So we saw many ducks that were training data. So you have description of how how looks looks duck.
Yeah, the visual characteristics of
Yeah, but you want, and you have model for definition. So you would like to the theoretical description of model coincide with empirical description, which is obtained. So about looks like a duck is general. But what about sleeps like a duck? You should know that duck sleeps. You can say you play chess like a duck. Okay, duck doesn't play chess. And it is completely legal to indicate what it is uses. So how teacher can recognize what to use this paper. So up to that it exists machine learning.
and you think
So
that
why we need sequence of data? But in this English even product they use only simply. It looks like a duck, sleeps like a duck, walk like a duck.
so you can't deny the fact that swims like a duck and quacks like a duck has humor in it, has ambiguity.
Let's talk about sleeping like a duck. It doesn't say jumping like a duck. Why? Because
It's not relevant.
but that means that you know dogs, you know different dogs, you know animals, and you derive from this that it is relevant to say sleep like a duck.
So now, underneath, in order for us to understand swims like a duck, it feels like we need to know millions of other little pieces of information which we pick up along the way. You don't think so? There doesn't need to be this knowledge base. In those statements carries some rich information that helps us understand the essence of duck. How far are we from integrating predicates?
Now you know that when you consider complete theory of machine learning, so what it does, you have a lot of functions, and then it looks like a duck. You see the training data. The training data you recognize like expected duck should look. Then you remove strong functions which does not look like you think it should look technically. So you decrease the amount of function from which you pick up one. Then you give a second predicate and again decrease the set of functions. And after that you pick up the best function you can. And it is like that machine learning. So why you
predicates aren't very good.
But
You're not.
that's easy. Because every predicate is linked to decrease admissible set of functions.
So you talk about admissible set of functions, you talk about good functions. So what makes a good function?
So admissible set of functions is set of function which has small capacities and diversities, non-unity which contain good functions.
So, by the way, for people who don't know, VC, you're the V in the VC. How would you describe to a layperson what VC here is? How would you describe VC?
You have a machine. So machine capable to pick up one function from that missing set of functions. But set of admissible function can be big. So it contain all continuous functions and activities. You don't have so many examples to pick up function. But it can be so small, equal capacity, but even better called diversity. So not very different function with a certain infinite set of functions, but not very diverse. So it is small DC dimension. When DC dimension is small, you need small amount of technical data. So the goal is to create a missing set of functions which has small DC dimension and contain good functions. Then you will be able to pick up the function using small complex functions.
So that is the task of learning.
Yeah.
Is creating a set of admissible functions that has a small VC dimension, and then you figure out a clever way of picking up.
That is goal of learning, which I probably went to yesterday.
Yeah.
Statistical learning does not involve creating a missing set of functions. In classical learning, everywhere, 100% text that the set of functions, a missing set of functions is given. But this is science about nothing, because the most difficult problem to create a missing set of functions, given a lot of functions, continuous set of functions, create a missing set of functions. That means that it has finite VC dimensions, minimum VC dimension, and continuous function. So this was out of consideration.
So what's the process of doing that? I mean, it's fascinating. What is the process of creating this admissible set of functions?
That is invariant.
That's invariance. Can you describe invariance?
Yeah, we're looking of properties of training data. And properties means that you have some function, and you just count what is the average value of function. You have model and what is the expectation of this function and so on. And they should coincide. So the problem is that you have to pick up function. It can be any function. In fact, it is true for all functions. But because when we're talking that does not jump, so you don't ask question jump like that now. Because this clearly does not jump if it doesn't help you. But you know something, which question to ask. And you asking things like a duck. What looks like a duck is general situation. It looks like, say, guy who has this disease. It is liver.
Yeah.
So there is a general type of predicate looks like a special type of predicate which related to this specific person. And that is intelligence part of business. And that is where teaching is
Incorporating the specialized predicates. Okay. What do you think about deep learning as as the neural networks, these arbitrary architectures, as helping accomplish some of the tasks you're thinking about? Their effectiveness or lack thereof. What are the weaknesses and what are the possible strengths?
You know, I think that this is fantasy. Everything which like deep learning, like features. Let me give you this example. One of the greatest books is Churchill book about history of Second World War. And he started this book describing that in all time, when war is over, so the great kings, they gathered together, almost all of them were relatives, and they discussed what should be done how to create peace. And they came to agree. And what happened First World War, the general public came in power. And they were so greedy that robbed Germany. And it was clear for everybody that it was not peace. That peace will last only 20 years because they was not professionals. It's the same I see in machine learning. There are mathematicians who are looking for the problem from a very big point of view, mathematical. And there are computer science, which mostly does not know mathematics. They just have interpretation of that. And they invented a lot of blah 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 interpretations like deep learning. Why you need deep learning? Mathematics does not know deep learning. Mathematics does not know variables. It is just functions. So if you like to say piecewise linear function, say that. And during the class of piecewise linear function, but they invent something. And then they try to prove advantage of that through interpretations, which mostly wrong. And when
They became
not enough, they appeal to brain, which they know nothing about that. Nobody knows what the brain. So I think the more reliable, look at maths. This is mathematical problem. Do your best to solve it. Try to understand that there is no only one way of convergence, which is strong way of convergence, which is fair convergence, which requires everything. If you didn't go through all this stuff, you will see that you don't need it. Even more, I would say one of the theory which often presented there, it says that optimal solution of mathematical problem which described learning is on shadow network, not on deep learning.
Shallow network, yeah.
Yeah,
The ultimate
shallow
problem is there. Absolutely. So in the end, what you're saying is exactly right. The question is, you have no value for throwing something on the table, playing with it, not math, like a neural network, or you said throwing something in the bucket, and or the biological example, and looking at kings and queens of the cells on the microscope. You don't see value in imagining the cells are kings and queens and using that as inspiration and imagination for where the math will eventually lead you. You think that interpretation basically deceives you in a way that's not productive.
I think that if you try to analyze this nature of learning, and especially discussion about deep learning, it is discussion about interpretation, not about things, about what you can say about things.
That's right, but aren't you surprised by the beauty of it? So not mathematical beauty, but the fact that it works at all, or are you criticizing that very beauty, our human desire to interpret, to find our silly interpretations in these constructs? Like, let me ask you this: are you surprised? And does it inspire you? How do you feel about the success of a system like AlphaGo in beating the game of Go? using neural networks to estimate the, the quality of a board, and the quality of the
That is your interpretation quality.
yeah, yes, yeah. Wait, what? So is that our interpretation? The fact is, a neural network system doesn't matter. A learning system that we don't, I think, mathematically understand that well beats the best human player. That's something that was thought impossible.
That means that it's not very difficult.
That's so we've empirically have discovered that this is not a very difficult problem. Yeah, it's true. Uh, so maybe that can't argue. So
What I know, I would say, that if you use technology, it is not the most effective way of learning. And usually, when people use deep learning, they're using signals of technology.
Yeah.
But you don't need this. So I describe challenge. Can you do some problems which you don't well deep learning method is deep learning using 100 times less. Even though some problems that deep learning cannot solve because it's not necessarily they create a reasonable set of functions. To create deep architecture means to create a reasonable set of functions. You cannot say that you're creating a reasonable set of functions. And you're just, it's your fantasy. It is not comes from us. But it is possible to create a reasonable set of functions because you have your own data. That actually, for mathematicians, when you consider wire, you need to use numbers. When you're making training in existing algorithm, you need uniform law of large numbers, which is much more difficult. It requires basic dimension and other stuff. But nevertheless, if you use more weak and strong way of completions, you can decrease a lot of training.
and you could do the three. The swims like a duck and quacks like a duck. But let's step back and think about human intelligence in general. Clearly, that has evolved in a non-mathematical way. It wasn't, as far as we know, God or whoever didn't come up with a model and place it in our brain of admissible functions. It kind of evolved. I don't know, maybe you have a view on this, but so Alan Turing in the 50s, in his paper, asked and rejected the question, can machines think? It's not a very useful question, but can you briefly entertain this useless question? Can machines think? So talk about intelligence and your view of it.
I don't know that. I know that students describe imitation. If computer can imitate human being, let's call it intelligent. And he understands that it is not supercomputer. He completely understands what to do. But he set up problem of imitation. So now we understand the problem of imitation. I'm not sure that intelligence just inside of us. It may be also outside of us. I have several observations. So when I prove some theory, it's very in a couple of years, in several places, people prove the same theory. So lemma after us was done. Then other guys prove the same theory. In the history of science, it's happened all the time. For example, geometry. It's happened simultaneously. First, Lobachevsky and then Gauss and Bolyai and other guys. And it approximately in 10 times period, 10 years period of time. And I saw a lot of examples like that. And many mathematicians think when they develop something, they develop something in general which affects everybody. So maybe our models of intelligence is only inside of us is incorrect.
It's our interpretation. Yeah.
It might be there is some connection with all intelligence. I don't know that.
You're almost like plugging in into
Yeah, exactly.
and contributing to this
Into big network.
to a big maybe in your network.
No.
On the flip side of that, maybe you can comment on big O complexity, how you see classifying algorithms by worst case running time in relation to their input. So that way of thinking about functions. Do you think P equals NP? Do you think that's an interesting question?
Yeah, it is an interesting question. But let me talk about complexity and about worst case scenario. If there is a mathematical setting, when I came to the United States in 1991, people did not know this is theory, they did not know statistical model. So in Russia it was published two monographs, but in the next they did not know. Then they learned, and somebody told me that it is worst case theory and they can create real case theory, but till now I did not. Because it is mathematical tool. You can do only what you can do using mathematics, and which has a clear understanding and clear description. And for this reason, we introduce complexity. And we did this because using actually it is the versions like a lot more distribution you can put some theory. But we also create theory for case when you know probability measure. And that is the best case it can happen in entropy theory. So from mathematical point of view, you know the best possible case, the most possible case. You can derive different models, but it's not so interesting.
You think the edges are interesting?
And it's just fantastic because it is not so easy to get good bound, exact bound. It's not many cases where you have the bound is not exact, but interesting principles which discover the mass.
Do you think it's interesting because it's challenging and reveals interesting principles that allow you to get those bounds? Or do you think it's interesting because it's actually very useful for understanding the essence of a function, of an algorithm? So it's like me judging your life as a human being by the worst thing you did and the best thing you did versus all the stuff in the middle. It seems not productive.
I don't think so because you cannot describe situation in the middle, or it will be not general. So you can describe edges, faces, and it is clear as some model, but you cannot describe model for every new case. So you will be never accurate when you use it.
But from a statistical point of view, the way you've studied functions and the nature of learning and the world, don't you think that the real world has a very long tail, that the edge cases are very far away from the meat, the stuff in the middle, or no?
I think that from my point of view, if you use formal statistics of uniform law of large numbers, if you use this invariance business, you will need just law of large numbers. And there's a huge difference between law of large numbers and large numbers.
Is it useful to describe that a little more, or should we just take it to?
No, For example, when I'm talking about dog, I get sleeping defects, that's enough. But if you will try to do formal distinguish, giving it a lot of observation, I think. And so that means that information about looks like the dog contain a lot of bit of information, formal bits of information. So we don't know that how much bit of information contain things from artificial information. And that is the subject of analysis. To now, all business, I don't like how people consider artificial intelligence. They consider us some code which imitate activity of human being. It is not science. It is applications. You would like to imitate good evidence very useful, good problem, but you need to learn something more. How people try to do, how people can to deliver, say, peripheral sleeps like a dog or playing like butterfly or something like that. Not the teacher tells you how it can in his mind, how he chooses.
So that process,
That is problem.
that is the problem with intelligence. And you see that connected to the problem with learning.
Absolutely.
Are they?
Because you immediately give this predicate like specific predicate sleeps like a dog or quacker. It was chosen somehow.
So what is the line of work, would you say? Or, if you were to formulate as a set of open problems that will take us there, will to play like a butterfly, will get a system to be able to.
Let's separate two stories. One mathematical story that if you have predicate, you can do something. And another story how to get predicate. It is intelligence problem, and people even did not start to understand. Because to understand intelligence, first of all, try to understand what do teachers, how teachers teach. Why one teacher better than another?
Yeah. So you think we really even haven't started on the journey of generating the predicates?
We don't understand. We even don't understand this. Because
If you do,
no, I just know that I want to understand why one teacher better than another and how effective teacher still. Because not because he repeating the problem which is in textbook. He makes some remarks. He makes some philosophy.
yeah, that's a beautiful. So it is a formulation of a question that is the open problem. Why is one teacher better than another?
Right. What he does better.
Why at every level? How did it get better? What does it mean to be better? And the whole.
Yeah. From whatever model I have, one teacher can give a very good predicate. One teacher can say sleeps like a dog, and another can say jump like a dog. But jump like a dog carries zero information.
So, what is the most exciting problem in statistical learning you have ever worked on or are working on now?
I just finished this invariant story, and I'm happy that I believe that it is ultimate learning story. At least I can show that there are no another mechanism, only two mechanisms. But they separate statistical part from intelligent part. And I know nothing about intelligent part. And if you don't know this intelligent part, so it will help us a lot in teaching, in learning.
Yeah.
People will know it when we see it.
So, for example, in my talk, the last slide was the challenge. So you have, say, East digitization problem. In deep learning claims that they very well, say 99.5% of the correct answers. Then they use target observations. So you need to say 100 times less, but incorporating invariants. But it needs, digit markers. Yeah. Just looking at that, explain which invariant I should keep to use 100 examples or say 100 times less examples to do the same job.
Yeah, that last slide, unfortunately, you talk on it quickly, but that last slide was a powerful open challenge and a formulation of the essence.
That is exactly what we have of intelligence. Because everybody, when machine learning started, was developed by mathematicians, they immediately recognized that we use much more training data than human beings. But now again, we can do the same for half the decrease. And that is the problem of learning. It is not like in deep learning they use zeros of data, because maybe zero is not enough if you have a good invariance. Maybe you will never collect some number of data. But now it is a question to intelligence how to do that. Because statistical part is ready. As soon as you supply us with predicate, we can do a good job with observations. And the very first challenge is the know digit information. If you know digits, is the invariance. I think it's about that. I can say for digit 3, I would introduce concept of horizontal symmetry. So the digit 3 has horizontal symmetry, say more than say digit 2 or something like that. But as soon as I get to the horizontal symmetry, I can mathematically invent a lot of measure horizontal symmetry or vertical symmetry or diagonal symmetry, whatever, if I have a given symmetry. But for that, looking on digital season, it is meta predicate, which is not shape. It is something like symmetry, like how dark is whole picture, something like that, which can serve as a predicate.
You think such a predicate could rise out of something that's not general? Meaning, it feels like for me to be able to understand the difference between a 2 and a 3, I would need to have had a childhood of 10 to 15 years playing with kids, going to school, being yelled by parents, all of that, walking, jumping, looking at ducks, and now then I would be able to generate the right predicate for telling the difference between 2 and a 3. Or do you think there's a more efficient way?
I know for sure that you must know something more than digits.
Yes,
And
that's a powerful step.
Yeah, but maybe there are several languages of description these elements of digits. So I'm talking about symmetry, about properties of geometry, I'm talking about something abstract. I don't know, but it is a product of intelligence. So in one of our articles, it is trivial to show that every example can carry not more than one bit of information in reality. Because when you show example, and you say this is one, you can remove, say,
function which doesn't tell you now. So the best strategy, if you can do it perfectly, it's with half of the one. But when you use one predicate, which looks like a duck, you can remove much more function than half. And that means that it contains a lot of information from forming purpose. But when you have a general picture and what you want to recognize, a general picture of the world, can give them this predicate. And that predicate carries a lot of information.
Beautifully put. Maybe just me, but in all the math you show, in your work, which is some of the most profound mathematical work in the field of learning AI and just math in general, I hear a lot of poetry and philosophy. You really kind of to talk about philosophy of science. There's a poetry and music to a lot of the work you're doing and the way you're thinking about it. So where does that come from? Do you escape to poetry? Do you escape to music?
I
Or not?
there exists one truth.
That's ground truth.
Yeah, and that can be seen everywhere. The smart guy philosophy sometimes I surprised how they deep see. Sometimes I see that some of them are completely out of subject. But the ground truth I see is,
Music is the ground truth.
yeah, there are poetry, many poets that they believe they can be fiction.
So what piece of music, as a piece of empirical evidence, gave you a sense that they're touching something in the ground truth?
It is structure.
The structure.
Yeah,
The
because
math of
when you
music.
listen to Bach,
Yeah, Bach.
you see this structure, very clean, very classic, very simple. And the second glass, when you have axioms in geometry, you have the same feeling. And in poetry, sometimes the same.
Yeah. And if you look back at your childhood, you grew up in Russia. You maybe were born as a researcher in Russia. You developed as a researcher in Russia. You came to the United States and a few places. If you look back, what was some of your happiest moments as a researcher? Some of the most profound moments, not in terms of their impact on society, but in terms of their impact on how damn good you feel that day and you remember that moment.
You know, every time when you found something, it is great. It's about every simple thing.
Just
But
even
my
though
general feeling is that I mostly most of my time was wrong. You should go again and again and again and try to be honest in front of yourself. Not to make interpretation, but try to understand that related to graph rules. It is not my blah 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 interpretation of something.
but you're allowed to get excited at the possibility of discovery. You have to double check it, but
No, but how it related to another ground things? Is it just temporary or so whatever? You know, you always have a feeling when you found something, how big is that? So 20 years ago, when we discovered statistical methods, so that nobody believed, except for one guy, W. And then in 20 years, it became fashion. It's the same with support vector machines. That's kernel machines.
so with support vector machines and learning theory, when you were working on it, you had a sense of the profundity of it, how that this seems to be right. This seems to be powerful.
Right. Absolutely. You need it. I recognize it will last forever. And now, when I found this violent story,
You should
so
say.
my favorite feeling is that it is complete love. Because I have proved that there are no defeat mechanisms. You can have some say cosmetic improvements you can do, but in terms of the variance, maybe most variance, statistical calculation work together, but also I'm happy that we can formulate what is intelligence with that and to separate from technical that. That is complete.
Absolutely. Well, Rabbi, thank you so much for talking today. It's an honor. The following is a conversation with Guido and Rasa, creator of Python, one of the most popular programming languages in the world, used in almost any application that involves computers, from web backend development to psychology, neuroscience, computer vision, robotics, deep learning, natural language processing, and almost any subfield of AI. This conversation is part of MIT course on artificial general intelligence and the Artificial Intelligence podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, iTunes, or your podcast provider of choice, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled F-R-I-D. And now, here's my conversation with Guido Barasa. You were born in the Netherlands in 1956. Your parents and the world around you was deeply impacted by World War II, as was my family from the Soviet Union. So with that context, what is your view of human nature? Are some humans inherently good and some inherently evil, or do we all have both good and evil within us?
Ouch. I did not expect such a deep one. I guess we all have good and evil potential in us, and a lot of it depends on circumstances and context.
Out of that world, at least on the Soviet Union side in Europe, sort of out of suffering, out of challenge, out of that kind of set of traumatic events, often emerges beautiful art, music, literature. In an interview I read or heard, you said you enjoyed Dutch literature when you were a child.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me about the books that had an influence on you in your childhood?
Well, as a teenager, my favorite Dutch author was a guy named Willem Frederik Hermans, whose writing, certainly his early novels, were all about sort of ambiguous things that happened during World War II. I think he was a young adult during that time, and he wrote about it a lot, and very interesting, very good books, I think.
In a non-fiction way?
No, it was all fiction, but it was very much set in the ambiguous world of resistance against the Germans, where often you couldn't tell whether someone was truly in the resistance or really a spy for the Germans. And some of the characters in his novels sort of cross that line, and you never really find out what exactly happened.
And in his novels, there's always a good guy and bad guy, the nature of good and evil. Clear, there's a hero.
His heroes are often his main characters are often anti-heroes. And so they're not very heroic. They're often they fail at some level to accomplish their lofty goals.
And looking at the trajectory through the rest of your life, has literature, Dutch or English or translation, had an impact outside the technical world that you existed in?
I still read novels. I don't think that it impacts me that much directly.
It doesn't impact your work. It's
It's a separate world. My work is highly technical, and sort of the world of art and literature doesn't really directly have any bearing.
you don't think there's a creative element to the design? You know, some would say
Well,
art, the design of a language is art.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just saying that sort of I don't feel direct influences from more traditional art.
Right. Of course, you don't feel it doesn't mean it's not somehow deeply there in your subconscious. Who knows? So let's go back to your early teens. Your hobbies were building electronic circuits, building mechanical models. What if you could just put yourself back in the mind of that young, 12, 13, 14, was that grounded in a desire to create a system, so to create something, or was it more just tinkering, just the joy of puzzle solving?
I think it was more the latter, actually. Maybe towards the end of my high school period, I felt confident enough that I designed my own circuits that were sort of interesting somewhat. But a lot of that time, I literally just took a model kit and followed the instructions, putting the things together. I mean, I think the first few years that I built electronics kits, I really did not have enough understanding of sort of electronics to really understand what I'm doing. I mean, I could debug it and I could sort of follow the instructions very carefully, which has always stayed with me. But I had a very naive model of like how a transistor works. And I don't think that in those days I had any understanding coils and capacitors, which actually sort of was a major problem when I started to build more complex digital circuits, because it was under the sort of analog part of the how they actually work. And I would have things that the schematic looked everything looked fine, and it didn't work. And what I didn't realize was that there was some megahertz level oscillation that was throwing the circuit off, because I had a sort of two wires were too close, or the switches were kind of poorly built.
But through that time, I think it's really interesting and instructive to think about, because there's echoes of it are in this time now. So in the 1970s, the personal computer was being born. So did you sense, in tinkering with these circuits, did you sense the encroaching revolution in personal computing? So if at that point they would sit you down and ask you to predict the 80s and the 90s, do you think you would be able to do so successfully, to unroll the process that's happening?
No, I had no clue. I remember, I think the summer after my senior year, or maybe it was the summer after my junior year. Well, at some point, I think when I was 18, I went on a trip to the Math Olympiad in Eastern Europe, and it was like I was part of the Dutch team, and there were other nerdy kids that sort of had different experiences, and one of them told me about this amazing thing called a computer, and I had never heard that word. My own explorations in electronics were sort of about